Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku met the dream SMP heroes. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Technoblade, known as Techno, was a 26-year-old with long pink hair that flowed just below his waist. His icy blue eyes would turn blood red in the heat of battle, and while he appeared human, his legs bore the shape of a pig. Phil, or Pilzaminecraft, was a 200-year-old bird god with long black wings that never aged. Tubbo, at 17, stood tall at 6 feet 3 inches. His hair often obscured his eyes, and he shared a close platonic bond with Ranbu. Tommy, a 16-year-old human, also stood at 6 feet 3 inches and possessed immunity to most mental attacks. Ranbu's age was uncertain, possibly around 18, and he towered at 8 feet 5 inches. With long black and white hair and bent legs like Techno, he had a 3-foot-long tail. He was affected by water and often slouched, making him appear shorter. Dream, at 30 years old and 6 feet 4 inches, was a human with godlike qualities, never removing his mask. Bad Boy Hello, or Bad, was an enigmatic figure, possibly 100 years old and standing at 9 feet 6 inches. He always concealed his wings beneath his cape. Fundy, a 21-year-old human with fox traits, stood at 6 feet 3 inches. Wilbur, also known as Ghostbur, was a 40-year-old human-ghost hybrid, always adorned in blue and appearing as if he were crying. George, at 28 years old and 5 feet 9 inches, had no notable information to share. Skeppy, a unique half-human and diamond creature, was only 2 feet 2 inches tall but could grow to 6 feet. Despite his small stature, he was determined in battle, often surprising opponents. Sapnap, a 20-year-old human with blaze characteristics, stood at 6 feet 2 inches. His horns, usually hidden, would grow larger when he became excited. He could throw fireballs and summon fire swords for protection, though this state only lasted for a limited time. Quackity, 21 years old and 5 feet 8 inches, always carried a deck of cards for any situation that arose. Charlie, whose age was unknown but possibly centuries old, was a slime standing at 5 feet 4 inches. He thrived in warm, damp environments and could flatten his body to fit into tight spaces. However, he struggled to maintain his human form when wet and became immobile in extreme heat. Carl, a 24-year-old time traveler, stood at 5 feet 11 inches with no additional information to share. Foolish, whose age was unknown, could vary in height from 4 feet 3 inches to 23 feet 3 inches, though he usually maintained a height of 6 feet 3 inches. He had the power to create storms and wield lightning. Antifrost, or Ant, was 21 years old and could shift between the size of a cat and a human-sized cat, standing at 5 feet 5 inches. Nikki, at 21 years old and 5 feet 8 inches, had no notable information to share. Puffy, 25 years old and 5 feet 2 inches, was the nurturing figure of the group, always looking out for everyone. Eret, a 22-year-old human with ties to an evil spirit, stood at 6 feet 3 inches. When he removed his sunglasses, he could sense things beyond the perception of ordinary humans, though his eyes were sensitive and often kept closed when his sunglasses were broken. Sam was 26 years old and stood at an impressive height of 7 feet 4 inches. As a unique blend of human and creeper, he breathed in air but released a semi-harmless gas. This gas needed to be released regularly, otherwise, he risked a catastrophic explosion that could harm everyone nearby. The members of the Badland faction, including Bad Boy Hello, Antifrost, and Skeppy, were gathered together with others from the Dream SMP, such as Dream, George, Sapnap, Carl, and Puffy. They were all exhausted after a long streaming session. Quackity called out to signal the end of their filming, and everyone collapsed to the ground, relieved to take a break. Bad lay on the ground, expressing gratitude that he could not continue much longer. Skeppy crawled out from Bad's hoodie, playfully admonishing him for being careless. Philza and Techno made their way to the river to fill buckets and bottles to help cool everyone down. Meanwhile, Ranbu distributed bottles of healing, while Puffy handed out food and milk. Charlie approached Quackity, eager to know if he had captured his best angle during the stream. Quackity assured him that he had gotten everyone's good side and checked on Charlie's well-being after a close call with Puffy's sword. As they relaxed, a chat message appeared, indicating that Dream had teleported to Ghostbur. This was a common occurrence after their streams, so no one paid it much mind. Eret, Nikki, Sam, Foolish, and Antifrost were engaged in light conversation nearby. Carl, Sapnap, and George sat on the grass, joking and flirting with one another. Tommy and Tubbo discussed their plans for the next lore stream. Just as everyone was enjoying their time together, Dream began constructing a sand tower to grab their attention. He thanked everyone for their patience, acknowledging that the stream had run longer than expected. He mentioned that he and Ghostbur would be working on the next lore stream script, allowing for changes in the coming weeks. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous rain clouds. Charlie, Ghostbur, and Ranboo exchanged worried glances. Ghostbur panicked, questioning Foolish about the rain clouds he was supposed to have cleared. Foolish, confused, pulled out his staff, but nothing happened. Realizing time was short, Ranboo quickly gathered cobblestone to build a shelter. Just then, the ground trembled, and Dream's sand tower collapsed as a black hole opened beneath them. Dream, Eret, Tommy, Tubbo, Nikki, Fundy, Sam, Puffy, Ranboo, Foolish, and Antifrost were the first to fall, followed closely by Bad and Skeppy. George leaped into the hole, calling out for Dream. Carl and Sapnap attempted to escape but were pulled in as well. Quackity tried to anchor himself by stabbing his sword into the ground while holding onto Charlie's overalls, but the strap broke, sending him into the hole. Ghostbur and Filza attempted to fly away but were also drawn in. Techno, witnessing his friend being in, let go of the riverbed and followed. Meanwhile, at UA, the sun shone brightly over the PE grounds as students prepared for a mock battle between Uraraka and Jiro. However, like the SMP members, the sky suddenly darkened. Bakugo expressed his annoyance at the impending rain, while Aizawa shared his frustration. Before he could call the students inside, a black hole opened above them, creating a powerful gust of wind. Dream screamed as he fell to the ground, landing hard just before a pile of sand landed on him. George, Carl, and Sapnap landed shortly after, with George quickly recovering from his dizziness to dig Dream out. Aizawa, noticing the chaos, hit the emergency button on his phone to summon other pro heroes. Eret, Tommy, Tubbo, Nikki, Fundy, Sam, Puffy, Ranboo, Foolish, and Ant soon landed in various spots. They quickly sat up and began helping each other. Ranboo rushed to Tubbo's side, who had been injured in the fall. He urged Tubbo to talk to him while administering healing. Bad landed on his back, remaining still. Charlie landed with a splat, causing green slime to splatter everywhere, prompting the entire Class 1A to wonder if they had just witnessed a disaster. Quackity quickly got up and ran over to the pile of slime and clothes, calling out for Charlie. The slime jiggled before Charlie reformed, looking fatigued but alive. Ghostbur and Filza floated out of the portal, while Techno landed face first. Filza checked on Techno, who had a minor injury but was otherwise fine. George shouted for help as Dream began to struggle, his body making cracking sounds. Eret, Puffy, Techno, Filza, Tommy, Sam, and Foolish rushed to dig him out. Fundy was busy assisting Nikki, who had landed awkwardly. After giving her a potion, he decided to help with Dream. Just as the portal vanished and the clouds cleared, the group managed to free Dream. He was no longer buried in sand but was making small grunting sounds. Techno had an idea and quickly grabbed a bucket of water, throwing it over Dream. As everyone moved back, Dream shot up, coughing and bewildered. George rushed to his side, relieved to see him alive. Ranboo held Tubbo in his arms, worry etched on his face, until Tubbo opened his eyes and smiled. Tubbo mumbled a greeting to Ranboo, who sighed in relief and responded sweetly. However, the moment of calm was short-lived as Bad sat up, checking his hoodie and pockets for Skeppy. He quickly stood and scanned the ground, panic rising as he realized his little buddy was missing. He called out for Skeppy, and everyone turned to Bad, who was anxiously searching the area. Sam asked what was wrong, and Bad explained that he couldn't find Skeppy, fearing he might have fallen out. Fundy, Nikki, Ant, and Ghostbur joined the search for the possibly injured Skeppy. As the other heroes arrived, they noticed the commotion. present Mike, Vlad King, Midnight, and All Might landed nearby, but none of the kids seemed to notice them. Aizawa sighed, questioning why All Might couldn't go a day without making a grand entrance. All Might looked around, sensing the tension in the air, and asked Aizawa what was happening. Aizawa explained that the kids had fallen from the sky and were searching for someone named Skeppy, mentioning a figure in green who had been covered in sand. Midnight expressed confusion at the mention of sand, and Aizawa shared his suspicions. Meanwhile, All Might transformed into his weakened form to conserve energy. Deku was frantically writing in his notebook, trying to capture every detail when he felt something brush against his ankle. Looking down, he saw a small, injured Diamond Man. Carefully, he picked him up and asked if he was Skeppy. Skeppy nodded, curling up in Deku's palm, which piqued the curiosity of his classmates. Ida wondered about the nature of Skeppy's quirk, while Koda found him adorable. Siro noted that Skeppy looked hurt and suggested they take him to Recovery Girl. Jiro expressed concern that he might not survive, and Azui insisted they should give Skeppy to Aizawa, who might know what to do. Deku noticed a clear path to his teacher and, taking a deep breath, ran across the field. Only Aizawa noticed him, scolding him for running past the enemy. Deku nervously apologized, explaining the urgency of the situation. All Might asked what was happening, prompting Deku to reveal the curled-up Skeppy in his hand. Mike leaned in closer, intrigued, while All Might noted that Skeppy appeared seriously injured. Midnight suggested that they could use Skeppy as leverage for information, but Vlad pointed out that he had already lost too much blood and someone should rush him to Recovery Girl. Aizawa, Midnight, Mike, and Vlad began discussing their next steps while All Might focused on Bad, who was starting to stumble and cough. He instructed Deku to take Skeppy to Bad, insisting that they needed to act quickly. Deku nodded and approached Bad, who was still frantically searching. He timidly called out, but Bad didn't hear him. Gathering his courage, Deku raised his voice, finally catching Bad's attention. Bad turned around, and upon seeing Skeppy in Deku's hands, he rushed forward, horrified. He quickly scooped up Skeppy and poured a healing potion over him, which worked almost instantly, returning Skeppy to his shoulder. Bad thanked Deku for finding his friend and introduced himself as Bad Boy Halo. Deku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, or Deku for short, and excitedly pulled out his notebook to ask about their quirks. This puzzled Bad and Skeppy, who wondered if he meant if they were quirky. Deku clarified that he was asking about their powers, the ones they were born with. As Bad and Skeppy looked around, they realized they were in an unfamiliar place. Bad checked his inventory for a map but found none. He called out to Ant, who also pulled out a blank map. The others followed suit, only to discover their maps were blank as well. Phil pulled out his compass, which spun wildly, and the group fell silent, realizing something was amiss. Those who could readied their shields and weapons, with Bad pulling out his shield and axe, startling Deku as he backed away towards Dream, who was surrounded by a crowd seeking guidance. Tommy asked why the maps weren't working and Dream, panicking, admitted he didn't know. Ranboo suggested it was likely due to the black hole that had brought them there, prompting Quackity to express his annoyance. Bad reassured everyone that he didn't think they would be harmed, explaining that Deku had brought Skeppy to him, and Skeppy confirmed that the teachers were okay. They wanted to use him as a bargaining chip, but All Might had other plans. Skeppy explained the situation, expressing his discomfort with the idea. Techno shared his concerns, stating he didn't like the thought of Skeppy being used in that way. Skeppy acknowledged the predicament, mentioning that they wanted their attention and believed returning him would be the most peaceful solution. Philza preferred a peaceful resolution over any conflict, and Techno nodded in agreement. Ghostbur suggested letting their shields down to talk, but Sam quickly dismissed the idea, fearing it would leave them vulnerable to attacks. Puffy pointed out that moving as a group might seem hostile, prompting Tubbo, who was being held by Ranboo, to propose sending their fastest member to communicate. Nikki liked the idea but questioned who among them was the fastest and best at speaking. Foolish pointed out that Sam was a fast runner and good at explaining things, but Sam hesitated, worried that his height and gas mask might intimidate the other party. Quackity suggested he could go instead, but he was reluctant to leave Charlie behind, who had been injured. Techno offered to speak, but he wanted to know if they would be using their roleplay personas or their true selves. Everyone turned to Dream, who advised they should stick to their personas until they understood the situation better. Techno expressed his inability to participate, as his character often discussed war. Ranbu reminded him that his character was supposed to avoid violence, to which Techno chuckled, stating that violence was the only language his character knew. Filza, being the oldest and looking normal, was suggested as a candidate. He reluctantly agreed, acknowledging the truth in the statement about his character. Sapnap suggested they end their huddle with a mock argument to break up the group, and Wilbur proposed that Quackity and Tommy argue over who should greet the other party, with Filza ultimately declaring himself the greeter. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Dream counted down for them to begin. The pro-heroes and students watched the barrier of shields, waiting for something to happen. Mike asked how long it had been, and Aizawa replied that it was almost 2 minutes. Vlade suggested someone should intervene, and the others looked to All Might for guidance. He sighed and stepped forward, only to be interrupted by a loud argument erupting from their group. Tommy yelled at Quackity, insisting Tubbo was a better speaker, while Quackity retorted angrily about Tubbo's inability to stand on his own. The tension escalated as they faced off, prompting Filza to shout for silence, declaring he would go instead. Quackity protested, but Filza insisted on being the oldest and taking the lead. Foolish, caught off guard, expressed his reluctance to participate, leading Quackity to question whose side he was on. Ultimately, Filza took a deep breath and approached the green-haired boy, introducing himself. The boy, Izuku Midoriya, pointed out that his teachers were nearby. Filza thanked him and offered an apple, which Midoriya accepted, albeit confused, as Filza ruffled his hair and moved on to meet All Might. All Might introduced himself, and Filza reciprocated. The conversation quickly turned to the reason for their presence. Filza explained that they came from the Dream SMP, having been pulled into a black hole during a battle. All Might expressed confusion about the Dream SMP, prompting Filza to describe it as a place divided into factions engaged in constant conflict. As they spoke, the others quietly conversed among themselves, occasionally making comments loud enough for All Might to hear. All Might remarked that he wasn't surprised by the situation, and Filza elaborated on the constant theft, griefing, and battles that characterized their world, noting that only 2 individuals were permanently dead. Vlade approached, seeking clarification on the concept of permanent death, and Filza explained that they could respawn unless it was a canon life. The 2 heroes exchanged puzzled glances as they sought further understanding. Meanwhile, Ghostbur noticed the students looking bored and asked Ranbu if he wanted to join him in talking to them. Ranbu declined, preferring to stay put. Ghostbur then approached Techno, who also opted to remain focused on his weapons. Floating over to the students, Ghostbur greeted them cheerfully, but his appearance startled them, especially Bakugo, who reacted angrily. Ghostbur introduced himself and offered Bakugo a clump of blue, but Bakugo swatted it away and attempted to attack, only to find his hand pass through the ghost. This unexpected display of Ghostbur's abilities alarmed the others, drawing the attention of the teachers and Filza. Filza reassured everyone that Ghostbur was harmless and meant no harm. Mike decided to investigate the commotion, sprinting over to the group of students. As he approached, he noticed Bakugo attempting to confront Ghostbur, but his efforts were in vain. Bakugo shouted in frustration, demanding Ghostbur to stop moving. Ghostbur, seemingly unfazed, whined in response. Mike chuckled to himself, noting how loud Bakugo was, while the girls around him huddled behind, clearly intimidated. Ghostbur floated over, introducing himself cheerfully. Mike thought to himself, wondering if Ghostbur had lost all his lives or if he was a hybrid like the others. He greeted Ghostbur warmly, appreciating his innocent demeanor. He reassured the girls that they could relax, doubting that Ghostbur posed any real threat. Mineta clung nervously to Ashido's leg, expressing his disbelief at Ghostbur's oddness. Ashido, annoyed, demanded he let go. Ghostbur, appearing suddenly beside Mineta, startled him, causing him to flee in fear. Ashido thanked Ghostbur, who simply smiled and explained that he enjoyed making people happy. Mike kindly invited Ghostbur and the others inside, thinking it was too hot outside and that everyone must be tired, Ghostbur hesitated, recalling Filza's warning about following strangers. Mike offered to speak with Filza instead, while Ashido struck up a conversation with Ghostbur. Mike approached Filza, who was explaining the death system to the other heroes. Filza explained that they could die infinitely, but losing their special lives would mean they could never return. The heroes listened, confused by the concept of dying and coming back so easily. Mike suggested they move indoors, and the others quickly agreed, realizing that staying outside was unproductive. Filza called for everyone to head inside, but there was a moment of hesitation until Techno picked up an anvil and walked toward him, prompting the others to follow. Aizawa motioned for everyone to follow him as they entered the school. However, Ranbu, Sam, and Bad paused at the door, all towering above 6 feet tall. All Might remarked that they might need to install taller doors. Ranbu nervously clarified that they could manage, recalling past experiences. Techno joked about the absurdity of not being able to walk through a door. As they entered, Ranbu carefully bent down to avoid hitting his head, accidentally knocking off his crown in the process. Sam quickly picked it up and handed it back. Bad followed, but when he stood up, he bumped his head against the ceiling, exclaiming in surprise. All Might checked on him and Bad worriedly asked about his horns. All Might assured him they looked fine, explaining that they had never had anyone so tall before. Bad shrugged it off and continued inside, now hunched over. In the cafeteria, the ceiling was high enough for everyone to stand comfortably. Bad complained about his back as Quackity placed Charlie in a chair, who slumped over, still weak. Charlie quietly mentioned he needed food, and Quackity rushed to Foolish for help. Foolish handed him a bunch of steaks, and Quackity hurried back to feed Charlie, encouraging him to eat. The group settled into their respective factions, chatting quietly while present Mike, Aizawa, and Vlade King observed. Ms. Midnight went to fetch Principal Nizu, and All Might took charge of Class 1A. Technoblade casually sat across from Dream, greeting him cheerfully. Dream, annoyed, reminded Techno that he wasn't supposed to be there. Techno insisted they were canonically friends, but Dream pointed out that no one else knew that. Techno inquired about Dream's house, prompting an exaggerated response from Dream, who insisted he had one. Techno teased him about its secrecy, and their playful banter caught Aizawa's attention. He intervened, urging them to quiet down. Techno tried to lighten the mood, but Aizawa remained firm in his request for silence. Filza called Techno over to join him, Ranbu, and Tubbo. Ranbu continued to gently pet Tubbo, who was still recovering. He pulled out a book and began jotting down the events of the past hour, reflecting on how they had ended up in front of the school after a chaotic battle. Filza placed a reassuring hand on Ranbu's wrist, offering a comforting smile that helped calm him. Just then, All Might returned with Principal Nizu, who greeted the group, but was interrupted by Tommy's loud laughter at the sight of a baby polar bear. Aizawa, clearly frustrated, demanded everyone to settle down, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Tommy continued to laugh intermittently, attempting to speak, but his words came out as gibberish. Dream stood up and walked over to him, placing a hand on the young teen's shoulder, causing Tommy to go pale. Dream, in a friendly tone, suggested that Tommy join him for some company. Tommy looked at Dream, his expression shifting from laughter to pure fear as he stood up. Dream began to walk away, expecting Tommy to follow, but Tommy quietly stated that he would stay with Tubbo. The room fell silent, broken only by the squeak of Dream's sneakers as he spun around and approached Tommy, towering over him. Dream asked Tommy what he had said, unable to hear him. Tommy gulped, trembling as tears formed in his eyes. Aizawa noticed this but refrained from intervening. Dream wrapped his arm around the frightened boy and led him to the back table. Ranbu stood up again, breaking the silence, which made Dream turn to him, causing Ranbu to sit back down in fear. The awkward silence lingered until Nizu spoke up. Nizu joyfully introduced himself as Principal Nizu and informed everyone that they were at UA Academy. He mentioned that he would ask a few general questions before moving on to private interviews and inquired if anyone had questions before he began. Silence filled the room. Nizu then asked how many of them were 18 or under, prompting several hands to rise. Ranbu raised both his and Tubbo's hands, while Tommy sheepishly raised his. All Might took note of the names and ages. Niza then asked who was over 18, and several individuals raised their hands, including Techno, Filza, Dream, Fundy, Ghostbur, George, Skeppy, Bad, Sapnap, Quackity, and Charlie, along with Carl, Antifrost, Nikki, Puffy, Eret, Sam, and Foolish. All Might recorded their names and ages. After quickly counting the names, All Might nodded to Nizu, indicating they were good to proceed. Nizu moved on to the second question, asking about their quirks. Most looked confused, except for Bad and Skeppy, who were familiar with the term from Deku. Bad calmly noted that no one there knew what quirks were, which puzzled the heroes. Mike questioned if they were joking, while Aizawa expressed uncertainty but mentioned having seen them fall through a black hole. Vlade speculated that they might be from a different universe. Nizu acknowledged the possibility and suggested they continue with individual interviews to learn more. All Might expressed a desire to speak with Tommy, noting that he seemed scared when Dream had touched him. Mike agreed, concerned for Tommy's safety. Aizawa cautioned them, reminding them that Filza had mentioned everyone had been at war with each other for years. He advised them to act as mediators without getting directly involved, encouraging them to talk to Tommy but not to pressure him. Nizu chuckled, agreeing with Aizawa, and proposed they begin the individual interviews, selecting a few individuals to speak with. All Might mentioned wanting to talk to Tommy and suggested that Ranbu, the tall guy with the ring on his horn, might also have valuable information. Aizawa expressed interest in talking to Filza, and Nizu happily agreed to join him. Vlade decided to stay and watch over everyone else. Nizu outlined the plan, and everyone agreed before breaking their circle. Nizu stepped forward, announcing that they would be selecting individuals for interviews. When he called Tommy's name, Tommy quickly stood up and moved toward Mike. However, Dream snuck up behind him, throwing an arm over his shoulder and playfully chiding him to slow down. Mike apologized, explaining that only one person could accompany Tommy at a time. Dream questioned whether Mike intended for Tommy to go off alone, asserting that Tommy might not be comfortable with that. Tommy nodded, avoiding eye contact. All Might intervened, assuring Tommy that he would not be alone and promising that no harm would come to him. He then asked Tommy if he wanted to go with them alone or with Dream. Dream, though visibly upset, maintained a calm demeanor and encouraged Tommy to make his choice without anger. Tommy quietly expressed his desire to go alone. Dream turned away, loudly lamenting Tommy's decision to leave him behind, just as Tubbo had. Fear washed over Tommy's face, prompting All Might to quickly escort him out of the cafeteria with Mike following closely. Aizawa then called for Filza to join him, and Filza stood up, following Aizawa and Nizu out of the cafeteria. In the empty classroom, All Might and present Mike sat across from Tommy, who took a seat at a desk. Mike immediately asked if Tommy was okay and if Dream was hurting him. Tommy, surprised, insisted that Dream was his best friend and would never do anything like that. All Might and Mike exchanged glances, and All Might reassured Tommy that he was safe there, as Dream couldn't hear him, encouraging him to speak freely. Tommy reiterated that Dream was his best friend, even better than Tubbo, and mentioned that Dream was the only one who visited him during his exile. He acknowledged that Dream had prevented him from seeing his friends and had caused some destruction, but he still considered him a friend. His tone suggested he was trying to convince himself of this. Mike pointed out that Tommy appeared scared whenever Dream spoke, questioning how that could be if Dream was truly his friend. Tommy explained that Dream could be a bit dominant in their conversations and often spoke for him, but he believed that Dream knew what was best for him. He promised to address it with Dream if it bothered them. Present Mike leaned closer to All Might, whispering that he thought Tommy was too far gone. All Might agreed, sharing the concern for Tommy's well-being. All Might turned to Tommy and mentioned that they wouldn't pry into his friendship with Tubbo, but they wanted him to know that the school had plenty of resources available if he ever felt unsafe or needed someone to talk to. Tommy responded with a faint smile. Present Mike chimed in, asking if Tubbo was the one Ranbu had been holding. Tommy slammed his hand on the table, expressing his frustration with Tubbo, calling him a backstabbing person who didn't care about his friends. He added that he wouldn't be surprised if Tubbo was planning to betray his husband as well. All Might, taken aback, asked for clarification, to which Tommy explained that Ranboo and Tubbo were married, a fact that sometimes made him feel nauseous. Present Mike leaned closer to All Might and pointed out that Tubbo was only 17. All Might nodded, acknowledging that Ranboo was just a year older, and remarked that getting married at such a young age seemed excessive. Tommy, annoyed by their whispering, shouted for them to stop. He then mentioned that in his world, relationships were common, recalling that Dream had almost married George at one point. When asked about George, Tommy confirmed the name and questioned what was so strange about Tubbo and Ranboo's marriage. Present Mike quickly clarified that there was nothing wrong with their marriage, just that they were both quite young. Tommy grumbled that Tubbo was the president of L'Manberg, even though he was worse than Schlatt. All Might, sensing the tension, decided to conclude the interview and speak with Tubbo instead. He thanked Tommy for his time and asked Present Mike to bring Tubbo. Mike nodded and escorted Tommy back to the cafeteria. Present Mike called out for Tubbo in the bustling room, noticing Ranboo standing with the sleeping Tubbo in his arms. Concerned, Mike asked if Tubbo was okay, to which Ranboo assured him that the portal had simply tired him out. Mike led Ranboo back to the empty classroom, where All Might inquired about Tubbo's condition. Both Ranboo and Mike confirmed he was fine. Ranboo attempted to sit in Tommy's chair but found it too small, opting instead to sit on the floor with Tubbo in his lap. Mike congratulated Ranboo on his marriage to Tubbo, to which Ranboo replied that it had mostly been Tubbo's idea. All Might then asked about Tommy's relationship with Tubbo, sensing it was strained. Ranboo explained that they had been great friends until Tubbo became president. When asked what had happened, Ranboo struggled to recall the details and pulled out a book from his inventory, apologizing for his memory issues. Mike encouraged him to take his time. Ranboo eventually shared that Tubbo had tried to find a way to avoid exiling Tommy, but after Tommy had dropped the bones of Dream's horse in front of him, Tubbo had kicked Tommy out. All Might and Mike exchanged glances, processing this revelation. Mike asked why Tommy had done such a thing, and Ranboo shrugged, suggesting it was to provoke Dream. After thanking Ranboo for his insights, Mike dismissed him. Later, Nizu, Aizawa, All Might, and Present Mike gathered around Nizu's desk to discuss the situation. Aizawa noted that Dream seemed to be the common issue among everyone. Mike added that most people either felt neutral toward Dream or disliked him. Nizu pointed out that Techno and Tommy viewed Dream as a friend. Mike suggested that Tommy and Dream had a dependent relationship, expressing sadness over their circumstances. Aizawa remarked on the confusion of the situation, emphasizing that while they weren't from this world, they couldn't simply release them. It was best to keep them at the school until a solution was found. Mike raised concerns about where to house them, suggesting that Class 1A might not be pleased with sharing their space. All Might proposed the old dorm building at the back of the school, which Nizu agreed was a good idea. They decided that Aizawa would be their teacher and that they would stay in the old building. Aizawa, feeling annoyed at being assigned the task, walked into the now bustling cafeteria. Vlade approached him, asking if they were done talking. Aizawa confirmed that Nizu wanted them moved to the back dorms. Vlade took charge, announcing to everyone to pack up quickly, and the group began gathering their belongings at an impressive speed. Aizawa explained that they would be staying on school grounds until further notice and that he would be their teacher, inviting them to join his lessons if they wished. He led them outside to the back of the school, where the old dorm building stood tall and slightly worn. As they approached, Ranboo, Bad, and Sam felt a sense of dread at the small door they would have to bend down to enter. Aizawa informed them that the place was a bit dusty and that he would bring cleaning supplies. He encouraged them to ask for anything they needed. Filza thanked him, and Aizawa walked away, leaving them to settle into their new home. "Okay, he's gone," Bad said, turning towards the others. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, finally able to relax again. Quackity asked if this was where they would be living. Foolish, ever optimistic, remarked that it might look rough, but nothing a little landscaping couldn't fix. Techno, with a straight face, pointed out that they couldn't landscape the inside of a house. Urk chimed in, suggesting that the inside couldn't be. The bed. George, however, pointed to the house and declared Urkt the first to enter. Urkt looked at the house, fear evident on his face. "No, I'm good. Fundy, you live in a messy house. Why don't you go?" Urkt replied. Fundy, annoyed, shot back, asking why Tubbo couldn't go instead. Tubbo exclaimed that Dream, their leader, should go first. Dream, however, firmly stated that he wasn't going in there. Nikki, feeling annoyed, decided to take charge and threw open the door, walking in without hesitation. Everyone looked at each other, still hesitant, until Nikki came running out, covered in a thick layer of cobwebs and dust. Foolish asked what was wrong, and Nikki's panicked expression spoke volumes. Anyone up for sleeping outside? Dream suggested, and everyone quickly agreed. Bad, Skeppy, Fundy, Foolish, George, and Dream built a shelter out of random blocks they had, with Foolish trying to make it look nice while Fundy focused on getting it built. Meanwhile, Sapnap, Carl, and Urkt planted a few trees for future wood needs. Techno, Filza, Ranboo, Tubbo, Nikki, and Puffy started planting wheat and potatoes for solid food sources. Filza remarked that they had enough potatoes, but Techno insisted on planting just one more row. Tommy, Sam, Ghostbur, Quackity, and Ant began mining for more materials, while Charlie wandered off to explore the school grounds. Ghostbur pointed out that they needed to dig deeper for iron, but Tommy preferred to collect more cobblestone. Ghostbur teased Tommy about building another cobblestone tower, to which Tommy defensively responded, denying any such plans. As the banter continued, Aizawa returned with the cleaning supplies, staring at the scene in amazement. George noticed the teacher and discreetly informed Dream, who approached Aizawa to thank him for the supplies. Aizawa inquired about what they were doing, and Dream explained they were building a temporary house. Aizawa expressed annoyance at the state of the dorm building, but Dream reassured him that they were just making do for now. Later that night, Ghostbur strummed his guitar while everyone sat around the campfire. Carl had fallen asleep on Sapnap's lap, and Quackity glanced over, wishing to join but knowing it was futile. Instead, he looked at Charlie, who was using Quackity's coat as a pillow, while Fundy curled up on the other side. Bad was about to eat a piece of steak when he noticed Skeppy staring at it. Bad complained about Skeppy already having eaten 3 steaks, but Skeppy, with his big blue eyes, begged for a piece. Reluctantly, Bad gave in, and Skeppy took a few bites before returning the steak and lying on the ground. Foolish was about to fall asleep when Ant transformed into his cat form and settled on top of him, prompting no complaints. Nikki, Puffy, and Urkt lay next to each other, using Urkt's cap as a blanket. Sam lay by himself, making quiet hissing sounds in his sleep. George used Dream's shoulder as a pillow, while Tommy, Tubbo, and Ranboo leaned against each other. Techno walked over and tossed his red cap onto Tommy to keep him warm before sitting back down next to Filza, who was leaning against a tree. Techno glanced around and noticed that he, Filza, Quackity, Bad, Dream, and Wilbur were the only ones still awake. He chuckled softly. Filza asked if everything was okay and if the voices were bothering Techno. Techno reassured him that they were fine but admitted he couldn't remember the last time things felt so peaceful. He gazed up at the empty sky, missing the stars. Filza echoed that it had been a while since they didn't have to worry about making videos. Ghostbur reminded them that they still needed to perform for the students and teachers, so it wasn't a vacation. Dream listed those who would be going to school, while Techno jokingly pointed out that Dream was letting others build the house without helping. Dream sighed heavily before laying down with George in his arms, wishing everyone good night. As Techno stood up to put out the fire, he felt the familiar voices in his head scream, "Crab, rave." He sighed, staring at the ground and waiting for the voices to settle. The next morning, Aizawa turned the corner and noticed that the building had been demolished. In its place were 7 large chests. He saw Techno walking over, placing wood into one of the chests. Aizawa greeted Techno, who looked tired. Techno acknowledged Aizawa and asked how he was doing. Aizawa inquired about the building's whereabouts. Techno explained that it had been torn down to make more room for their house. Aizawa looked around, wondering where the others were. Techno pointed to the still sleeping group and offered to wake them up. Aizawa nodded, and Techno pulled out a bell, ringing it loudly. Tommy sprang up and joined in, ringing the bell wildly, exclaiming that it was prime time, which startled everyone awake. Ghostbur complained about the noise, and the others joined in, asking Tommy to stop, but he continued to ring the bell energetically. Finally, Philza approached and took the bell from Tommy, demanding silence. The group stretched and woke up, noticing Aizawa. Carl asked how long they had been asleep, while George, not ready to get up, laid back down. Dream, determined to get him moving, practically lifted George to his feet. Suddenly, Tubbo shouted about the missing building, prompting everyone to turn and look at the empty space. After a moment of silence, they all turned to Techno, who blinked in confusion before reminding them that they had agreed to take it down. Foolish got up and opened one of the chests, revealing it was filled with logs. He expressed surprise and concern to Techno, who calmly replied that they needed wood to build a house. Philza approached Techno, noticing that he looked exhausted, and asked how much sleep he had gotten. Techno admitted he hadn't slept at all, leaving everyone standing around awkwardly. Ghostbur rushed over, suggesting that Techno should rest, as he wasn't himself when tired. Techno brushed off their concerns, insisting he was fine. Philza insisted that if Techno felt off at any point, he should return immediately. Aizawa then announced that he was there to pick up those joining class that day. Philza confirmed who would be attending, listing Dream, Tommy, Tubbo, Ranboo, Charlie, Nikki, Quackity, Techno, George, and Ghostbur. It was time for class. Charlie cheerfully remarked about being human, which made Aizawa squint in concern. Quackity patted Charlie on the head, reminding him to not bother the others. Dream stood over George, waiting for him to wake up. He helped George to his feet, and after a brief stretch, George followed Dream to Aizawa. The rest of the group joined them, excited for their first day of school. Aizawa motioned for everyone to follow him into the building and stopped in front of his classroom. He instructed them to enter the classroom however they wanted and introduce themselves, mentioning that they could answer questions after he gave the signal. Dream turned to the group, asking how they should enter. Nikki suggested they could either enter as a group or separately. Ghostbur explained that entering separately could set dynamics between them, while entering together would allow them to establish dynamics later. Quackity pointed out that entering separately might not work well since there were so few of them, especially with Techno and Kiki being alone in their own groups. Nikki proposed entering as a syndicate, but Ranboo countered that no one outside the syndicate should know about it, so it wouldn't make sense. Ghostbur suggested they just enter as a group and see how it went, and everyone nodded in agreement. Class 1A sat around, chatting about the previous day's events. Uraraka expressed concern for a green-haired boy who had fallen hard, while Kaminari made a squishing motion, joking about it. Momo scolded Kaminari for being unkind, reminding him that the boy had looked seriously hurt. Kaminari brushed off the concern, recalling that a black-haired boy had helped him. Sato insisted that the potential for injury still mattered. Deku sat at his desk, mumbling to himself while reviewing his notes from the previous day. Bakugo clapped his hands together, causing a small explosion that startled Deku. He asked what Deku was mumbling about, sounding annoyed. Deku explained that he was looking over his notes to figure out the quirks of the others. Tokoyami inquired about his findings, and Deku shared that 13 of them had quirks that seemed more like mutations, while the rest were uncertain. Bakugo dismissed Deku's observations as obvious and sat down, calling him useless. Deku huffed in response and returned to his notes just as Aizawa walked in, looking tired as usual. The class greeted him with smiles, and he returned the greeting in his typical weary tone, assuring them that the previous day's events were not a cause for concern. Ida raised a hand, questioning how they could not be concerned about 21 people falling from the sky. Toru echoed his concern, asking if those individuals were villains. Aizawa explained that, as far as he knew, they were no more dangerous than the students themselves, and suggested they ask the newcomers directly. He opened the door, revealing the sound of quiet chatter from the hallway. It was then that the SMP members realized they had missed their cue to enter. Dream walked in confidently, followed by Tommy, who wore an energetic grin, and George, who looked quite tired. Tubbo entered next, his hooves clicking against the wooden floor, with Ranboo following closely, accidentally bumping his head on the door frame. Finally, Charlie bounced in with a bright smile. Quackity entered the room, grabbing Charlie's shirt as if to prevent him from running around like a child in a store. Techno shuffled in beside them, clearly exhausted from lack of sleep. Nikki walked in with a bright smile, while Minetta stared at her with a goofy grin. Ghostbur floated in last, wearing a childlike smile. Both groups fell silent, unsure of who should speak first. Aizawa broke the quiet, instructing them to ask each other whatever they wanted, but not to disturb his rest as he settled into his yellow sleeping bag. Ida stood up, introducing himself as the class president. He expressed his pleasure at having the newcomers in their class with a respectful bow. Dream was about to respond when Charlie rushed over to Ida, introducing himself with an enthusiastic, rehearsed greeting and asking for a high five. Ida responded politely, but Charlie insisted on the high five again, leaving Ida confused. Quackity intervened, suggesting that a simple slap would suffice to satisfy Charlie's request. Ida, however, felt that he could not condone such an action. Quackity sighed, turning back to Charlie and suggesting they return to their friends. Charlie, disappointed, wondered what he had done wrong. Quackity reassured him that he hadn't done anything wrong. It was just a different style of greeting in this place. Charlie stood quietly beside Quackity, gazing out the window with a sad expression. Quackity apologized for the misunderstanding. Dream nodded in acknowledgement of Quackity's apology, introducing himself to Ida and mentioning the others who were back at their setup, building their house. He invited the class to meet them after school and assured them they would be happy to answer any questions. Several students from 1A raised their hands. Dream called on one, a boy with a lightning bolt in his hair, to introduce himself and ask his question. Denki Carminari asked Ghostbur if he was dead or if that was his quirk. Ghostbur cheerfully confirmed he was indeed dead and pointed to a scar, explaining it was from an incident with his father. The class fell silent, unsure how to react. Dream then asked Carminari to explain what a quirk was. Carminari hesitated, prompting Momo to step in and explain that a quirk is an ability or mutation a person is born with, typically tested for at the age of 4. Tubbo excitedly noted that it sounded like they had superpowers. Momo then asked if Tubbo had a quirk, to which he explained that quirks did not exist where they were from, causing the class to gasp in surprise. Momo pointed out that Tubbo was a goat, which was not normal, to which Nikki added that her own wife was a sheep, showing off her diamond ring. Minetta fell to the floor, lamenting the situation. Nikki asked if Minetta was okay, but the other girls dismissed his behavior as typical. Tommy, appearing annoyed, interrupted the conversation, asking which of the girls would date him while flexing his muscles. The girls rolled their eyes at his arrogance. Dream bluntly informed Tommy that no one was interested in him. Tommy retorted, questioning Dream's own appeal, but Dream simply stated he already had someone. Tommy mocked Dream, imitating his masked appearance and suggesting he was unattractive. Dream struggled to maintain his composure but eventually lost his temper, grabbing Tommy by the collar and threatening him. George, now fully awake, intervened, urging everyone to calm down and reminding Tommy to apologize to Dream. Tommy, rubbing his neck, quietly apologized. Dream laughed and reassured Tommy that he was only joking, and they returned to their places as if nothing had happened. Tommy, however, kept his head down, looking like a scolded puppy. Once the tension dissipated, Aoyama stood up, introducing himself and noticing Ranbu's diamond ring. He inquired if Ranbu was also married, commenting on his youth. Ranbu avoided Aoyama's gaze, admitting he was married to Tubbo, who was a year younger. The class gasped in surprise. Tubbo chimed in, explaining they had married for tax purposes due to rising taxes. Ranbu added that it was either that or face tax evasion. Tubbo mentioned that he wanted to evade taxes, but Ranbu insisted it was not an option, reminding him that he could not be president while in jail. This prompted Todoroki to ask if Tubbo had run for president. Tubbo clarified that he had not run but had become president of L'Manberg after Tommy had been elected and then passed the role to him. The class sat in stunned silence, imagining how someone so young could lead a country, while Tubbo continued speaking, unfazed by their reactions. It wasn't easy, and there were a few mistakes, but honestly it was fun. Tommy muttered under his breath, loud enough for everyone to hear, questioning the idea of mistakes. Tubbo continued speaking, pretending not to notice Tommy's comment. He mentioned that he wasn't even the first president of L'Manberg, it was Schult who held that title. Then, he paused, and the mention of November 16th seemed to draw the SMP members into deep thought. Tommy sighed heavily, reflecting on their struggles for freedom and the losses that followed. Tubbo spoke quietly, explaining that he had to make difficult decisions for the nation. Tommy challenged him, asking which nation he meant, the one they fought for together or the one he let fall apart. Tubbo clenched his fist, insisting he was nothing like Schlatt. Tommy countered, stating that at least Schlatt could lead, while Tubbo seemed to follow others' commands. Tubbo, frustrated, shouted that he had apologized countless times. Tommy stepped closer, demanding Tubbo admit he was the worst president Ulmanberg ever had. Tubbo reluctantly agreed, turning his back to the class and addressing the other SMP members. He declared that he, Tubbo, ex-president of Ulmanberg, was worse than Schlatt but was willing to admit his mistakes rather than shift blame. Uraraka suggested they should intervene, noting the tension between Tommy and Tubbo. Ciro, however, thought it was more entertaining than asking questions. Tommy approached Tubbo, axe in hand, and the class braced for a confrontation as Tubbo also drew his axe. Dream quickly stepped in, grabbing Tommy's arm and advising him to walk away. Tommy sighed again and exited the classroom, Dream following behind. The remaining students turned their attention to Tubbo, who appeared shaken, adrenaline coursing through him. He sheathed his axe and sat on the floor next to Ranbu, burying his face in his knees. Ghostbur offered Tubbo a lump of blue wool, apologizing for Tommy's outburst. Uraraka then asked where they were from. Ghostbur explained that they came from a distant island called the SMP. Deku introduced himself and inquired about the scars on their bodies, linking them to their fight against Schlatt. The question struck a nerve, and the SMP members exchanged glances. Ghostbur recalled his time as Wilbur, noting that he cared for Ulmanberg even if he lost his way in the end. Techno, despite his fatigue, spoke with authority, addressing Deku and explaining that they had all gone to war and betrayed one another at various points. The class fell silent, hesitant to ask more questions for fear of igniting another conflict. Techno then turned to his fellow SMP members, asking if anyone had questions. Nikki asked what they did around there, prompting Ida to stand up and explain their weekly schedule. She detailed the subjects, from homeroom to history, home economics, lunch, hero training or physical education, and finally math. The SMP members groaned at the thought of such a mundane schedule. Just then, Tommy and Dream returned, Tommy's shirt soaked. Ghostbur informed Tommy that he had missed the schedule explanation but promised to fill him in later. Tommy thanked him and accepted some blue wool from Ghostbur with a smile. Suddenly, the bell rang, causing chaos as the members reacted. Ranbu and Charlie covered their ears, while others readied their weapons. George questioned if there was a raid, but Azui clarified that it was just the bell for the next PRD. Tommy expressed his disappointment, eager for action. Aizawa stood up, instructing everyone to sit quietly in the back. The SMP members moved to the back of the room, forming small groups, an air of tension hanging over them. No one in Class 1A dared to discuss the earlier events for the remainder of the morning. During lunch, the members sat in the cafeteria, maintaining a distance of at least 3 tables between each group. Techno yawned, removing his crown and resting his head. Dream sat with George and Tommy, discussing the earlier events. George asked Tommy where he had gone, and Tommy explained he had gone to get water after Dream's comment had irritated his throat. He turned to Dream, suggesting he had something to say. Dream shrugged, feigning innocence, and Tommy playfully punched him. Dream eventually apologized, admitting he hadn't meant to grab Tommy so hard but was annoyed by the mask comment. Just then, he noticed Deku approaching and quietly remarked about the green-haired boy. Deku nervously introduced himself, holding his notebook, and asked about Tommy's friendship with Tubbo. Tommy's expression darkened, realizing the sensitive nature of the question. Tommy sighed, reflecting on the past. He explained that he and Tubbo had fought alongside Wilbur for their freedom from Dream. Looking up at Dream, who stared back at him through his mask, Tommy expressed his feelings of defeat, saying it all felt pointless in the end. Deku, taking notes, questioned why they still associated with Dream if he was the one who had prevented their freedom. Dream interjected, stating that he was the only one who truly cared about Tommy. He recalled visiting Tommy during his exile, emphasizing that Tubbo had not been there for him. Dream claimed he had saved Tommy when he was at his lowest, prompting a quiet acknowledgement from Tommy about a painful memory involving. Dream insisted that Tommy didn't need Tubbo or anyone else, just him. Deku, sensing the tension, chose to step away and continued jotting down his thoughts. He noted the fallout between Tommy and Tubbo, which had led to Tommy's exile and his current troubling friendship with Dream. He resolved to speak with Tubbo to uncover more. Meanwhile, Tubbo and Ranbu were happily chatting while Techno conversed with Filza. Deku approached them, asking Tubbo about his thoughts on UA. Tubbo enthusiastically shared his enjoyment of a sewing class, while Ranbu expressed disappointment over not seeing the sheep due to the wrong wool color. Deku then asked Tubbo about the incident that led to Tommy's exile. Tubbo's demeanor shifted as he bent his fork, taking a deep breath before requesting a different topic. Apologizing for the discomfort, Deku moved on to inquire about the left side of Tubbo's face. Ranbu reacted dramatically, realizing Deku had touched a sensitive subject. Tubbo calmly explained that Technoblade had accidentally shot him with fireworks during a festival. When Deku asked why, Technoblade, who had been resting, startled Deku with his sudden movement. He explained that he had been pressured into the situation and that it hadn't been intended to end badly. Before Deku could ask for more details, the bell rang, signaling the end of lunch and the start of P. As Class 1A headed to the locker rooms, the SMP members gathered outside on the dirt field, preparing their tools for the upcoming fight. Aizawa observed them with concern, noting the presence of various weapons. Other students from Class 1A emerged in their gym uniforms, alarmed by the sight of the sharpened tools. Kaminari pointed out the axes, while Ida protested their presence on school grounds. Tokoyami questioned where they had hidden such items, and Momo noted the unusual glowing weapons. Mineta panicked, fearing for their safety, while Bakugo expressed eagerness for the challenge ahead. Deku, intrigued, began taking notes, drawing Uraraka's attention as she approached him cautiously. Suddenly, a flaming arrow landed near them, causing everyone to jump back. Nikki, holding a bow with a broken string, apologized for the mishap, but her presence only heightened Aizawa's concern for safety. All Might then appeared, carrying 2 buckets labeled for Class 1A and the new kids. He joked about being delayed by a movie, prompting Aizawa to sigh in exasperation. Aizawa called for everyone's attention, explaining the rules for the upcoming fights, where names would be drawn, and participants would battle until one could no longer continue. George raised a question about the format, to which Aizawa casually agreed to a free-for-all. Tommy, excitedly brandishing his axe, proclaimed his eagerness for the challenge, but All Might quickly intervened, clarifying that it was just training and no one would be harmed. Dream reminded Tommy that they were dealing with children, emphasizing the need for restraint. Tommy protested, citing his age and past experiences, which drew concern from Siro and Ida. George reassured everyone that things were different in this setting. Tommy, feeling disappointed about the restrictions, reluctantly accepted the situation, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Class 1A. "Let's get things moving," Aizawa said as he reached into the bucket and pulled out a name. Uraraka. She nearly had a heart attack when her name was called. Mina encouraged her friend, telling her not to worry and that she would do great. Uraraka took a deep breath and walked onto the field with her head held high. All Might then reached into his bucket and pulled out a name, Charlie. Quackity quickly jumped up, exclaiming that Charlie couldn't fight. But before he could continue, Charlie grabbed Quackity's hand and looked him in the eyes, reassuring him that he would make him proud. With that, Charlie ran onto the field before anyone could object. Once on the field, Charlie pulled out a shovel and quickly dug a square hole, leaving the entire Class 1A and the teachers in shock as he jumped in. "Dab me up," Charlie said with his usual childish grin. Uraraka stared down at him, unsure of what to do, as Charlie repeated his request. Quackity shouted an explanation, saying it was Charlie's way of greeting people. Uraraka bent down and smacked Charlie, and as her hand made contact, he became slimmer, leaving a strange green slime on her hand. She pulled back, startled by the unexpected mess. "Don't worry, it's just pieces of my human flesh," Charlie said, trying to suppress his laughter at her reaction. Don't say that, it's disgusting, Uraraka shouted. Mr. Aizawa, that can't be allowed, you haven't even started the fight, Ida interjected. Ida, you can't be insensitive like that. It's his way of greeting people and we need to respect that, All Might replied. Okay, but does he have to be so gross? Jiro asked. I'll allow it, Aizawa said, causing Class 1A to groan collectively. Charlie climbed out of the hole and filled it back in before looking at Uraraka with excitement. He whispered to her that he had trained for years for this very moment. All right, begin, Aizawa shouted. Uraraka got into a ready position. Charlie approached her, pulling out a diamond. He remarked that she looked like she wanted to gamble, and Uraraka stared at the diamond in amazement. She thought to herself that she had never seen such a large diamond in her life, nearly drooling over it. Charlie began to walk backward slowly, commenting on how much she would enjoy gambling and how much she could win just by playing a few games. Suddenly, he tossed the diamond behind him, and Uraraka dashed after it, inadvertently running out of bounds. Winner Charlie, Aizawa announced, snapping Uraraka out of her daze. She watched as Charlie ran past her and into Quackity's arms, asking if he had done well. You did great, Charlie, Quackity exclaimed, picking him up and spinning him around. Uraraka approached them, holding out the diamond, her eyes filled with sadness. She offered it back, saying it was too valuable. Huh? Quackity replied, confused. Keep it? Uraraka looked at him in disbelief, stating that it must be worth millions. Quackity explained that while it might not be worth that much, it could still get her a game at the tables. He added that he had plenty of diamond blocks, so losing one wouldn't be a problem. Uraraka was taken aback by his mention of diamond blocks before she snapped back to reality. She thanked him and turned to run away, with the other students gathering around her, amazed by the large diamond. It's almost as sparkly as me, Aoyama declared. It's so big. How can you hold it so effortlessly? Zero asked. It's actually not that heavy, Uraraka replied. Momo created a loop and examined the diamond closely before standing back up. She confirmed that it was real and estimated its worth to be close to $500 million. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. That can't be possible. The biggest diamond in the world is only worth 400 million, Deku said. You know, I might know someone who would be interested, Momo suggested. Uraraka stood there, completely dazed, imagining how happy her family would be with the money while Momo continued to talk. Hold on, Momo, her brain needs to reset, Jiro said. Tommy sat next to Dream, observing the scene unfold. He questioned why everyone was so obsessed with the diamond, suggesting that it was just a diamond, not something extraordinary. Maybe diamonds are rare here? George proposed. Well, that's a silly idea, Tommy replied, leaning back. Aizawa called for everyone's attention again, stating that it was time for the next round, which would feature Ida. Tommy! All Might called out. Yes. Tommy shouted, jumping up excitedly. Tommy ran out onto the field, eager to participate. He donned his armor and pulled out his axe, while Ida, dressed in his gym uniform, looked on nervously. He expressed his concern about the fairness of the situation. Good point, no armor for Tommy, Aizawa declared. What? Come on, you agreed. Tommy protested, feeling annoyed. Ida chimed in, asking what free for all meant to them. Ghostbird jumped in happily, explaining that it meant they could fight with anything, including weapons, armor, and potions. He added that sometimes it also meant they could defeat their opponents. Yeah, what Ghostbird said, Tommy said proudly. Potions? Bakugo questioned, incredulous. What kind of fantasy world are you from? Where we come from, things like that are normal in battle, Dream explained. Okay, no potions or armor, and I'll only allow one weapon, Aizawa stated. Tommy stomped his feet in frustration before walking off the field to place the chest down. He began to store his armor and potions inside. While doing so, he noticed he had a bed in his inventory. He closed the chest and placed the bed down, setting a new spawn point before returning to decide which weapon to use. The entire Class 1A watched in disbelief as he pulled out a twin-sized bed. Man, how deep are their pockets? Kaminari remarked. Honestly, I'm starting to think they're not from this planet, Sato added. Hey! Mina shouted. No offense, Sato quickly clarified. Tommy, what's with the bed? Kirishima called out. Setting my spawn point, Tommy replied automatically. George asked if it worked. Of course it did, George. Now be quiet, I'm trying to figure out what weapons to use, Tommy said, still focused. Suddenly an idea struck him. He turned back to the bed and touched it again, confirming that his spawn point was set. A giant smile spread across his face. Dream, dream, dream. Tommy exclaimed excitedly as he ran up to him. What is it, Tommy? Dream chuckled. Give me your water bucket and trident, Tommy demanded. Dream handed over his items, unsure of what Tommy was planning. Tommy ran back onto the field, bouncing around happily and teasingly addressing his opponent. Aizawa questioned Tommy's choice of tactics, to which Tommy eagerly confirmed his intentions. With Aizawa's signal to begin, Ida charged at Tommy with full force. Tommy skillfully dodged Ida's initial attack, then tossed down water and leaped into the air, gaining a vantage point over the entire field. The spectators watched in shock and confusion, unsure of Tommy's plan. All Might expressed concern about Tommy's height, suggesting they should reconsider the situation. Aizawa, however, remained focused, assuring All Might that none of his students were in danger. Meanwhile, Ida was determined to catch Tommy, fearing the consequences of a fall from such a height. As Tommy prepared to execute his plan, everyone held their breath. Ida dashed toward Tommy's landing spot, ready to intervene. In a surprising turn, Tommy threw the trident, hitting Ida in the shoulder and causing him to stumble back. All Might sprang into action, but Tommy missed the water by mere inches and landed hard on the ground, his belongings scattering around him. The UA members were left in shock and sadness, while the spectators erupted in laughter, even Techno, who struggled to contain himself. Dream gasped in disbelief at Tommy's failure, while Nikki chuckled at the situation. Jiro shouted in frustration, reminding them that someone had just been hurt. Tubbo reassured everyone that Tommy would return, while Ranbu rolled on the ground, laughing. Quackity lamented missing the excitement, prompting All Might to ponder the group's lack of concern for their fallen friend. Suddenly, Tommy reappeared on a bed, visibly frustrated and questioning how he had missed his target. The UA students erupted in cheers at his return. Tommy then began the walk of shame, gathering his scattered belongings under All Might's watchful gaze. All Might, with a serious demeanor, warned Tommy never to attempt such a stunt again. Tommy protested, explaining that he had not intended to fail and had aimed to impress. All Might, however, firmly reiterated his warning, prompting Tommy to promise he wouldn't try it again. Recovery Girl arrived just in time, hitting Tommy on the head for his reckless behavior. She scolded him for almost causing serious harm to Ida. Tommy muttered under his breath, earning another light hit from Recovery Girl. She continued her reprimand, insisting he respect his elders before sending him off to rejoin Dream and George. Recovery Girl then chastised All Might and Aizawa for allowing Tommy's reckless behavior, while they defended their lack of knowledge about his plan. She resolved to heal Ida and stay nearby to ensure no further injuries occurred. Later, Aizawa announced the next competitors, Bakugo and Technoblade. Bakugo confidently declared his intent to demonstrate what a true hero could do, while Techno approached slowly, appearing fatigued. Bakugo, impatient, urged Techno to hurry. Techno revealed his sword, joking about giving Bakugo a handicap, which only fueled Bakugo's determination to prove himself. Dream rushed onto the field, concern etched on his face as he urged Techno to return too. Phil worried about his condition. Techno reassured Dream, insisting he would be gentle, but Dream remained apprehensive about the potential danger. Despite his instincts to warn everyone, Dream held back, knowing it would only upset Techno further. He positioned himself near the UA students, ready to protect them. Recovery Girl voiced her concerns about Techno's state, suggesting Aizawa halt the fight. Aizawa dismissed her worries, confident the match would end without injury. With the fight underway, Bakugo launched his attacks, but it became clear that his efforts were ineffective against Techno. Deku, watching with concern, approached Dream to inquire about Techno's condition. Dream explained that Techno sometimes heard things that could lead to violent outbursts, which had resulted in unintended harm in the past. Deku was alarmed by this revelation and insisted they needed to intervene. Dream, however, insisted that as long as Techno remained calm, everything would be fine. Just then, Bakugo shouted in anger, drawing their attention to the fight, where he stood with a noticeable cut on his arm. Techno lifted his sword, wiping it clean as he prepared for the next confrontation. Dream's eyes widened when he saw Techno switch to an axe. Suddenly, everyone noticed a change in Techno. He stood up straight, his breathing slowing to an almost eerie calm, giving him a lifeless appearance. The atmosphere shifted, becoming thick and unsettling, not just from Bakugo's explosions. Aizawa shouted for Techno to use only one weapon before he could officially end the fight. Techno launched himself at Bakugo, who was poised to retaliate. Dream intervened, tackling Bakugo out of harm's way. Techno halted, his gaze fixed on the furious boy. Dream quickly helped Bakugo to his feet, urging him to move. Techno closed in on them, and Dream raised his shield to block the incoming attack. Bakugo shouted for Dream to get out of his way, insisting that this was his fight. Dream demanded silence as he continued to fend off Techno's strikes, instructing Tommy to fetch Phil and inform him that Techno was unwell. Tommy nodded and dashed toward their house. Dream noticed his shield cracking under Techno's relentless assault and called for Quackity to engage Techno. Quackity protested, questioning why he should be the one to fight. Dream explained that he was unarmed, and the urgency of the situation heightened as he expressed his frustration. Quackity reluctantly picked up a rock and threw it at Techno, hitting him in the back of the head, which caused Techno to turn around. Quackity challenged Techno to a rematch, brandishing a pickaxe. Techno charged at Quackity, who narrowly dodged the attack. All Might and Aizawa observed, unsure of how to intervene, when Deku rushed to them, pleading for help. He explained that Dream had mentioned Techno was suffering from a condition that made him extremely violent. Recovery Girl reacted with shock and anger, demanding to know what they planned to do about the unstable boy. All Might and Aizawa exchanged glances, and Aizawa sighed in resignation before All Might powered up. He assured Quackity that he would save him and sprinted toward Techno. Quackity shouted a warning, but it was too late. Techno suddenly turned and struck All Might in the stomach, sending him crashing into a building. Deku screamed in horror as Aizawa and Recovery Girl watched in shock. Techno then swung his axe at Quackity, leaving a significant mark on his shoulder. In a moment of panic, Techno activated the alarm on his phone, causing sirens to blare. Recovery Girl, unable to watch any longer, rushed off to heal All Might. Quackity yelled for the alarms to be turned off as Techno intensified his assault. Present Mike, Vlade King, and Midnight arrived on the scene, confused by the chaos. Aizawa quickly explained the situation, revealing that Techno was on a rampage and had already thrown All Might through a wall. Mike suggested using a quick blast to incapacitate Techno, but Nikki intervened, urging them to reconsider. She insisted that Philza was the only one capable of stopping Techno and that fighting him would only escalate the situation. Vlade questioned whether they should wait, to which Nikki replied that Quackity had experience fighting Techno and would know how to handle it. Just then, Quackity cried out in pain as Techno stabbed him. The blade was pulled out slowly, causing Quackity to collapse to the ground. Vlad shouted for Tokoyami to fetch Recovery Girl, and he dashed into the building. Midnight, determined to stop Techno, unleashed her whip, but Techno broke free and hurled her over the fence. Present Mike expressed relief that he hadn't used his scarf, while Techno turned his attention back to Dream and Bakugo. Quackity, despite his injuries, called out to Techno, taunting him. Blood dripped from his wounds as Techno approached, pulling out a rocket launcher and firing at Quackity's legs, causing him to scream in agony. Techno then stepped on Quackity's chest, preparing to strike with his pickaxe, a sinister smile on his face. Just as Techno swung the pickaxe, it was halted inches from Quackity's face by Philza, who had arrived just in time. Philza demanded Techno hand over the axe, but Techno attempted to strike him instead. Recovery Girl emerged from the building, horrified to see Quackity lying on the ground, gravely injured. Despite the danger, she knew she had to help him. Charlie rushed past her to his friend's side, pleading for Quackity to respond. He placed his head on Quackity's chest and was relieved to hear a faint heartbeat. Quickly, he opened his inventory and retrieved a healing potion. Recovery Girl watched in disbelief as Charlie forced the potion down Quackity's throat. To her astonishment, his wounds began to heal, leaving only small scars. Quackity sat up, dazed, just as Foolish came running around the corner, panicked and concerned for his friend. Charlie had used the healing potion, and they watched as Quackity's breathing gradually returned to normal. Suddenly, a voice boomed, declaring a foolish move. Philza was trying to wrest the rocket launcher from Techno. Foolish grabbed Quackity while Charlie took hold of Recovery Girl, and they both sprinted away just in time to avoid the explosive display. Recovery Girl expressed her frustration, wondering if any of the heroes could do something to prevent the kids from getting hurt. Charlie held onto Recovery Girl, prepared for another quick escape. Foolish explained that it wasn't a good idea to confront Techno. When he was in this state, comparing him to a creeper in a dirt house. Recovery Girl was confused by the analogy, but Foolish clarified that Techno, when agitated, posed a serious threat. As the battle between Techno and Philza continued, Techno slipped, giving Philza the chance to intervene. Philza approached Techno, gently speaking to him, trying to reach him through the chaos. Techno struggled, but Philza held on, assuring him that he was safe. Eventually, Techno stopped resisting and collapsed into Philza's embrace, breathing heavily. Philza comforted him, promising that nothing would harm him. Techno, still shaken, asked if anyone had been hurt. Philza reassured him that there were only minor injuries and suggested they find a place to rest. Techno nodded quietly, and as they walked away, he kept his head down, feeling ashamed for losing control. The others in the SMP averted their eyes, not wanting to make him feel worse, while the UA students watched him closely, aware of his potential volatility. Once they were out of sight, a collective sigh of relief was heard. Foolish decided to take Quackity back to the house to rest. Recovery Girl suggested he bring Quackity to her office for examination when he woke up. Foolish hesitated, knowing Quackity was uncomfortable in unfamiliar places, but Recovery Girl insisted it was a school requirement to report any serious injuries. Reluctantly, Foolish agreed, and Charlie released Quackity, watching them leave. Mineta expressed his fear that Techno might attack them, while Mina questioned why such a dangerous individual was allowed in the school. Kaminari agreed, likening Techno to a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted their conversation, followed by Dream's furious outburst, claiming his fight had been ruined. Bakugo retorted that he had saved Dream's life, asserting his own strength. The argument escalated until Bakugo punched Dream, causing a small explosion that damaged Dream's mask. Dream, furious at the loss, decided to leave, calling for George to follow him. George hurriedly gathered his belongings and joined Dream as they walked away. Ranboo, Tubbo, Nikki, Charlie, and Ghostbur stood in a small circle, contemplating their next move. Tubbo suggested they should leave before the others bombarded them with questions. Charlie agreed, and Ranboo voiced his support. Ghostbur, however, decided to stay and engage with the others, while Nikki, distracted, opted to return to the house with Tubbo and Ranboo. Nikki expressed her concern for Techno, feeling helpless as she watched Quackity get hurt. Ghostbur reassured her that only Philza could manage Techno in that state and suggested that Techno was likely overwhelmed by the changes around him. He encouraged Nikki to focus on building the house instead of dwelling on the day's events. As Ghostbur floated away to join the UA students, Tubbo playfully asked Ranboo to carry him like a baby, claiming it was due to the fireworks scaring him. Ranboo, bemused, complied, picking Tubbo up and carrying him as they followed Nikki back to the house. The UA students observed them, making comments about Tubbo's apparent fright. Bakugo returned to the group, still seething with anger. Kaminari checked on him, but Bakugo snapped back, insisting he was fine. Kaminari muttered a quiet concern for Bakugo's well-being, but Bakugo dismissed it, still fuming from the earlier confrontation. Ghostbur soon made his way to the students, greeting them with a cheerful demeanor. He mentioned how scary the recent events had been and began distributing blue wool. Todoroki expressed his gratitude but questioned the purpose of the wool. Ghostbur explained that blue symbolizes sadness, and the idea was to channel all their sadness into the wool and discard it, making their feelings seem less significant. Todoroki observed the wool as it deepened in color, surprising him, but he soon relaxed and managed a small smile. As Ghostbur continued to hand out the wool, he turned his attention to Bakugo, who was clearly annoyed. Bakugo stated he was still upset with Dream for making him look weak. Ghostbur pointed out that even if Dream had allowed Bakugo to fight, it wouldn't have been fair since Big Bro Techno was unaware of what was happening. Deku, overhearing their conversation, interjected with curiosity about their familial connection. Ghostbur shared that while he lacked many of Wilbur's memories, he remembered Techno, Tommy, and Tubbo being significant figures in his past, noting that Tubbo was adopted. Deku, intrigued, asked who Ghostbur's father was, to which Ghostbur replied that it was Filza. This revelation led Deku to recall Ghostbur mentioning earlier that his father had killed him. Ghostbur confirmed this without hesitation, explaining that it was due to an incident involving Wilbur and an explosion. He added that Phil was very kind and urged them not to hold it against him before saying his goodbyes and heading toward the house, leaving the UA students watching in contemplation. Aizawa, feeling exasperated, called for everyone to go inside, and the class complied without argument. Inside the house, Ghostbur was amazed to see that the construction was progressing quickly. Puffy informed him that while the exterior was nearly complete, the interior was still a work in progress, with Fundy, Sapnap, Carl, George, and Dream currently building Techno a room. Eager to help, Ghostbur offered to assist with the roof. The group spent the afternoon working diligently, chopping trees and constructing various parts of the house. As the sun set, Bad set up a campfire outside, complete with chairs. Carl, exhausted from the day's activities, collapsed into a chair, while Tommy expressed his fatigue from the lore discussions they had engaged in. Sam inquired about what they had discussed, and Tommy began recounting their conversations about the war and Tubbo's presidency. Tubbo chimed in, mentioning how Tommy had embarrassed him in front of the class and nearly attacked him during their discussions. Puffy expressed disappointment in Tommy's actions, to which Tommy defensively replied that he had done it for the lore. Ranbu, with a mischievous smile, teased that karma had caught up with Tommy. When asked what had happened, Ranbu began to recount Tommy's mishap, which led to a round of laughter as George shared how Tommy had attempted to jump into water but missed entirely. Tommy protested, asking why George had to bring it up, growing increasingly flustered. Filza then emerged from the house, asking everyone to quiet down. Tommy quickly apologized, sitting back down. Dream asked Phil how Techno was doing, and Phil reassured them that Techno would be fine, explaining that he had simply fallen asleep during a fight and let the voices take over. Sam pointed out that Techno and Phil would likely be out of commission for a few days, and Aizawa would probably have questions about Techno's situation. The group fell silent, realizing the differences between their world and this one, and how the people here might react to Techno's circumstances. Suddenly, Tommy proposed a plan to avoid discussing anything further, suggesting they act as if they had just lost a significant battle. Sapnap dismissed the idea as foolish, but Tommy insisted they could spend the day in silence, mourning their supposed loss. Foolish countered that they couldn't simply forego lore altogether. Carl then inquired about Quackity's status, and Charlie informed them that Quackity was still asleep in the nurse's office but would likely wake up by morning. Tubbo suggested that it would be entertaining if Quackity burst in the next morning and yelled at Dream, which Tommy enthusiastically supported. Dream, however, questioned whether Tommy could manage to stay quiet for an entire day. Tommy confidently asserted that he could. Fundy and Carl expressed their desire to join in the plan, and Sapnap followed suit. Eret asked Puffy if she was still going to class, to which she agreed, provided Nikki was also going. Nikki confirmed she would be attending. Dream then asked the others if they would join, but Bad and Sam declined, citing the low ceiling as a reason. Skeepy also opted out, wanting to finish the interior work. Foolish decided to help with the inside, and as he sat in his two-leg form, he expressed his intention to assist. Dream calculated the number of participants for the next day, arriving at 14, but George, not wanting to go, reduced the count to 13. Dream playfully lamented what he would do without George, who teased that they would have to wait until the end of the school day for their alone time. Tommy, holding back laughter, found the exchange gross. Puffy, sensing the day had been long enough, suggested they all get some sleep. As the fire was extinguished, everyone settled down outside once more, ensuring they wouldn't disturb Techno. Wilbur had always been a complex character, but lately, his behavior had taken a darker turn. He became increasingly fixated on his friends, particularly one in particular. His admiration morphed into an obsession that was hard to ignore. Every glance, every smile from this person sent his heart racing, but it was more than just affection. Wilbur's thoughts spiraled into a whirlwind of jealousy and possessiveness. He couldn't bear the thought of anyone else getting close, and he began to devise plans to keep them by his side, no matter the cost. As days passed, his actions grew more erratic. He would follow them, ensuring he was always nearby, watching over them like a guardian. To others, it seemed like a protective instinct, but beneath the surface, it was something far more intense. He would smile sweetly, but there was a glint in his eyes that hinted at his inner turmoil. His friends started to notice the change in him. They felt a strange tension in the air whenever he was around, a sense of unease that made them question his intentions. Wilbur, however, was oblivious to their concerns. In his mind, he was merely ensuring their safety, convinced that he was the only one who truly understood them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground, Wilbur found himself alone with his thoughts. He wrestled with the conflicting emotions that surged within him. The love he felt was genuine, but the darkness that accompanied it was suffocating. He knew he had to make a choice, to embrace the light or succumb to the shadows that beckoned him. In that moment of clarity, he realized that his obsession could lead to devastating consequences. He needed to find a way to channel his feelings into something positive, to protect his friend without crossing the line into madness. With determination, he vowed to confront his inner demons and seek a healthier path forward, hoping it wasn't too late to change. As he walked away from the setting sun, a sense of resolve filled him. He would fight for his friend, but this time he would do it with love, not fear. The next morning, Dream, Tommy, Tubbo, Ranboo, Charlie, Nikki, Puffy, Eret, Fundy, Ghostbur, Carl, and Sapnap quietly entered the classroom, their heads down, except for Charlie, who maintained his cheerful demeanor. Class 1A felt the sadness emanating from the group. Aizawa observed them as they slowly approached the back of the class and quickly spoke up before they could sit down, instructing them to introduce themselves. Puffy, Eret, Fundy, Carl, and Sapnap made their way to the front of the class. They stood there, momentarily speechless, wanting to maintain their somber act. Puffy was the first to break the silence, stepping forward with confidence. She introduced herself as Captain Puffy, expressing her pleasure in meeting everyone. She then noticed Minta staring at her with a wide grin and approached him, extending her hand for a shake. Minta shook her hand but then unexpectedly jumped toward her. The girls of 1A, along with Eret and Nikki, were outraged by his behavior. Puffy quickly regained her composure, adopting a therapeutic tone. She gently pushed Minta away, explaining that while she understood the challenges of being a teenager, such behavior was inappropriate. She admitted she didn't even know his name. Mina chimed in, revealing that his name was Mineta and warned that he often acted this way. Puffy, however, insisted that he was just a child and deserved a second chance, refusing to retaliate for his mistake. Mineta expressed his gratitude, attempting to hug Puffy again, but she firmly blocked him, asserting her boundaries. She returned to the front of the class, where Eret complimented her kindness, admitting he was ready to take more drastic action against Mineta. Puffy thanked Eret for trusting her to handle the situation, referring to him as her king. The class reacted with surprise, prompting Carminari to ask if she had indeed called him king. Eret confirmed his title, introducing himself as King Eret of the Dream SMP, and expressed his happiness to be in the class. The girls, except for Uraraka and Jiro, leaned forward in their seats, captivated by his charm, especially with his sunglasses on indoors. Eret noticed their admiration and waved, expressing his gratitude for being in their class, which nearly caused the girls to topple from their chairs. Hagakura exclaimed her excitement over Eret's attractiveness, while Mina noted his protective nature, stifling her giggles. Eret then introduced Fundi, who was shyly hiding behind him, as his adoptive son. The class was taken aback, as they appeared only a few years apart. Fundi, embarrassed, covered his face, prompting Eret to let him retreat back to his hiding spot. The girls' hearts melted at Fundi's adorableness. Ghostbur then added a touch of drama, questioning if Eret had really adopted Fundi. Eret clarified that it wasn't official yet, as they hadn't signed the papers. Ghostbur inquired if Phil was aware of this, and Fundi reassured him that they had discussed it and Phil was fine with it. Ghostbur expressed his feelings, reminding Fundi that he would always be his little fox. The emotional exchange brought tears to some of the girls, making the moment both heartwarming and poignant. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted the atmosphere, and everyone turned to the door as it seemed someone had attempted to kick it down. Quackity burst in, shouting angrily at Dream. Dream calmly approached Quackity, asking what was wrong. Quackity accused Dream of abandoning him, leading to a heated exchange. In a moment of frustration, Quackity punched Dream in the stomach, causing him to fall to his knees. He then began to stomp near Dream's head while continuing to shout. Sapnap, Carl, Fundi, and Puffy rushed in to defend Dream, but in the chaos, Quackity accidentally punched Sapnap in the face, causing him to step back in pain. Quackity, realizing what he had done, turned to Sapnap with an apologetic demeanor. Carl, still in character, pushed Quackity away, demanding he stay away from Sapnap. Carl then asked if anyone had a healing potion, but no one responded. Shoji stood up, offering to lead them to the recovery girl, and Carl and Sapnap followed him out. Ida stood up, reminding everyone that fighting in the classroom was unacceptable. Quackity, frustrated, punched a hole in the wall before sitting down next to Charlie. The classroom fell into a stunned silence as everyone processed the whirlwind of events. Deku mumbled to himself, trying to recall everything that had just happened. Charlie seized the moment to lighten the mood, commenting on the chaotic situation. Tommy bit his hand to suppress his laughter, while Tubbo buried his face in Ranbo's back, also trying not to laugh. Dream returned to his seat next to Tommy, acknowledging the roller coaster of events. Aoyama agreed, noting that such occurrences were common. Puffy suggested they answer some questions, and Todoroki raised his hand. Puffy called on him, and he asked if she and Tubbo were related. Tommy bit down harder on his hand, bracing for Puffy's response. She clarified that she and Tubbo were not related but mentioned having two adopted sons, Dream and Foolish. Kirishima inquired if Foolish was the tall green-eyed guy who had helped Quackity the previous day, to which Puffy confirmed with a smile. Mineta then raised his hand, asking if Puffy would apologize for earlier. Eret interjected, but Mineta shifted the topic, recalling that Nikki had mentioned being married to a sheep. Puffy confirmed that Nikki was indeed her wife and that they were very happy together. Mineta dramatically fell to the floor in despair, only for Nikki to approach him from behind, playfully holding her axe near him and reiterating their happiness. And if you ever lay a hand on her again, I'll make sure you never see anything again. Mina cheered, encouraging Nikki to stand her ground. Momo, however, expressed concern, wanting the situation to calm down. As class president, Ida felt it was his duty to address the threats made against a fellow classmate. Nikki, unfazed, pulled her axe away from Mineta, insisting that she had not made any threats. The sudden ringing of the bell startled the new members, causing them to pull out their swords. Puffy questioned the noise, to which Azui explained that it was just the bell signaling the next PRD. Fundi and Eret relaxed, having been startled by the sound. Aizawa, having had enough of the chaos, stood up and requested everyone to take a seat and be quiet. Class 1A sat through their classes, unable to shake off the events that had just unfolded, wondering if it had all been staged or if it was simply a chaotic coincidence. A few hours later, Philza was outside, chopping wood, when he noticed Mr. Aizawa, All Might, Recovery Girl, and Nizu approaching the house. He dropped his axe and walked over, greeting them with a friendly demeanor. Nizu explained that they wished to speak with Techno about the previous day's incident. Philza, wanting to protect his friend, informed them that Techno was not feeling well. All Might suggested that Recovery Girl might be able to help him feel better, but Filza insisted that Techno just needed rest and would return to class in a few days. The heroes, however, sensed that Filza was hiding something. Recovery Girl informed Filza that they had been made aware of Techno's unstable and aggressive behavior. As educators, it was their responsibility to ensure the safety of all students, and they needed to understand what had caused his outburst. Sighing, Filza invited them inside to make some tea. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand entrance featuring a chandelier that appeared to be under construction. All Might inquired about where to place their shoes, to which Filza replied that they could keep them on for now. He then called out to Foolish, asking him to show the guests to the living room while he spoke to Techno. Foolish eagerly led the group through the house, showcasing the spacious living room connected to the kitchen, complete with large windows and a generous couch. He offered tea to the guests, and while Nizu, All Might, and Recovery Girl accepted, Aizawa declined. Foolish cheerfully noted the responses and headed into the kitchen to prepare the tea. As the teachers settled onto the surprisingly comfortable couch, All Might marveled at the construction of the house, asking if they had built it themselves. Foolish explained that having a team of 20 made the process much easier. Aizawa inquired about the roof support, to which Foolish admitted that they had not yet mapped out the pillars but planned to add them once the rest of the construction was complete. Recovery Girl pointed out that a roof needed support to stand, to which Foolish expressed surprise, mentioning that in their world, floating islands were possible without such concerns. Nizu found this intriguing and reminded Aizawa to contact the city code inspector upon their return. Filza suddenly entered the living room, startling everyone with his swift arrival. Foolish joked about the wide hallways being a good idea, and Filza agreed. After Foolish finished making the tea, he served it to the school staff before returning to his task with the chandelier. The group sat in silence, sipping their tea before addressing the matter at hand. Nizu brought up the previous day's events, and Filza confirmed that he had heard about Techno's aggressive behavior, noting that Dream had intervened and Quackity had engaged Techno in a fight. Recovery Girl added that Quackity had nearly been harmed in the process, along with All Might, who admitted to being thrown through a wall. Filza, maintaining his calm demeanor, remarked that All Might should not have intervened. All Might defended his actions, stating that he needed to protect his students. Filza then explained that Techno often hears voices, which can become loud and aggressive depending on the situation. Typically, he can manage them, but due to a lack of sleep and the stress of being in a new environment, Techno had lost control. Recovery Girl inquired about what the voices said. Filza explained that the nature of the voices varied, with Techno describing them as mocking, crying, laughing, and at times, expressing anger. However, they predominantly desired violence. He acknowledged that there could be more to the voices that Techno had not yet shared. Aizawa pointed out that this information would have been helpful to know beforehand. Filza understood but emphasized that Techno was reluctant to discuss it unless absolutely necessary, having known him since childhood. All Might asked if they had sought help for Techno. Filza was puzzled by the question, and All Might clarified whether they had any form of medical or mental care in their world. Filza mentioned that Puffy had opened a therapy office, but Techno had never shown interest in attending. Recovery Girl reassured them that there were many excellent options available to help Techno with the voices, including medication, therapy, and even the possibility of a psychiatric hospital stay if needed. She produced several pamphlets outlining these options, and Filza examined them, surprised by the variety. The sound of hooves against the hardwood floor drew their attention, and they turned to see Techno entering the room. He walked in looking disheveled, his long hair obscuring most of his face and barely revealing his eyes. His shirt was open, with only 2 buttons fastened, and he was bandaged, with noticeable stains on his forearms. The room fell silent until All Might called out, causing Techno to flinch at the volume. All Might cheerfully invited Techno to join them for a moment. Filza interjected, suggesting that Techno should return to bed instead. Techno set down his bottle of cold water and pushed his hair back, appearing tired yet smiling as he picked the bottle up again. He mentioned needing a few minutes of human interaction and walked over to the group. All Might pointed to a pamphlet, mentioning they were discussing Techno's options. Techno sat down and began examining the pamphlet for the psychiatric hospital, which displayed pictures of the accommodations and some rules. He noted that if he became violent, he would be placed in a padded room. Recovery Girl explained that a padded room is covered in soft material to prevent self-harm. Techno expressed his excitement about being able to bang his head against the wall without Phil stopping him. Philza reminded him that he was trying to prevent brain damage. Techno playfully dismissed the concern and stood up, walking over to a wall and lightly bumping his head against it, causing a small dent. Phil approached Techno, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking if he was okay. Techno quietly replied that it was just getting loud again. He decided to return to bed, nodding as he grabbed his water bottle and left. Phil returned to the group, apologizing for Techno's behavior and assuring them he would be fine in a few hours. All Might expressed concern, stating that such behavior could lead to dangerous outcomes. Philza defended Techno, emphasizing that he was an adult capable of making his own choices regarding help, but right now he needed rest. Recovery Girl agreed to be informed if Techno decided to pursue any options. After they left, Phil flew up to Techno's room, where Techno lay on his stomach, waiting for him. Phil sat down and began to rub the back of Techno's neck, who relaxed into the touch. Phil asked if Techno would consider trying any of the treatments, already anticipating the answer. Techno replied that he preferred the company and started to doze off. The members of the SMP stood in awe of the massive metal jungle before them. Class 1A arrived in their hero outfits, noticing the group staring at their surroundings. Tommy spotted them and burst into laughter. Others turned around and started laughing as well. Bakugo shouted in frustration, demanding to know what they found so amusing. Quackity pointed out that Bakugo looked ridiculous. Aizawa, All Might, and Recovery Girl walked up the stairs, explaining that the costumes were designed to enhance their quirks. Tubbo, curious, pointed at Hagakure and asked why she was dressed that way. Tommy quickly covered his face, acknowledging Tubbo's observation. SU scolded them for their remarks, reminding them that Hagakure was always invisible, so there was nothing to see. Tubbo apologized and everyone waited for Tommy to do the same, but he just looked away, a slight blush on his cheeks. Dream nudged Tommy to encourage him, but he remained silent. Frustrated, Dream playfully smacked Tommy on the back of the head, causing him to stumble. After rubbing his head, Tommy stood up and apologized. Aizawa then explained the upcoming challenge, which would pit heroes against villains. The students would be divided into teams, with a beacon set up in a random location. The villain's job was to protect the button, while the heroes needed to turn it off. They were allowed to engage in combat but reminded not to cause any serious harm. Kirishima asked how they would distinguish between heroes and villains. Aizawa clarified that everyone in Class 1A would be villains, while the new students would be heroes. Tommy expressed disappointment at not being a villain, but Eret reassured him that it would still be fun. All Might emphasized that this was a training exercise to assess their abilities, noting that the SMP members were accustomed to open spaces, while Class 1A had the advantage in a crowded construction site. Aizawa then announced the team assignments, stating that he would only say it once. Team 1 consisted of Tommy, Tubbo, Charlie, and Fundy against Jiro, Sato, Ioma, and Siro. Team 2 included Ghostbur, Nikki, Carl, and Quackity versus Ojiro, Ida, Mina, and Koda. Team 3 was Puffy, Eret, and Sapnap against Mineta, Yurikaka, and Todoroki. Team 4 comprised Ranbu and Dream versus Deku and Bakugo. Tommy expressed his frustration at being paired with Tubbo, but Aizawa silenced him with a stern look. Though Tommy was annoyed, he would have been excited to team up with Tubbo under different circumstances, as they matched each other's energy well. Aizawa informed them they had 10 minutes to prepare before heading to the location. Immediately, they began gathering supplies, setting up beds, anvils, crafting tables, and brewing stands to create various potions. They also worked on fixing their tools and armor. When the time was up, Aizawa announced that robots would transport them to their drop-off points and that Team 1 would go first. Tubbo, filled with enthusiasm, shouted that he was ready to take on the challenge. Everyone fell silent, either in shock or trying to suppress laughter. Bakugo chuckled, urging Tubbo to try again. Tubbo's mind raced as he attempted to speak, but his words tumbled out in confusion. Ghostbur, stifling his laughter, encouraged Tubbo to just go. Later, Tommy, Tubbo, Charlie, and Fundy followed the robot to the drop-off location, clad in heavily enchanted armor. Thanks to Charlie's tinkering, they discovered they could use Discord to set up a private chat room. Charlie quickly explained his observations. Jiro could use her headphone jacks to connect to anything, allowing her to send her heartbeat as a signal and granting her super hearing. Sato possessed super strength, but only after consuming sweets. Ioma could shoot a powerful light beam from his belly button, while Siro had tape in his elbows, which he used to swing around and restrain opponents. Fundy asked for the plan, and Charlie outlined it before they all jumped out of Discord to start the fight. As Sato, Ioma, Siro, and Jiro gathered around the button, it began to tick down. Tommy, Tubbo, and Fundy stealthily moved through the shadows, but Tommy's clumsiness led him to bump into a pipe, creating a loud noise. Jiro quickly stabbed her headphone jacks into the ground. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as Tubbo accidentally triggered several pieces of TNT. Debris fell around them as Sato quickly consumed a sugar tin, saving his teammates from being crushed. The three of them leaped from the shadows, charging toward the villain team. Ioma reacted swiftly, firing a laser at them, but Tommy and Tubbo raised diamond-coated shields that reflected the laser back at him. Ioma cried out in pain as Siro sprang into action, using his tape to try to restrain the trio. Fundy drew his fire aspect sword and sliced through the tape effortlessly, freeing them. Jiro utilized the stereo in her boots to create a shockwave with her heartbeat, causing everyone to halt and cover their ears as if in great discomfort. Amidst the chaos, Charlie stood over the button, breathing heavily before collapsing. Fundy rushed to his side, lifting him and carrying him to the viewing box where the others waited. Puffy praised their performance, and Tommy expressed his gratitude. Quackity helped place Charlie onto a bed, while Recovery Girl approached, attempting to heal him only to discover he wasn't injured. She concluded that he must simply be exhausted. Fundy proudly claimed credit for the plan, but Tommy insisted he had come up with the distraction to allow Charlie to hit the button. Recovery Girl suggested watching the replay of Charlie's actions to gather insights on how to assist him. The video displayed Charlie stealthily navigating through the shadows while the others fought. At one point, he transformed into slime and moved across the ground, but as he reshaped into his human form, Jiro's stereo caused his body to tremble. The footage showed Charlie clutching his chest in shock and discomfort before he dashed out and activated the button. Recovery Girl realized that Jiro had vibrated Charlie on a molecular level. She reassured everyone that Charlie would be fine with rest, but she wanted to connect him to a heart monitor to check for any damage. Fundy carried Charlie off to the nurse's office. Aizawa announced that it was Team 2's turn. Team 2 followed the robot to their location, chatting excitedly in Discord. Ghostbur shared a humorous idea that made everyone laugh. Upon arriving, they exited Discord, fully aware of their roles. Koda, Ojiro, Ida, and Mia surrounded the button, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the previous team. The SMP members hid behind large metal pipes. Carl began banging a stick, prompting Nikki to shoot a firework into the air, creating tension among the students as nothing else happened. Ida warned everyone not to let their guard down. Quackity threw a snowball at Mina, hitting her in the face, which elicited an angry response. Quackity stifled his laughter, hoping their plan would succeed. Carl hurriedly constructed an iron golem before retreating into the shadows, but the golem merely wandered around aimlessly. In the viewing box, All Might expressed confusion about the situation. Tubbo explained that the iron golem was harmless unless provoked. Aizawa questioned if this was merely another distraction. Back on the field, Mina stepped forward and unleashed her acid shot, angering the golem. It retaliated by picking her up and tossing her into the air. Even while airborne, Mina managed to finish off the golem by dousing it in more acid, confidently declaring her victory. Ojiro cautioned her not to underestimate their opponents, as they were clearly toying with them. Suddenly, Mina swayed unsteadily before collapsing. Everyone noticed an arrow lodged in her back, revealing Quackity lurking in the shadows with a crossbow. Carl expressed his dismay, but Quackity reassured him that it was just a weakness-tipped arrow and that she would recover in a couple of minutes. A message from Ghostbur appeared in the chat, announcing his intention to join the fray. Ghostbur emerged from the shadows and approached the group. Ida attempted to punch him, but her hand passed through him. Ojiro tried to strike Ghostbur with his tail, only to have the same result. The ghost boy reached the button and pressed it with a triumphant smile. The announcement rang out, declaring a hero's victory. Quackity, Nikki, and Carl rushed out, cheering and laughing, while the students looked on in disbelief. The SMP members were met with cheers and applause in the viewing room. Sapnap joyfully embraced Carl, praising his performance, which left Quackity feeling heartbroken. Puffy mirrored the actions of the others, unintentionally breaking Minetta's heart in the process. Mina was taken to the nurse's office to have the arrow removed. Bakugo, filled with frustration, yelled angrily about the situation. Kirishima attempted to calm him down, reminding him that a ghost had been sent out and no one had been able to touch it. While this silenced Bakugo, it did little to ease his irritation. Aizawa sighed, recognizing the pattern that was beginning to form with the new students. He instructed Team 3 to proceed, already feeling exhausted by the unfolding events. Puffy, Eret, and Sapnap followed their robot companion before jumping into a Discord call. Sapnap expressed his excitement about being able to communicate without others overhearing. Eret then posed a question about how they could outshine the others. Puffy pointed out that they were dealing with children who weren't as well trained as they were. Eret, however, had a plan that brought a big grin to his face. As he explained it, both Sapnap and Puffy found it amusing, especially when they imagined Bakugo's reaction. They reached the drop-off point and exited the Discord call. The students gathered around the button, ready for anything. After a minute of silence, the atmosphere changed abruptly. A loud buzzing sound filled the air, announcing that the heroes had won. Everyone was taken aback. Was it a glitch? Had something triggered a false victory? The arena fell silent before 3 milk buckets materialized out of nowhere. After drinking the milk, Puffy, Eret, and Sapnap shared a hearty laugh at the group's bewilderment. Bakugo's voice echoed from the viewing box, expressing his disbelief. Todoroki, confused, questioned how they had managed to remain undetected. Puffy explained that they had used invisibility potions, which were effective for sneaking around. Uraraka, shaking their hands, complimented the match and apologized for their slightly underhanded tactics, stating they didn't want to hurt anyone. Eret reassured them that it was all in good fun. Mineta, feeling defensive, asked if that meant they were weak. Puffy clarified that while they were not weak, they were accustomed to fighting, making it unfair to compete against high school students. Upon returning, Aizawa appeared visibly annoyed, while All Might looked perplexed. He called for Team 4 to step up. Tubbo, panicking, clung to Rambo's arm, pleading for him not to be paired with a certain individual. Aizawa, using his scarf, pulled Tubbo away, reiterating that he would not change the teams despite Tubbo's attempts to break free. Bakugo, eager to prove himself, expressed his excitement about finally showing the others how it was done. Deku, hesitant, tried to speak up but was quickly pushed aside by Bakugo. Ranbu glanced back at Tubbo, feeling apprehensive as Dream approached the door, whistling and gesturing for Ranbu to follow. He complied, keeping his head down, which left a sour feeling among the onlookers, including the pro-heroes. All Might voiced his concerns to Aizawa, questioning the wisdom of pairing those two together. Aizawa, indifferent, responded that it would all be over in a matter of seconds. Bakugo and Deku stood before the button, scanning the area for any sign of movement. Silence filled the arena, but it was soon interrupted by a whistling sound. Bakugo quickly pinpointed the source of the noise and launched himself toward it. Instead of finding the 2 students he expected, he triggered a tripwire that set off an explosion, sending him crashing into a pile of metal pipes. Deku rushed over to check on his friend, lifting a large pipe off him. Bakugo, annoyed, pushed the debris away and insisted he didn't need help. Dream strolled across a pipe, hands in his sweater pockets and a small silver whistle hanging around his neck. Before he could speak, Bakugo charged at the masked man, yelling in frustration. Dream dodged the attack, causing Bakugo to hit the ground even angrier. He tried again, but Ranbu appeared, wearing a pumpkin on his head, and grabbed Bakugo's shirt, throwing him down with surprising force. In the viewing room, Tubbo slammed his fist against the wall, tears in his eyes. He expressed his frustration about his husband being near Bakugo, while All Might tried to reassure him that they would intervene if the fight became too dangerous. Tubbo warned him to be careful, wiping his tears away. Back on the battlefield, Ranbu jumped down gracefully, but his posture seemed off. Deku noticed that Ranbu's movements were unnatural, and Bakugo, growing impatient, launched himself at him. Ranbu responded by pulling out a sword and swinging it toward Bakugo, who narrowly dodged, tearing his shirt in the process. Bakugo yelled at Deku to take action, but Deku urged caution, pointing out that Ranbu was not acting like himself. Deku suggested that if they could separate Ranbu and Dream, perhaps something would change. Bakugo agreed, eager to confront Dream. Meanwhile, Dream stood next to the button, and Bakugo attempted to tackle him, but Dream evaded, leading Bakugo into a half-built structure. Dream used his sword to cut the pipes, hoping to slow Bakugo down, but Bakugo blasted through them with ease, taunting Dream. Realizing he had cornered himself, Dream prepared to defend against Bakugo's explosive attacks. He decided to play along, complimenting Bakugo's fighting skills, which only fueled Bakugo's pride. Bakugo revealed his name, Katsuki Bakugo, while preparing to unleash his power. Dream feigned fear, pretending to be impressed by Bakugo's strength. Bakugo, feeling challenged, launched himself toward Deku and Ranbu, while Dream took a moment to recover, grateful for the distraction. Deku struck Ranbu, causing him to slide back, but Ranbu quickly teleported behind him, swinging his sword. Deku narrowly avoided the attack and pleaded with Ranbu to listen, insisting that he was being controlled. However, his words seemed to have no effect. In the viewing room, Eret expressed surprise at Ranbu's fighting ability, but Tubbo's frustration boiled over as he punched a hole in the wall. He declared his intent to confront Dream, recalling the pain Dream had caused. Tommy intervened, trying to protect his friend, but Tubbo reminded him of Dream's past actions, questioning why he still considered him a friend. Tommy stood there, feeling the weight of the moment. Tubbo pulled away, tears streaming down his face, and Tommy let out a heavy sigh, unable to respond. Tubbo looked down, trying to find the right words, but Tommy walked out of the room before he could finish. An awkward silence settled as everyone returned their attention to the screen. On the battlefield, Bakugo suddenly appeared and struck Deku, sending him crashing through a concrete wall. In the viewing room, Aizawa expressed his surprise, questioning why Bakugo would attack Deku. All Might shared the same shock, as it seemed Bakugo had no reason to target anyone except for Ranbu or Dream. Back on the battlefield, Dream teleported next to Ranbu and blew a whistle, signaling him to remove the pumpkin he wore. Ranbu swayed slightly, pretending to be dazed as he took off the pumpkin, then hopped into a voice chat with Dream. Ranbu asked if they should intervene, but Dream suggested they let the fight continue a bit longer, handing Ranbu a healing potion. Ranbu thanked him and drank it as they watched Bakugo continue to dominate Deku. Noticing the timer was nearing 0, Ranbu suggested they hit the button. Dream agreed and, after tucking the whistle back into his sweater, ender-pearled over to the button and pressed it. A loud buzzer echoed through the arena, declaring, "Heroes win." Bakugo turned toward Dream and Ranbu, realizing he had been tricked. He shouted in frustration and lunged at Dream, who managed to escape using an ender pearl. Dream reminded Bakugo that he hadn't instructed him to fight right there, and Bakugo, knowing Dream was right, marched back to the viewing box while Deku was escorted to the nurse's office. When Dream and Ranbu entered the viewing box, they were met with silence instead of the cheers they expected. Dream asked where Tommy was, and Fundy replied that he had left. Tubbo then asked Ranbu if he was okay, to which Ranbu smiled and assured him he was fine. Tubbo expressed his concern about Ranbu getting hurt but acknowledged his fighting skills. Ranbu mentioned he had been practicing with Techno, rubbing the back of his neck. A little later, Tommy returned with his head down and eyes swollen, looking as if he had been crying. Dream playfully messed up Tommy's hair before he could say anything. Aizawa stood up, announcing it was time to return to class for math, prompting Class 1A to groan while the others shrugged. That afternoon, Tommy groaned in frustration as he stared at his math homework. Sam encouraged him, reminding him that they had just started and he could do it. Tommy complained about the assignment, picking up his pencil again, but dread filled him as he faced a challenging question. He muttered that he would rather fight a horde of zombies with a gold sword than tackle the math problem. Sam reassured him that it wasn't that hard. Ghostbur reminded everyone about Bodmas while washing potatoes. Tommy, feeling frustrated, threw himself to the floor like a toddler having a tantrum. Filza encouraged him to get up and finish his work, pointing out that he hadn't even started his history homework while Tubbo was nearly done with his. Just as Tommy was about to respond, Tubbo began to cry, exclaiming that he couldn't read because the words were too hard. Tommy quickly got up, took the book from Tubbo, and handed him his math homework, suggesting they swap tasks. Tubbo eagerly agreed, wiping away his tears. Ranboo, who was sewing up one of Tubbo's shirts, commented on Tubbo's reading struggles, prompting Tommy to tell him to be quiet. The room fell silent as everyone focused on their tasks until a loud crash interrupted them. Foolish entered the living room, looking defeated with bandaged hands as he rummaged through the chests. Puffy asked if he was still working on the chandelier, and Foolish explained that he had dropped his last piece of glass and didn't think they had any more sand. Ant, lounging on the couch in his cat form, suggested asking Dream for more since he had access to creative mode. Foolish hesitated, mentioning that Dream was busy and he didn't want to disturb him. Tommy then proposed they go look for sand, which excited Tubbo. Skeppy, who had just arrived with Bad, agreed that an adventure sounded fun. However, Sam cautioned them against leaving, explaining that they didn't know much about the world outside and could get into trouble. Filza supported Sam's point, suggesting they ask for permission first. Tommy insisted they could be quick and return before anyone noticed. Bad noted that no one usually checked on them, so leaving wouldn't be a problem. Puffy suggested they vote on the idea, and Ranboo volunteered to gather the others. Soon, everyone was present, and Puffy conducted the vote on whether to explore outside the school grounds. The results showed a close call, 7 votes for going and 9 against. Tommy and Tubbo groaned in disappointment. Ranboo then suggested they ask Aizawa for permission, which Tommy thought was a great idea. He grabbed Ranboo's arm and rushed out of the house, with Tubbo, Ghostbur, Sapnap, Carl, Bad, and Skeppy following closely behind to keep Tommy out of trouble. As they made their way down the hallway, Aizawa was reviewing some classwork with present Mike beside him. "Do you need help?" Mike asked, leaning over Aizawa's shoulder. "I'm just trying to read what Tubbo wrote, but his spelling is terrible," Aizawa replied, passing him the paper. Mike read over it, becoming more confused with every word. He commented that he had seen bad spelling before, but this was a new level of poor. He suggested that Aizawa should ask Hound Dog if he was available to test Tubbo to see if he needed extra help. Mick's enthusiasm was met with Aizawa's practicality. He reminded Mike that once they figured out how Tubbo and the others arrived, they would be sending them back. Mike countered that even if they weren't staying long, the kids still deserved a proper education. Suddenly, Ghostbur shouted for Tommy to slow down before he fell. Aizawa and Mike looked out the window to see Tommy running while pulling Ranboo along. Tommy noticed them from the second floor and stopped to shout up to Aizawa. Aizawa sighed as Mike opened the window to respond. Tommy asked if they could go beyond the school gates, but Aizawa firmly said no. Ghostbur chimed in, reminding Tommy of Aizawa's earlier warning. Skeepy then yelled to ask why they weren't allowed outside. Aizawa reiterated that it was simply because he said so. Mike, trying to lighten the mood, suggested that the kids were probably bored and wondered what the worst that could happen would be if they took them for a short walk around town. Aizawa, however, expressed his concerns about the kids not being from their world and possessing unknown powers. He recalled witnessing Tommy's miraculous return from death, warning that if villains or the press discovered them, it could lead to serious trouble. Aizawa then called out to Tubbo, who was still outside, asking him to come up for a talk about his classwork. Tubbo eagerly responded and ran toward the building, while Ranboo followed closely behind, sighing as he approached. As Tubbo reached Ranboo, he crouched down, and Ranboo cupped his hands together, preparing for a playful toss. Mike watched in disbelief, questioning what they were doing. Aizawa, sensing the danger, suggested they should stop them, but ultimately decided against it. Tubbo stepped onto Ranbu's hands, and with a swift motion, Ranbu tossed him into the air. Tubbo barely managed to grab the window ledge, and Mike quickly pulled him inside, exclaiming his disbelief at their reckless behavior. Tubbo explained that he and Ranbu did this all the time, insisting it was easier than climbing. Mike was left bewildered by Tubbo's calmness. Aizawa then shifted the conversation back to academics, noting Tubbo's spelling difficulties. Tubbo admitted that reading wasn't easy for him. Aizawa inquired whether Tubbo found reading difficult or just spelling, to which Tubbo confessed he struggled with both. Mike suggested they should test Tubbo for dyslexia, explaining that it was a learning disability that made distinguishing words and letters challenging. Tubbo expressed his understanding and said he would discuss it with Phil before proceeding. After their conversation, Tubbo jumped out the window, landing on Ranbu below. Mike quickly checked on them, relieved to hear Tubbo was fine, though Ranbu groaned in discomfort. Aizawa closed the window, and Tubbo, noticing the others had left, asked where they went. Ranbu informed him they returned to the house, and Tubbo shared that Aizawa wanted to test him for dyslexia. As they made their way back, Ranbu couldn't help but laugh, recalling his own struggles with dyslexia. Tubbo, trying to clarify his previous statement, admitted to being dyslexic, which only made Ranbu laugh harder. Eventually, they arrived at the mansion just in time to hear Tommy's loud shout. They rushed into the living room to find Phil sitting on top of Tommy, who was protesting loudly. Ghostbur explained that Phil had asked Tommy to do his homework, but Tommy had refused and threatened to throw the book at him, leading to Phil's playful challenge. Tubbo laughed at the scene, while Tommy struggled to push Phil off, complaining about the weight. Phil, unfazed, turned to Tubbo and mentioned that Aizawa wanted to talk to him about a dyslexia test. Tubbo explained what dyslexia was, and Phil confirmed that he already knew Tubbo had it, recalling the effort he put into teaching him to read and write when he was younger. Surprised, Tubbo asked why Phil hadn't told him sooner. Phil apologized, saying he thought he had. Tommy, ever the jokester, mocked Phil for his age and memory. Tubbo, reflecting on his struggles, hoped that the testing could lead to improvements. Phil encouraged him to go ahead with it, and Tubbo excitedly agreed to inform Aizawa. Foolish then inquired about Aizawa's earlier visit, and Phil explained it was related to an incident involving Techno the day before. They wanted to put him in a mental health facility. Everyone quickly turned to Phil, intrigued. Tubbo asked what that was. Philza explained it was a place for people like Techno to receive help, though he was vague about the details. Ranbu remarked on the irony of Techno being a competitive, self-righteous, sarcastic anarchist, which elicited a few chuckles from the group. Philza chuckled and dismissed the comment. Sam then suggested that Techno was an overly egotistical man-child, to which Philza again replied no. Ghostbur chimed in, saying Techno thrived on chaos while helping Puffy cut potatoes. Philza clarified that the real issue was that Techno heard voices, which wasn't normal, and even All Might had warned that it could lead him down a troubling path if left unaddressed. Ghostbur humorously pointed out that it might be too late for that, causing more laughter. Philza continued, explaining that he had tried to talk to Techno about it, but Techno refused. Nikki added that it was typical for Techno to love his voices. Tubbo then inquired about Quackity's whereabouts. Sapnap guessed he was still with Charlie in the nurse's office. Ranbu found it amusing that love made Tubbo think of Quackity. In the nurse's office, Recovery Girl checked Charlie's chart and told him he could leave if he was feeling better. Charlie thanked her and put his shirt back on, eager to return home for dinner. Quackity opened the door, and just as Charlie stepped out, Recovery Girl called out to Quackity, asking to speak with him about something from the previous day. Quackity, though confused, agreed and asked Charlie to wait while he talked to her. Charlie, ever the curious one, wandered off to explore. As he walked around, he spotted a key on the floor, quickly pocketing it just as Principal Nizu approached. Nizu greeted Charlie warmly and asked if he had seen a key, explaining he couldn't access his office without it. Charlie, maintaining his playful demeanor, replied that he hadn't seen it. Nizu requested that if Charlie found it, he should take it to the main office before walking away. Quackity, who had been looking for Charlie, stopped Nizu to ask if he had seen him. Nizu informed him that Charlie was just around the corner and reiterated his inquiry about the key. Quackity, in a hurry, said he hadn't seen it and dashed off. Turning the corner, he found Charlie walking down the hallway and scolded him for wandering off, pulling him close and reminding him of the size of the school. Charlie cheerfully agreed, and they made their way back home. At dinner, everyone sat around the table enjoying potato soup and bread. Sapnap complained about the lack of variety in their meal, suggesting dreams spawn in some animals. Dream asked if they wanted them outside or downstairs. Sam explained that the downstairs area wouldn't be ready for another 2 weeks, so outside was the best option if they didn't want to wait. Bad raised a valid point about Principal Nizu possibly being upset by farm animals at the school, and Puffy agreed, saying she wouldn't be happy either. Tubbo proposed building a small barn to keep the animals until they could move them. Ranboo questioned what they would say if asked where the animals came from, and Tubbo confidently replied that they could just say they found them. Filza pointed out that they were in the middle of a city with no animals for miles, and admitting to leaving the school grounds would be problematic. Tubbo realized Filza was right. Techno interjected, suggesting they simply deny the existence of any animals. Dream firmly stated they shouldn't gaslight people. Techno argued that a little gaslighting never hurt anyone, sipping his soup. Skeppy found merit in Techno's argument, but Bad quickly reprimanded him, hitting him with a spoon, which made Skeppy groan in protest. Charlie began to chuckle, drawing everyone's attention. Quackity asked what was so funny, and Charlie stood up, slamming the key he had found on the table. Fundy questioned what it was, and Techno explained it was a key, a small piece of shaped metal designed to fit a specific lock. Quackity pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Charlie excitedly proclaimed that the key could give them ultimate power, revealing it opened the principal's office. Puffy scolded Charlie, insisting they needed to return the key to avoid trouble. Tommy, however, encouraged them to consider the possibilities of what they could do with it. Dream suggested they could access information on Class 1A, and Techno expressed his approval of the plan. Charlie shared his thoughts, which delighted everyone as they imagined the teachers' reactions. Dream chuckled, loving the idea. After their Wednesday dinner, the SMP members returned to school, causing their usual chaos, perhaps a bit more than usual as Dream and Tommy began to argue. On Sunday morning, Aizawa entered Principal Nizu's office with some paperwork. Nizu greeted him cheerfully, and Aizawa explained he was there to file some papers for Class 1A. However, when he opened the filing cabinet, he was surprised to find the file missing. Nizu noticed Aizawa's search and asked if something was wrong. Aizawa explained the situation, and Nizu offered to help him look, suggesting it might have been misplaced. The two men searched the office thoroughly but found no trace of the files. Nizu expressed concern about the missing files, and Aizawa questioned who could have accessed the office and why only Class 1A's file was taken. Nizu recalled losing the key to his office but mentioned he had changed the locks the following morning, implying the culprit must have been someone already on campus. They decided to check the security cameras for answers. They arrived at the office and pulled up the video feed from Wednesday night. The footage displayed Charlie moving cautiously down the hallway, as if he had a clear purpose. He approached the principal's office, glanced around, and then entered. Nizu remarked on Charlie's cleverness, noting that he had managed to obtain a key. Aizawa questioned Charlie's intentions, suggesting that he seemed childlike, merely repeating what he had learned. Nizu pondered that perhaps Charlie was more complex than he appeared, sipping his tea thoughtfully. As they continued watching, Charlie opened and closed several cabinet drawers before finally locating the file for Class 1A. He quickly took the larger folder and slipped it into his pocket before hurrying out of the office and locking the door behind him. Nizu concluded that they needed to pay another visit to their guest, jumping onto Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa sighed, agreeing that they should find All Might in case things took a turn for the worse, and they left the room. A few minutes later, Aizawa, Nizu, and All Might made their way to the SMP member's house. Along the way, they noticed a large red barn that seemed to have appeared overnight, with the sounds of various animals echoing loudly. All Might inquired about the cows he heard, and Nizu suggested they investigate. Aizawa, somewhat resigned, followed as they approached the small barn. Upon reaching the entrance, they were taken aback to see Tubbo surrounded by animals, appearing disheveled and messy. The sight was unsettling, especially when they witnessed Tubbo handling the animals in a manner that was concerning. The smell of cooked meat wafted through the barn, adding to their discomfort. Tubbo, noticing the teachers, greeted them cheerfully as he hopped over the fence, oblivious to their distress. Aizawa, feeling uneasy, instructed Tubbo to keep his distance. Tubbo, confused, asked what was wrong, explaining that he was preparing dinner by taking care of some cows and pigs. He reassured them that the animals were only temporary and that they would be moved once the basement was ready. All Might questioned the sanitation of the situation, while Nizu expressed his concern for the animals' welfare. Tubbo, seemingly unfazed, insisted that the animals were not meant to live long and that he was using a special sword that cooked the meat instantly. Aizawa felt nauseated, a sentiment echoed by All Might. Nizu, wanting to leave the unsettling scene, asked Tubbo if he had seen Charlie, as they needed to speak with him. Tubbo thought for a moment before apologizing, suggesting they ask Quackity instead. The three men thanked Tubbo and walked away, still disturbed by the experience. Nizu reminded Aizawa to arrange a meeting to educate their guest about proper food handling and animal care, to which Aizawa agreed. All Might expressed curiosity about how Tubbo had acquired so many animals, but Aizawa, shaking his head, decided he didn't want to know. The teachers soon arrived at the house, ready to continue their search for Charlie. Dream was gazing out of his window, lost in thought, but he remained silent around the others. All Might knocked on the door and was met by Foolish's voice asking who it was. All Might introduced himself along with Principal Nizu and Aizawa, requesting entry. Foolish responded that the door was unlocked. Upon entering, they found Foolish balancing atop a tall pillar of oak logs, focused on the chandelier he was working on. All Might inquired about Charlie's whereabouts, to which Foolish suggested asking Quackity, who was in the game room down the left hallway, 3 doors down on the right. Grateful, All Might and the others headed toward the game room. As they entered, they were greeted by Tommy's loud exclamation, expressing his frustration. Shortly after, a voice from another part of the house called out to Tommy, reminding him to keep his language in check. Quackity, sitting at a half-circle table with Sapnap and George, was collecting bets from Tommy, who was reluctant to pay up after losing. George encouraged Tommy to settle his debts, while Sapnap chuckled at Tommy's predicament. Eventually, Tommy threw his last 5 diamonds onto the table in defeat before storming out of the room. Aizawa approached the table, curious about the commotion. Quackity invited him to join their game of blackjack, explaining the betting rules. Nizu reminded them that gambling was not permitted on school property, and Aizawa pointed out the legal restrictions for anyone under 20. Quackity insisted that everyone present was an adult, but Nizu countered by recalling Quackity's earlier actions involving a younger player. With a sigh, Quackity closed the table, prompting Sapnap and George to leave. When Quackity dropped his friendly demeanor, Aizawa asked about Charlie again. Quackity feigned confusion, questioning their interest in Charlie. Tension escalated as Quackity grabbed Aizawa's scarf, asserting that Charlie's business was his own. Before Aizawa could respond, All Might stepped in, explaining that Charlie had taken important documents from Principal Nizu's office and they needed to retrieve them. Quackity asked for the time of the incident, and Nizu confirmed it was around 11 p.m., using a key from his office. When Quackity dismissed the importance of the documents, All Might reiterated their need for answers. Reluctantly, Quackity agreed to help, stating that Charlie was likely in the basement and offered to lead them back to the main entrance. As they moved, Quackity called out to Foolish, who was still engrossed in his work. Quackity then stomped his foot, asking if the staircase was ready, to which a male voice replied negatively. Sam suggested using the ladder. Quackity inquired about Charlie's whereabouts, to which Sam replied that he believed Charlie was in the mines, though he wasn't certain. With a sigh, Quackity led them to a trapdoor, revealing a ladder affixed to the wall. He encouraged everyone to descend, and they struggled a bit due to the ladder's flat position. Upon reaching the bottom, the teachers were astonished by the size of the hole that had been excavated. They observed several individuals working diligently, chipping away at the walls while others began to lay down wooden supports. Nearby, Sam was focused on a red stone. All Might expressed his amazement at the structural integrity of the site, while Nizu acknowledged the impressive efforts of the group. Quackity urged everyone to hurry as he navigated an unstable staircase, leading them to another level filled with dust, chests, and remnants of mined rock. Aizawa voiced his concerns about the potential security risks posed by the exposed materials. Nizu noted the unexpected progress made in just a week, prompting Quackity to call out for Charlie until he finally received a response. Charlie, covered in dirt and coal dust, appeared and cheerfully bounced over, prompting Quackity to comment on his messy appearance while attempting to clean his face with a handkerchief. Quackity then informed Charlie that they needed to ask him something important. However, Aizawa quickly cut to the chase, accusing Charlie of stealing documents. Charlie feigned innocence, tilting his head in confusion and insisting that it must have been someone else. Aizawa's patience wore thin as he confronted Charlie, ultimately raising his voice in frustration, declaring that if Charlie didn't return the documents, he would face serious consequences. Tears streamed down Charlie's face as he mumbled something and dashed away down the hallway. Quackity, filled with determination, turned to the teachers and insisted that it was time for them to leave. Nizu attempted to explain Aizawa's outburst, but Quackity interrupted, warning them to exit before things escalated further. Aizawa questioned whether that was a threat, to which Quackity replied that it was a promise, brandishing his pickaxe as a show of resolve. All Might quickly intervened, guiding Aizawa and Nizu out of the house. As they departed, Nizu caught a glimpse of Dream closing the curtains, and Aizawa expressed his frustration over the situation. Nizu acknowledged Quackity's protective nature towards Charlie, and All Might suggested they inform the students about the incident. Nizu agreed and proposed gathering everyone in his office, contemplating what refreshments to offer. Later, Class 1A assembled in the principal's office, anxious about the unexpected meeting on their day off. Ida confirmed that everyone was present, and Nizu explained the situation regarding a break-in and the theft of their class file. The students exchanged worried glances, fearing that villains might be planning something dangerous. Deku speculated about the potential threat to their families, prompting Azui to urge him to calm down. Uraraka pleaded with Nizu for reassurance, fearing for her parents' safety. Nizu confirmed that it was not the League of Villains responsible, which brought a collective sigh of relief, but confusion remained about who had taken the documents. Aizawa revealed that the security footage indicated Charlie's involvement, leaving the students shocked at the idea of someone so seemingly innocent committing such an act. Mina expressed disbelief, insisting that Charlie was harmless and suggesting that someone might have coerced him. Denki recalled Deku's mention of mind control, drawing everyone's attention to him. Deku clarified that it was merely a hypothesis based on Rambo's strange behavior and the whistle incident, questioning the mechanics behind such a quirk. As the conversation continued, they turned to Bakugo, who sat in silence, simmering with anger. When pressed, he finally admitted that it wasn't mind control but rather manipulation, revealing his vulnerabilities. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed his words, witnessing the emotional toll it had taken on him. With the discussion winding down, Aoyama asked if they could leave, to which Aizawa agreed, cautioning them to avoid Charlie's house and to keep the matter confidential until they understood the full context. The students stood and exited together, returning to their dorms to continue discussing the troubling situation. "This isn't good," Kirishima said while getting a drink from the fridge. Bakugo, sitting on one of the couches, responded with a sarcastic remark about the situation. Denki then expressed his concern about what they should do next. Ida insisted that they should follow Aizawa's instructions and stay out of it. Azui agreed, emphasizing that they should not interfere. Siro pointed out that they would just show up on Monday and pretend they were unaware of the plans being made. Mina voiced her discomfort with the idea of Charlie being involved in the planning, while Tokyami suggested that perhaps Charlie had been coerced into stealing the documents. He elaborated on the personalities of Ranbu and Charlie, noting their vulnerabilities to mental quirks like Shinso's. The group pondered the possibility that Dream had manipulated Charlie into his actions. Meanwhile, Charlie, Dream, and a few others were in the open living room, preparing dinner. Charlie sneezed unexpectedly, causing a slimy substance to fly across the room. Dream sneezed shortly after, and Ranbu checked on Charlie, who humorously remarked about the incident. Ghostbird joked about the superstition surrounding sneezing, and Dream cleaned his mask while Charlie contemplated returning the stolen papers. Dream assured him that he would take care of it. Jiro then raised a question about their next steps, and Uraraka pointed out that even if they knew who had taken the documents, there was little they could do. Sato suggested they retrieve the papers themselves, proposing that Hagakure could sneak in. Mina quickly dismissed the idea, worried about the potential dangers. Denki insisted they needed to act before Dream could plan anything further. Hagakure volunteered to go that night after everyone else had gone to bed, despite Mina's concerns about her not knowing the layout of the house. Kirishima suggested that he, Deku, and Uraraka could ask Tubbo or Ghostbird for a tour to locate Dream's room. Excited by the idea, they set off toward the SMP member's house. As they approached, Kirishima noticed a barn and the enticing aroma of cooked steak and pork. He wondered about the barn, and Uraraka suggested checking it out later, but they decided to focus on their mission first. Upon reaching the house, they were impressed by its size and construction. Tubbo was outside, washing his clothes, and greeted them cheerfully. When asked about his activities, he casually mentioned cleaning up after butchering some cows, which piqued their interest in the barn's contents. They accepted his offer of steak, seeing it as a way to gain entry. Inside, Tubbo announced their arrival, but Dream responded coldly, questioning their presence. Uraraka explained their visit, but Dream remained dismissive, instructing Tubbo not to bring strangers into their home. Feeling disrespected, Uraraka noted Dream's attitude as Tubbo prepared some steaks. Tommy asked for a steak, but Dream refused, claiming Tommy had eaten enough. He playfully pinched Tommy's belly, highlighting his concern about Tommy's eating habits. The others felt sympathy for Tommy, sensing that Dream's treatment was harsh. As Tubbo handed Kirishima a piece of meat, he complimented the house and requested a tour. Dream's angry refusal startled everyone, but Ghostbird suggested throwing a party instead. Tommy, despite his downcast demeanor, agreed that it sounded fun. Ghostbird then invited the group to the party, and they all expressed their enthusiasm. Dream announced the date for the party, giving them 3 weeks to prepare. Grateful for their hospitality, Kirishima thanked Tubbo as they left. The group left feeling disappointed that they had failed their mission, believing they should have pushed harder on the issue. Inside the house, Tubbo announced that they were gone. Tommy turned to Dream, insisting that he was not overweight. Dream, in response, playfully declared that he wasn't either. Tommy then began to poke at Dream's stomach, which made Dream laugh as he tried to fend off Tommy's playful tickling. After a few moments, Dream finally managed to get Tommy to stop. Ranbu asked if they were actually going to have a party, to which Dream replied that he saw no reason not to. Ghostbird then left to inform the others. Later, in Class 1, Denki remarked on how amazing the steaks were. Bakugo, frustrated, yelled that he couldn't believe the extras had failed something so simple. Kirishima tried to calm him down, explaining that they had done their best, but Dream had the final say, and the others didn't want to go against him. Ida lamented that their plans were ruined and that they must follow Aizawa's instructions. Hagakure insisted that she could still go through with it, promising to be careful. However, as class president, Ida firmly stated that he couldn't allow her to take such a risk. That night, the mansion was silent, with nothing stirring, not even Tommy. The torches had been extinguished, and armor was carefully hung by the door in hopes of needing it the following day. Everyone was nestled in their beds, dreaming of explosions. Suddenly, the front door swung open, and a girl stealthily entered, intent on stealing a folder from a man who was reluctant to give it up. She hurried upstairs, determined to complete her task before sunrise. As she moved from door to door, she sighed, wishing for a guide. The first door she approached creaked open, revealing a ghostly figure deep in slumber, a jar of sand resting beneath his hand. She rummaged through his belongings but found nothing of value. In her haste, she rushed into the second room, where she discovered a young couple, Ranbu and Tubbo, sleeping peacefully. She tiptoed around them, hoping not to disturb their rest. Frustrated by her lack of success, she moved on to the third door, where she hesitated at the unsettling sight inside. The room was a chaotic mess, with books scattered everywhere. She stumbled back as she overheard the man mumbling about war, his words sending chills down her spine. Panicking, she quickly exited the room, but the man awoke, sensing an intruder. He grabbed his sword and rushed out, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought of someone invading his space. The hallway was empty, but his mind raced with paranoia, hearing voices urging him to find the intruder. The girl remained silent, praying he wouldn't detect her fear. The man called out, demanding the intruder leave before he took action. Just then, a winged figure appeared, questioning the commotion. The old man shook his head, doubting his friend's sanity, insisting that no one else was present. The winged man urged his friend to return to bed, while the girl continued to feel anxious. As the door closed behind her, she slipped away quietly and dashed to the dorms where her friends awaited. They turned in alarm, curious about her frantic entrance. A pink-haired girl, filled with concern, asked what had happened. The invisible girl, out of breath, struggled to explain. A boy, annoyed, shouted at her to stop her rhyming. The invisible girl began recounting her harrowing experience, describing how dreadful it had been. Bakugo interrupted, demanding she stop with the rhymes. The author, feeling the tension, noted that Bakugo had ruined the story. Bakugo insisted he didn't care, just wanting her to stop rhyming. The author proposed that they continue without rhyming, but Bakugo was adamant about not finishing the chapter. The group continued to bicker, with Deku cautioning Bakugo about the potential consequences of their arguments. Amidst the chaos, the invisible girl felt overwhelmed, hoping for a resolution. The next morning, Ghostbur entered the living room and noticed the disarray. He wondered aloud if someone had been in his room the previous night. Ranbu, while brushing his hair, mentioned that his and Tubbo's room was also a mess. Techno, looking at Phil, speculated that someone might have entered their home while they were all asleep. Philza, with a hint of humor, suggested that he had sensed their presence and had tried to give them a chance to leave, which they did. Sam chimed in, questioning who would want to rob them. Puffy suggested that it might have been a student from Class 1A trying to retrieve their documents. Dream assured everyone that the items would be returned that evening and turned to Ranbu for confirmation, which he received. Ghostbur then inquired about Tommy's whereabouts. Phil, heading towards the stairs, called out for Tommy, warning him that he would be late. Tommy responded as he rushed down the hallway, attempting to put on his shirt. Phil returned to the living room, satisfied with Tommy's response. However, as Tommy descended the stairs, he tripped and collided with the post at the bottom, letting out a cry of pain that drew everyone's attention. Phil rushed to Tommy's side, kneeling beside him and asking if he was all right. Tommy admitted that he had fallen into the post. Sam offered him a potion, but Tommy declined, brushing his hand away from his eye. Techno expressed disbelief that anyone would take his story seriously. Eret handed Tommy a mirror, and upon seeing his black eye, Tommy exclaimed in horror about the state of his face. Puffy reassured him that the swelling would subside in a few weeks and handed him a cold, wet rag. She asked about his eyesight and if it hurt, to which Tommy replied that it was a little uncomfortable. Dream encouraged him to be more careful in the future and offered him a healing potion. Tommy took it, feeling some relief from the pain, but lamented that he couldn't go to class looking like this. Phil insisted that he had to go to school, but Tommy defiantly declared that he wouldn't and that they couldn't make him. Techno, Tommy, Ghostbur, Ranbu, Tubbo, Dream, Charlie, Quackity, Sapnap, Carl, Fundy, Eret, and Puffy all entered the classroom. Almost immediately, the girls noticed Tommy's black eye. Mina expressed her concern, while Dream quickly intervened, claiming that Tommy had simply fallen down the stairs. Tommy nodded in agreement, maintaining his sad demeanor as they moved to the back of the room. Ioma teased that someone was lying, and Ciro remarked that Dream must have caused the injury. Tokoyami, engrossed in his book, pointed out that it was unlikely to get such an injury from a simple fall. Deku began to analyze the situation, explaining the staircase's design and how it could lead to such an injury. His musings were interrupted when Bakugo, annoyed, told him to be quiet. Shoto then approached Tommy and asked if they could talk in the hallway. Dream initially stood to join them, but Shoto clarified that he wanted to speak with Tommy alone. After a brief exchange, Dream reluctantly agreed but warned that he would come to check on them in 5 minutes. In the hallway, Shoto asked Tommy to blink twice if he felt threatened, leaving Tommy confused. When Tommy expressed his frustration, Shoto reassured him that it was okay to ask for help. Tommy, feeling cornered, declared that he didn't need help and that he could leave Dream whenever he wanted. Shoto quietly questioned why he hadn't done so yet, prompting tears to fall from Tommy's eyes. In a moment of anger, Tommy stormed back into the classroom, shouting at Dream and expressing his desire to have nothing to do with him. Dream calmly took hold of Tommy's arm, leading him out into the hallway despite Tommy's protests. The door closed behind them, and silence fell, followed by Tommy's muffled cries. A few moments later, Dream returned, with Tommy limping and his head down. Shoto asked if Tommy was okay, and Tommy replied that he had fallen down the stairs again. Dream offered him a sip of the healing potion, pouring a little into Tommy's mouth. He then asked if Tommy felt better, to which Tommy quietly affirmed. Dream affectionately patted Tommy's head, reminding him that he was a good friend. Tommy followed Dream back to their seats, resting his head down as the others remained silent, not daring to intervene. Aizawa walked in 30 minutes later, apologizing for his tardiness and announcing a test for the day, which elicited groans from the class. After running to the dorms to grab her swimsuit, Mina rushed back to the changing room. As she hurried along, she spotted Sapnap pinning Quackity to a tree. Mina quickly hid behind a wall to listen to their conversation. Sapnap held Quackity's hands above his head while his other arm wrapped around Quackity's lower back, pulling him closer. He leaned in, commenting on how long it had been since they had privacy. Quackity replied that it felt like an eternity since they had been able to enjoy a moment like this. Suddenly, Mina's jaw dropped as she pulled out her phone to capture the moment, thinking she needed to show Carl that Sapnap was being unfaithful. However, she forgot her flash was on, causing Sapnap to jump back in surprise when he noticed the light. Quackity asked if something was wrong, and Sapnap mentioned that he thought someone had taken a picture. Once Mina regained her composure, she dashed back to the changing room to share the news with the other girls. Quackity, trying to brush it off, pulled Sapnap's face back to his. Just then, Carl jokingly asked where his love was, sitting behind the tree and attempting to fix a hole in his shirt. Sapnap and Quackity exchanged glances before playfully launching themselves at Carl, showering him with affection. The girls gathered, discussing what they should do. Uraraka asked for their plan, and Hagakure insisted they needed to tell Carl about the situation. Sway expressed her hesitation, suggesting they didn't know enough about Sapnap and Quackity's relationship to jump to conclusions. She speculated that they might be in a polyamorous relationship. Hagakure sarcastically remarked about the one-sided nature of such a relationship, while Momo felt sympathy for Carl, believing he was unaware of what was happening. Jiro insisted they had to inform him that night, a sentiment Mina echoed loudly. As they turned to Puffy for her opinion, she noted that while she didn't know much about their relationship, Sapnap was a caring person, making it hard to believe he would cheat. However, she also acknowledged it wasn't their place to intervene. Meanwhile, Denki pointed out the girls' increased volume, wondering what they were discussing. Deku, closing his locker after changing into his swimsuit, speculated about their conversation. Eret entered and playfully smacked Mineta on the back of the head, advising him to think before speaking. Mineta quickly quieted down, not wanting to provoke Eret further. Techno, Tommy, Tubbo, Fundy, and Dream soon joined them, all shirtless and wearing swimming trunks, proudly displaying their muscular physiques and various scars. Denki complimented Tubbo on his scar, and Tubbo blushed in response. Kirishima asked about their workout routines, to which Techno humorously explained that hours spent farming potatoes had made him strong. Tubbo added that lifting wood while rebuilding his house had contributed as well, while Tommy boasted about his natural strength. Ioma noticed Fundy covering his chest and inquired about the scar he was hiding. Fundy panicked, insisting he had nothing to show. Denki rushed over, eager to see, and they playfully wrestled with him until they managed to pull his arms up, revealing a long scar. Everyone gasped in surprise as Fundy collapsed to the ground, knowing he had to maintain the act despite the scar being from a past accident rather than surgery. Kirishima innocently asked how Fundy had acquired such a scar, and Siro commented on its neat appearance. Fundy whimpered, wishing to escape the situation, but Eret quickly draped his cape over him, scolding the others for invading Fundy's privacy. Techno remarked dryly that they were just traumatizing a young adult. Aizawa then entered, demanding to know what was happening amid the commotion. As everyone rushed out to the pool area, the girls arrived, surprised to see the scars of the SMP members. Mina noticed Fundy's scar and approached him sweetly, asking how he got it. Fundy shyly turned away just as Ghostbur appeared, innocently stating that it was from Fundy's top surgery. Fundy felt horrified, realizing Ghostbur had revealed his secret to everyone. The other girls rushed over, intrigued and shocked by the revelation. Mina scolded Ghostbur for his lack of discretion, while Ghostbur defended himself, expressing pride in his son. Jiro echoed the sentiment that it wasn't right to share such personal information. Ghostbur, noticing Fundy's distress, apologized and attempted to comfort him, but Fundy pushed him away. Feeling remorseful, Ghostbur loudly declared that he had given birth to Fundy, capturing everyone's attention. Denki whispered to Mineta about Ghostbur's statement, while Mineta skeptically dismissed it, insisting men couldn't give birth. Denki clarified that he was referring to Fundy's top surgery, prompting Mineta to speculate about Fundy's past. Puffy overheard and kicked Mineta in the stomach, causing him to stumble back against the wall, reminding him that it was unkind to talk about others behind their backs. Zero observed the scene, noting the chaos as Denki walked away from Puffy, clearly intimidated. He then noticed Ranbu sitting alone and decided to approach him. "Hey there, Ranbu, why aren't you dressed for the pool?" someone asked. Ranbu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He finally admitted that he didn't know how to swim. "Well, Sway is a great swimmer. Maybe she can teach you," another suggested. Ranbu appreciated the offer but expressed his reluctance to even go near the water. Just then, Tubbo, already in the pool, called out for Ranbu to retrieve his ring. As Ranbu got up to help, Zero saw an opportunity to play a prank and rushed up behind him. In an unexpected turn, Ranbu fell into the water, letting out a scream that echoed through the area as he felt an intense sensation on his skin. Everyone covered their ears, turning to see steam rising from the pool. Tubbo quickly dove underwater as Ranbu began to sink. Puffy, Techno, and Dream jumped in to save their friend. Just as Tubbo reached for him, Ranbu vanished beneath the surface. Tubbo's desperate scream filled the air, and he instinctively swallowed water as he struggled. Techno pulled him back to the surface and Tubbo, panicked, jumped over the fence and ran home. Emerging from the water, Techno shouted angrily, demanding to know who had pushed Ranbu in. Silence fell over the group until Shoto spoke up, revealing that it was Zero. Zero was taken aback, upset that he had been blamed. Techno confronted him, questioning how he thought it was acceptable to push someone who couldn't swim into the water. Zero defended himself, claiming he didn't know Ranbu couldn't swim and that it was just a joke. Techno's expression darkened as he warned Zero that his joke had serious consequences. He let Zero go, leaving him to contemplate the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Tubbo rushed into the house and up to his bedroom, the faint smell of burnt skin lingering in the air. He found Ranbu unconscious but breathing heavily on the bed. Tubbo took a deep breath, carefully removing Ranbu's wet clothes, drying his skin, and wrapping bandages around the most damaged areas. After dressing Ranbu in dry pajamas, Tubbo changed himself and lay beside his husband. Watching Ranbu's chest rise and fall with each labored breath, Tubbo felt a deep sense of helplessness. Any injuries sustained before death would carry over upon respawning, and there was nothing anyone could do. Time passed, and Tommy entered, carrying Tubbo's clothes. He gently placed them on the desk, which was cluttered with books and papers, and turned back to Tubbo, who was clearly distressed. Phil was making spaghetti for dinner, which was Ranbu's favorite food. Tubbo's eyes began to water at the thought. Tommy moved closer, offering a comforting hug and reminding Tubbo that Ranbu would be fine, as this wasn't the first time they had faced such a situation. Despite Tommy's reassurance, Tubbo expressed his fears about Ranbu not returning. He longed to go home and missed Michael, his sobs growing louder. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and All Might and Recovery Girl entered. The old lady quickly approached Ranbu, noticing his rapid breathing and fever. Tubbo gently pushed Tommy away, giving him a nod to leave. Tubbo coldly stated that Recovery Girl couldn't heal Ranbu, feeling the tension in the air. She inquired about the bandages, and Tubbo explained that he had done them himself, knowing that exposing Ranbu's burned skin would only cause more pain. Recovery Girl attempted to heal Ranbu with a gentle kiss on his cheek, but soon realized her powers were ineffective. All Might, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked what was wrong. Recovery Girl admitted that her powers weren't working, likening it to healing a lifeless body. Tubbo's heart sank at her words, and he blamed himself for not getting out of the pool sooner. Techno entered the room, revealing that Ranbu had been pushed into the water. Tubbo's demeanor shifted as he stood up, retrieving a glowing netherite sword from a chest, demanding to know where Zero was. Techno informed him that Zero was in the classroom with Aizawa. All Might intervened, urging Tubbo to consider a non-violent approach. Ignoring All Might's plea, Tubbo stormed out of the room, heading straight for the classroom. He burst through the door, catching everyone off guard. Before Zero could apologize, Tubbo swung his sword, cutting through the desk and leaving a deep mark on Zero's shoulder. Zero fell to the ground, pain etched across his face as he looked up at Tubbo, whose eyes were filled with a fierce determination. One looked to be blue with a clouded tint, while the other had a horrifying yellow glow with a radiation symbol in it. Blood dripped down Tubbo's sword as he slowly approached Zero. The other students yelled and begged Tubbo to stop. At one point, Kirishima grabbed Tubbo's arm, trying to reason with him, but Tubbo simply tossed him aside, causing him to crash against the wall. Zero pleaded for Tubbo's forgiveness, but his words went unheard. Just as Tubbo was about to strike again, Aizawa intervened. He commanded Tubbo to drop the sword. Tubbo's cold tone sent shivers down everyone's spine as he spoke to Zero, asking if he knew what water felt like on the skin of an Enderman. Zero shook his head. Tubbo continued, explaining that water burned Enderman, and the scream they heard was of severe pain as Ranbu's skin suffered. Now, Ranbu lay in their bed, barely breathing, with a high fever and serious burns because of Zero. Tubbo's anger flared as he declared that it would take days, maybe weeks, for Ranbu to recover, and warned Zero to stay away from him, threatening dire consequences if he didn't understand. Zero, in tears, nodded. Tubbo sheathed his sword, and Aizawa released him. As Tubbo walked out of the classroom, he glanced back at the frightened faces of his classmates before heading home. That night, Momo pleaded with Mina not to leave, insisting it was too dangerous. Mina watched as the shared printer spat out a picture of Quackity and Sapnap together. Determined, she stated that she couldn't stand by and watch Carl waste his life with a cheater, taking a fresh photo as she headed for the door. Sway stepped in front of Mina, reminding her of Puffy's warning that they didn't know enough about the situation to intervene. Mina insisted that Carl was a nice person and would tell her if she was wrong. The boys emerged from their rooms, curious about the commotion. Kirishima asked what was happening, while Mineta joked about the girls arguing over makeup, only to be silenced by Jiro. Mina declared her intention to tell Carl about Sapnap's betrayal. Aoyama encouraged her to do so, and Sato agreed, questioning why they were even debating such a clear matter. Momo explained their concern about how Sapnap or Quackity might react, recalling Tubbo's fierce response when he learned about Zero's actions. Everyone turned to Zero, who stood shirtless with a large bandage on his shoulder, and the boys nodded in agreement that it was best not to provoke them. Mina argued that Zero's case was different, as he had attempted something far worse, while she aimed to save Carl from wasting his time. Kirishima cautioned her about the potential danger, but Mina, determined to become a hero, insisted that if she couldn't protect Carl, she might as well drop out of UA. Kirishima supported her decision, while Zero expressed his hesitance but ultimately agreed. Shoto promised to freeze anyone who tried to harm her, a small frost forming on his body. Uraraka, initially worried for Mina's safety, quickly changed her mind and offered to accompany her, as did the other girls, leaving Mineta feeling left out. Mina accepted their support, choosing Momo and Azui to join her. As they headed for the door, Ida rushed in, blocking their exit. He declared that, as class president, he couldn't allow them to leave, but Bakugo swiftly intervened, sending Ida flying away from the door and telling him to be quiet. The girls thanked Bakugo, who then told them to hurry back before Aizawa arrived. Meanwhile, Quackity, Carl, and Sapnap were snuggled up in bed when a knock interrupted them. Quackity, annoyed, shouted for the person to come in. Foolish opened the door, informing Carl that 3 girls were looking for him. Quackity complained about the late hour as Carl got out of bed, assuring them he would be right back. As he opened the door, Mina seized the opportunity to pull him aside, urgently needing to talk about Sapnap. She looked Carl in the eyes, apologizing as she revealed what she had seen. Carl, confused, asked what she meant, and Mina handed him the picture. He glanced at it, momentarily distracted by how good Sapnap and Quackity looked together, not fully grasping Mina's message. When he finally focused, he asked what she had said. Mina reiterated that if he needed support, their entire class was there for him. Carl expressed gratitude but insisted he could handle it, feeling betrayed by Sapnap. Momo offered to help him confront Sapnap, but Carl declined, thanking them once more before heading back inside. The girls exchanged glances, waiting for the fallout. Carl burst into the room, yelling at Sapnap for cheating on him. Both Sapnap and Quackity sat up in shock, while Techno rushed in, eager to witness the drama. However, when he learned it was just a misunderstanding, he walked away, disappointed. Sapnap asked to see the picture, and as Carl handed it over, Quackity leaned in to admire how good they looked together. "Who took the picture?" Sapnap asked, his frustration evident. "Mina was the one who caught you guys," Carl replied. In a fit of anger, Sapnap burned the picture, his horns and tail manifesting. Quackity, noticing his distress, tried to intervene. He urged Sapnap to take a breath, attempting to calm him down. "No. Quackity, it's not all right. She invaded our privacy. Who does she think she is, taking a picture of us during an NTMT moment?" Sapnap snapped. "Fair enough, but you need to relax before you burn the house down." "Again," Carl said, trying to reason with him. "I'm going to go over there and teach those wannabe superheroes a lesson about respect," Sapnap declared. "Sapnap, you can't go while you're all worked up, you're going to hurt someone," Carl said, chasing after him down the stairs. "Well, let's hope Grandma is still awake to help them once I'm done with them," Sapnap said as he slammed the door. Quackity remarked that they were in so much trouble. "Should we go warn them?" Quackity asked. "Nah, I think one of them can use ice, so let's prepare to bandage Sap when he gets back," Quackity suggested, returning to their room. As Sapnap stormed into their dorm, he left heated footprints on the floor. Kirishima, Deku, Shoto, and Denki quickly stood up, ready to protect their friend. "All right, man, calm down, and we can all talk this out," Kirishima said. In his anger, Sapnap grabbed Kirishima and tossed him toward the window, causing it to creak ominously. Deku and Denki stepped back as Shoto attempted to trap Sapnap in a block of ice. "Yeah, you did it, Shoto," Denki cheered, celebrating too soon. "Guys," Deku said, pointing to the ice that was melting at an alarming rate. Shoto tried to freeze Sapnap again, but it was futile. Any new ice formed simply melted away. Sapnap stood up, water dripping from his body, feeling pain all over, which only fueled his anger further. "That hurt," he shouted, black smoke escaping his mouth. The temperature in the room rose dramatically as Sapnap's flames intensified. Shoto found himself forced to back down. Even the strongest flames couldn't compete with Sapnap's fury. Momo quickly created a fireproof shield to protect everyone, but Sapnap burned through it effortlessly. Blinded by rage, he charged toward Mina, pushing anyone who tried to stop him aside, not caring about the burns he might inflict. Mina attempted to use her acid, but it evaporated before it could reach him. As Sapnap approached, she felt her life flash before her eyes. Suddenly, Ida arrived with Aizawa, who used his scarf in an effort to restrain Sapnap. "That's enough. I'm not letting you hurt my student," Aizawa said, trying to extinguish Sapnap's flames. He wondered why Sapnap's quirk wasn't being suppressed. "Stay out of this," Sapnap replied, burning through Aizawa's scarf, causing it to fall away as the flames consumed it. He pressed his hand against the wall beside Mina's head, trapping her. "Listen here, you need to respect my relationship. Understand?" he said in a chillingly calm tone. Carl needed to know you were cheating on him, Mina said, trying to justify her actions. You see these 2 rings? Sapnap said, showing her his hands. One is for Quackity, and one is for Carl. We are in a polyamorous relationship. Did you know that? No, Mina admitted, tears streaming down her face. Of course not, because you didn't come and talk to Quackity or me. No, you went to Carl and accused me of cheating when you had no business doing so. Why didn't Carl? Because Carl has memory issues and I've been trying to help him. But now all the work I've done has gone down the drain because you got involved in something that didn't concern you. I'm sorry, Mina stammered. The next words out of your mouth better be, I promise to never stick my head where it doesn't belong, Sapnap warned. I promise, Mina said, fear evident in her voice. Taking a deep breath, Sapnap's flames extinguished, but he still felt the heat of his anger. He turned to everyone. If I find out any of you meddling in my relationship again, this whole school is going up, he declared before leaving the room, but not before addressing Aizawa. Teach your students some respect if you want them to live another day, Sapnap said before exiting. Aizawa turned back to his class, shocked and horrified. What did you do? After a lengthy explanation and a phone call later, Aizawa knocked on the door to the mansion, exhausted and frustrated. Filza answered, looking equally tired. Hey mate, what's brought you here so late? Filza asked. I called Nizu, and he wants to talk to you, Tubbo, and Sapnap tomorrow morning about the recent incidents, Aizawa explained. I heard about Tubbo, but honestly, I think he got off easy for attempted harm. I haven't heard anything about Sapnap, Filza said. Well, he went after a student and caused some damage in the common area of the dorms. I'm so sorry. I'll make sure Sapnap and Tubbo are there tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good... Aizawa was interrupted by Tubbo's voice calling for help from inside. Filza quickly shut the door and rushed to find out what was wrong. The next morning, Siro, Mina, Aizawa, and Nizu waited quietly in the office, anticipating the arrival of the others. The door opened, and Filza walked in, his head down. Good morning, Filza. Will the others be arriving soon? Nizu asked cheerfully. Yeah, about the others, Filza said, fiddling with his ring. Sapnap suffered some serious burns from being frozen and melting the ice. A blaze hybrid in its blaze form can be easily affected by water, so that's something to remember next time the students get involved in something they're not supposed to. And Tubbo? Aizawa inquired. Yes, Tubbo, well, Filza turned to the students. Can you two wait outside for a moment? What happened to Tubbo? Siro asked. Please, this is between adults, Filza replied. The 2 students looked to Aizawa and Nizu, who nodded for them to leave. They stepped outside, closing the door behind them. So, what's going on with Tubbo? Nizu asked. Filza stared at the ground, fiddling with the small golden ring on his finger for a moment before responding. Tubbo is fine. Kind of, but this is about Ranbu. Did he? Wake up and start singing Hello My Baby by Ivor Big Gun. B. Start floating like the girl from the 1973 movie, The Exorcist. Walk into the pool and drown or suffer severe injuries. D. None of the above. Filza looked at the ground, fiddling with the small golden ring on his finger for a moment before answering that Tubbo was fine, kind of, but this was about Ranbu. Filza took a deep breath and spoke, revealing that Ranbu's heart had stopped. Aizawa and Nizu exchanged worried and horrified glances. Aizawa asked if Ranbu was doing better. Filza replied that it was worse. Ranbu's fever had risen, he had stopped breathing at one point, and now he was gasping for air. Filza expressed his doubts that Ranbu would make it until the end of the day. Nizu inquired if they had seen Recovery Girl. Filza explained that it had happened late at night, and while most of them knew CPR and had tried various things, it seemed Ranbu had inhaled too much water, causing severe internal injury. He felt they needed to prepare for the worst. Nizu instructed Aizawa to go with Recovery Girl to the mansion and to call him when she decided on the next steps. He also asked Aizawa to send the others away, allowing him to go to Filza. Filza nodded and left the room, heading back to the mansion. As Aizawa stepped outside, Ser and Mina quickly approached him, asking if it was true that Ranbu was dying. Aizawa confirmed that it looked that way. Mina pointed out that Ranbu was supposed to have 3 lives, suggesting he wouldn't die. Shiro wondered what would happen if Ranbu was on his last life, recalling the water incident and the heart issue. The realization that he might have caused Ranbu's predicament weighed heavily on him, and he felt a surge of fear at what Tubbo might do if Ranbu died. Mina snapped Shiro out of his thoughts with a playful smack. Shiro, still shaken, expressed his worries about a funeral, but Mina insisted that Ranbu wasn't going to die. Shiro clarified that he was worried about his own funeral, fearing Tubbo would be furious with him. Mina rolled her eyes and dragged Shiro toward the classroom. Philza led Aizawa and Recovery Girl up the stairs into the room where Tubbo had his head on Ranbu's chest, his tired eyes struggling to stay open. Ranbu lay on his back, gasping for air. Recovery Girl shook her head, distressed by how ill Ranbu appeared. She pulled out her stethoscope and instructed them to sit Ranbu up so she could listen to his heart and lungs. With Aizawa's help, Tubbo sat Ranbu up. Recovery Girl first checked his heart, noting its rapid beating, then listened to his lungs. Suddenly, Ranbu began to cough violently, nearly gagging. Tubbo quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe the saliva from Ranbu's mouth just as his eyes opened, revealing their clouded red and green hues. Tubbo asked if Ranbu was okay, but he received no response. Instead, Ranbu closed his eyes and leaned sideways, almost falling off the bed, but Tubbo and Aizawa caught him. Recovery Girl noted the unusual sounds in his lungs and declared that he needed to go to the hospital. Aizawa questioned her certainty, and Recovery Girl took him and Philza into the hallway to speak privately. She explained that Ranbu had water in his lungs and was essentially drowning in his own body. However, she assured them that it wasn't too late for treatment, and getting him to the hospital could significantly increase his chances of survival. Philza agreed that if it could save Ranbu's life, they should proceed. Aizawa, however, expressed concern about the potential risks if the League or the press found out about Ranbu, fearing it would endanger everyone. Recovery Girl challenged Aizawa's perspective, questioning if he truly wanted to let Ranbu die just to protect students who had already faced danger for less significant reasons. Aizawa insisted he was worried about the others in the house, but Philza reassured him that they could handle themselves, having faced worse situations before. With a sigh, Aizawa relented and agreed to call an ambulance. Recovery Girl decided to inform Nizu about the situation while Aizawa followed her outside, leaving Philza in the house. Philza returned to Tubbo, who was still anxious. He approached Tubbo with good news, telling him that Ranbu would be taken to the hospital, which would improve his chances of survival. Tubbo's face lit up with joy at the news, and he began packing a bag with items to keep himself occupied while waiting for Ranbu to wake up. A few minutes later, Tubbo and Sam carried Ranbu toward the front gate, where Aizawa and All Might were waiting. Aizawa noticed the size of Tubbo's backpack and asked what was inside. Tubbo explained that he had packed a few books and other items to avoid boredom while waiting for Ranbu to wake up. However, All Might informed Tubbo that he would be going with Ranbu, which shattered Tubbo's heart. He softly reminded them that Ranbu was his husband. All Might acknowledged this but explained that it was best for someone familiar with hospitals to accompany Ranbu, especially to prevent any unwanted information leaks. Though Tubbo understood their reasoning, he couldn't help but cry at the thought of being separated from Ranbu. He took a deep breath to compose himself and asked to be informed as soon as Ranbu woke up. All Might assured him he would be the first to know but then asked if Ranbu had a quirk. Tubbo and Sam exchanged glances, recalling their previous conversation where they had mentioned that no one had a quirk. Sam clarified that while Sapnap could use fire and Charlie had some abilities, what Tommy did was something anyone could do. Aizawa inquired about Ranbu's abilities, and Tubbo suggested that he probably had teleportation, although he had never seen him use it. As they spoke, an ambulance arrived, and Sam carefully placed Ranbu on the stretcher while All Might climbed in. The paramedic asked which hospital to go to, and All Might replied, Jaka General, before. They closed the back doors and drove off. Tubbo watched with a heavy heart, feeling the urge to run after the ambulance, but Aizawa wrapped his arms around Tubbo, pulling him back onto campus as Tubbo struggled against him. Wilbur stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind tousling his hair as he gazed out at the vast expanse of the ocean below. The waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water into the air, mirroring the turmoil within him. He felt the weight of his decisions pressing down, a heavy burden that threatened to consume him. In the distance, he could see the faint outline of a ship, its sails billowing in the breeze. It reminded him of the adventures he had once dreamed of, the freedom that came with the open sea. But those dreams felt distant now, overshadowed by the chaos that had unfolded in his life. As he turned away from the cliff, memories flooded his mind. He recalled the laughter of his friends, the moments of joy that had once filled his days. But those memories were tinged with sadness, a reminder of what had been lost. The shadows of betrayal loomed large, and he could feel the sting of disappointment in his heart. Determined to move forward, Wilbur set off down the rocky path that led away from the cliff. Each step felt heavy, but he knew he had to keep going. The journey ahead would not be easy, but he was ready to face whatever challenges lay in his path. With each stride, he felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always a glimmer of light waiting to be found. "Are you sure that's what you heard?" Deku asked. "Of course," Ciro replied. "And didn't you see the ambulance earlier? You better have your affairs in order, because if that 8-foot figure dies, Goat Boy will be coming for your head," Bakugo said while reading a book. Ciro paused briefly before pulling out his notebook to write his will. As he did, the SMP members slowly entered the room. This time, there was a different atmosphere. Instead of their usual playful banter, they appeared worried, as if something terrible was about to happen. Carl walked in looking upset, followed by Sapnap, who was covered in bandages except for his face. Mina wanted to approach Carl, but when she stood up, she felt Sapnap's intense gaze, prompting her to sit back down in silence. Tubbo entered shortly after, dragging his feet as he tiredly made his way to his desk. Once seated, his head began to bob as he struggled to stay awake. Momo noticed and conjured a pillow before getting up. "Here you go, Tubbo," Momo said. Tubbo looked up and accepted the pillow, placing it on his desk before resting his head on it. "Thanks, Momo," Tubbo replied, noticing her bandaged hand. "What happened to your hand?" "She touched a hot furnace," Sapnap answered coldly. "Why not? Yeah," Momo said nervously. "Well, you should be more careful next time," Tubbo advised. Momo nodded and quickly returned to her seat. Aizawa walked in 10 minutes late as usual, and class continued without incident. It wasn't until around 10 a.m. that Techno sensed a change in the air. He stood up in the middle of class and looked out the window. "Techno, sit down. I'm sure there's nothing more interesting outside than what's on the board," Aizawa said, gesturing to the history lesson. Techno continued to watch as the sky began to darken. "I think the clouds are ready to take us home," he remarked. The other SMP members quickly stood and looked out the window. "Oh my God, he's right," Quackity exclaimed. "What are we waiting for? Let's get outside." Tommy shouted, rushing for the door. "I'm not leaving without Ranboo." Tubbo insisted, remaining seated. The others expressed their frustration at this statement. "Tubbo, we can't leave you here," Puffy said. "But you're going to leave Ranboo." "We don't have time for this," Filza said, picking Tubbo up and throwing him over his shoulder. "Hey!" Tubbo shouted. The SMP members dashed outside while Class 1A stayed inside to avoid being inadvertently pulled in. The others soon joined them, excitement palpable as they anticipated going home. "So we're just going to leave Ranboo?" Foolish asked. "It's not like we have much choice. This might be our only chance home," Dream explained. Lightning crackled in the sky, accompanied by loud crashing sounds. A hole opened above them as everyone braced themselves to be pulled in. But that didn't happen. Instead, an old man in a suit with goat horns fell onto his back, letting out a series of loud curses as he landed. A young man in a white sweater with blonde hair landed face first, an axe landing beside him. Another young man with blonde hair and a long tail tipped with purple fluff managed to catch himself just before hitting the ground. He stood up, exclaiming, "Whoa, nearly died there." A zombie pigman child and a shark child landed on the goat-horned man, causing him to let out another string of curses. Filza dropped Tubbo, who rushed over to the goat man and picked up the zombie pigman child. Michael! Tubbo shouted joyfully, tears of happiness in his eyes. Foolish did the same, lifting the shark baby. Foolish, Junior, he exclaimed, equally overjoyed. Aren't any of you going to help me up? The man grumbled. Foolish quickly moved away from him while Tubbo stared at the man before running off. What the hell, Tubbo? He yelled. Quackity approached the man, feigning annoyance. You should have stayed gone, he said. The man noticed Class 1A staring at them from the window and quickly put on a friendly demeanor as Quackity helped him up. Quackity, you're looking great. Love the new style, he said sweetly. Go to hell, Schlatt, Quackity replied, maintaining his act. Charlie walked up to the alien boy and grabbed his hand, leading him toward Quackity and Schlatt. I have so much to tell you, Purple, he said happily. The boy in the white sweater got to his feet just as Dream approached to help him. Hey, Puns, Dream said, assisting him. Where are we? Puns asked. I'll explain back at the house, Dream replied, throwing an arm around him. Come on, Tommy. Hold on, the hole is still open, Filza pointed out. Everyone turned to the sky, puzzled as to why it remained open. Anyone else hear that? Tubbo asked. Sounds like boss music, Techno said. At that moment, thousands of crows flew out of the hole, and among them was a girl with long blonde hair, a white mask, and a green sweater. Oh no, Dream said. Anyone but her, please, God help me. As she landed, she launched herself forward, grabbing Tommy and spinning him around at high speed. Tommy, she exclaimed joyfully. Hey, Drista. Tommy replied, collapsing to the ground, dizzy. So where are we? She asked. We're at UA, the school for superheroes, he explained as he got back up. Oh, like for Superman or Batman kind of heroes? Tommy burst into laughter. Aizawa face-bombed as he watched the SMP members walking toward their mansion. He needed to inform Nizu about this. Finish the questions on pages 108 and 109, Aizawa instructed as he left the classroom. Wow, that blonde girl is attractive, Mineta remarked, only to be met with a slap on the back of his head from Mina. Hey, Tokoyami, it's your family, Denki pointed out, indicating the large mass of crows moving with Filza. Real funny, but those crows are oddly large, Tokoyami replied. I wonder how their homeland supports such large birds. Same, but you have to admit this is great for Koda's quirk, as there will always be a pack of crows around for him to control, Shoji added. Did you guys see the babies? Uraraka asked excitedly. Yeah, but I don't remember anyone mentioning kids, Momo said. Probably for privacy reasons, Azui suggested. We should totally go to their house and meet the newcomer. Mina proposed. Mina, I hate to say this, but that's the worst idea right now, Azui replied. Why is that, Tsu? Mina asked, and the frog girl simply stared at her friend until she realized why. Schlatt, a 45-year-old man standing at 6 feet 3 inches, was known for his brash personality and a penchant for alcohol. His mixed heritage of goat and human contributed to his unique charm, but it also made him a complicated figure. Despite his flaws, there was an undeniable charisma that drew people to him, even as they often found themselves exasperated by his antics. Everyone was gathered in the living room, sitting in silence as Drista, Schlatt, Puns, and Purple tried to understand the situation. Meanwhile, Michael and Foolish Jr. were munching on bread. Puns asked if they were trapped there, to which Ghostbur confirmed that they were. Schlatt expressed his frustration about the kids in Class 1A, mentioning how they had pushed Ranbu into a pool and interfered in the relationships of Carl, Quackity, and Sapnap. Quackity agreed with him, while Drista pointed out that they had been messing with those kids by making them believe Dream was mistreating Tommy and that everyone was on uneasy terms. Dream acknowledged this, and Drista, with a huge smile, declared her intention to cause some mischief. Sapnap cautioned her to wait until the kids did something first so it wouldn't seem like she was the instigator. Nikki chimed in, suggesting it wouldn't take long, given Mineta's troubling behavior. Nikki explained that there was a boy in class with purple ball on his head that stuck to anything they touched. Schlatt was confused by this description, and Nikki shared his discomfort from their first encounter with Mineta, who had stared at him in a way that made him uneasy. Puffy defended Mineta, claiming he was just a young man with strong hormones. Ghostbur reminded Puffy of an incident where Mineta had crossed a line, which led Sam to comment on the situation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, prompting Dream to instruct everyone to get into character. Drista, unsure of what to do, was told to act like a god of chaos. Quackity grabbed a bottle of colored water, pretending it was alcohol, and Schlatt joined in, taking a sip to ensure the smell lingered on his breath. The rest of the group put on serious, happy, or sad expressions. Techno opened the door to greet Midnight, Aizawa, and Nizu. After a brief exchange, they entered the living room and took a seat on the large L-shaped couch. Nizu introduced himself to the new guest, and Schlatt, feeling bold, made a comment that caught everyone's attention. Aizawa, surprised by Schlatt's claim of being the president of Manburge, was taken aback when Quackity interjected, stating that Manburge no longer existed because Tubbo had taken over after Schlatt's supposed demise. Schlatt was bewildered, struggling to comprehend that he had died and questioning Tubbo's capability to lead. Quackity, frustrated, raised his voice, prompting a sudden outburst from Michael and Foolish Jr., who began to cry. Tubbo quickly rushed to comfort Michael while Foolish Jr. was picked up by his father. Schlatt blamed Quackity for the chaos, and Midnight intervened, suggesting they take their argument elsewhere. As Tubbo and Foolish calmed the children down, Michael approached Midnight, who happily picked him up despite her concern over his appearance. Michael laid his head on her chest, finding comfort there. Aizawa then felt a tug at his pants and looked down to see Foolish Jr. reaching for him. After picking him up, Aizawa had to gently redirect Jr.'s attention away from his hair, which led to Jr. playing with Nizu's tail instead. Nizu inquired about the parents of the two children. Foolish introduced Jr., while Tubbo explained that Michael was his and Rambo's adopted son. Midnight expressed her concern about their age for such a responsibility. Tubbo defended their decision, explaining how they found Michael abandoned in the Nether. Aizawa questioned their actions, and Phil clarified that in their war-torn world, children were often left behind in hopes of finding a better life. Midnight, already aware of the grim reality, asked what happened if no one came for the child. Phil grimly explained that the child would face dire consequences, either from monsters or starvation. That's actually how Tommy and Tubbo came into his life. Nizu expressed curiosity about the story, and Foolish explained that he found them on the side of the road in a box when they were just 2 and 1 years old. Nizu then asked Midnight if she would be willing to go to the store later to buy some baby supplies. Suddenly, a commotion broke out as Junior managed to grab Nizu's tail and bit into it. Foolish rushed over, tapping his son on the nose to make him release his grip. He quickly took Junior away from Aizawa, holding him tightly. Apologizing profusely, Foolish admitted he hadn't realized Junior's first row of teeth had come in. Nizu held his tail, which was now bleeding, and asked Foolish if he had a first aid kit. A female voice chimed in, saying she had it. A box filled with rags, bandages, and alcohol appeared next to Nizu, who wasted no time in cleaning and wrapping his tail, relieved that it didn't feel broken. He remarked that animals should know better than to let babies play with their tails. Looking up, Nizu, Aizawa, and Midnight noticed Drista sitting on a ceiling beam. She floated down, introducing herself cheerfully. Nizu thanked her for the bandages, and she disappeared shortly after. Midnight then turned to the two men who had been quietly observing the scene and asked for their names while Michael snuggled closer to her. Puns introduced himself, followed by Purple, who explained that he was an alien who had crashed in the SMP a couple of years ago and couldn't return home. This revelation raised a few eyebrows due to his human-like appearance. Nizu inquired if either of them had any powers. Puns replied no, while Purple demonstrated his ability to control gravity by making an apple float after it broke through the table and floor. Midnight expressed her admiration for his skill, and Purple shrugged it off. However, the apple suddenly flew toward Tommy, creating a hole in the wall beside him. Purple commented on Tommy's decision, while Tommy quietly insisted he hadn't intended to do anything. He then left the room, and Aizawa quickly took notes. The silence was broken by the sound of crows outside. Philza got up to yell at them but accidentally opened the window, allowing the crows to fly inside. They began to chatter with everyone except Philza, who could understand their conversation. Philza shouted for them to be quiet, and some crows returned outside while others ignored him. He shook his head and closed the window, apologizing for forgetting how quickly they moved. Nizu asked if the crows belonged to him, and Philza explained that while they had their own free will, they viewed him as their father. A few crows landed on Aizawa, playfully tugging at his hair. He attempted to push them away but they returned, continuing their antics. Aizawa suggested it was time to leave, and Nizu agreed, stating they had gathered all the necessary information. Midnight set Michael down, but he immediately began to cry, wanting to be held by her. Tubbo picked up his son, noting that he must be tired and it was time for a nap. Midnight offered to deliver baby supplies that evening, asking what they needed. Foolish requested bottles, toys, and diapers, while Tubbo added that he wanted an extra crib for the classroom. Aizawa protested, saying the babies would distract from his teaching, a sentiment Midnight echoed. Tubbo expressed concern for Michael's safety without him. Before he could elaborate, a loud crash interrupted, followed by a door slamming and heavy footsteps. Quackity entered, his clothes soaked in alcohol, the smell filling the room. Errett covered his nose and asked what had happened. Quackity explained that someone had spilled a drink on him before passing out, ruining his shirt. Ghostbur mentioned that Quackity was preparing for their party, and Quackity lamented that the glow berries would be gone in no time with the current situation. Midnight and Nizu exchanged glances, with Nizu suggesting that it was never too early for children to start learning as long as they remained quiet. Aizawa groaned, realizing there was no arguing against that point. The next morning, Tubbo emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair and dressed in fresh clothes. He noticed his son still asleep in bed and chuckled as he approached. Gently shaking Michael, he called him his little honey bee. Michael rolled onto his side, holding onto the blanket, and Tubbo playfully remarked that he would like to stay in bed too, but they had class. After getting Michael out of bed, Tubbo changed his diaper and dressed him in a yellow shirt with blue overalls, complementing the cute outfits Midnight had gotten for him. They both headed downstairs for breakfast and to join the others. As Tubbo entered the kitchen, Schlatt greeted him, noting he looked much better. Tubbo replied that he was feeling better too, but still worried about Ranbu. Tommy reassured him that Ranbu was likely doing much better at the hospital. Foolish asked if there was any oatmeal left, and Tommy confirmed he had made enough for everyone. Michael chimed in loudly, chanting for food. Tubbo laughed as he promised to give golden nuggets with the oatmeal. Schlatt chuckled, commenting on the kids' expensive taste. As the morning progressed, more members filled the living room, enjoying breakfast and discussing their plans as usual. Dream stood up and walked to the front of the room, ringing the bell to gather everyone's attention. Techno jokingly asked why Dream was ringing the bell. Dream cringed at the nickname but chose not to respond. He informed everyone that 6 new people had arrived, but there were no more rooms available. They needed to finish the basement for the party next week and asked who would stay behind. Sam, Bad, Skeppy, Ant, Foolish, George, Fundy, Errett, Nikki, Philza, Quackity, Sapnip, Drista, Purple, Puns, and Schlatt all raised their hands. Dream pointed to Purple and Puns, questioning why they were not planning to go. Puns explained that they did not want to sit in a classroom full of kids and do nothing, while Purple agreed they would show themselves later. Dream confirmed that Tommy, Tubbo, Techno, Drista, Charlie, Ghostbur, Carl, Puffy, and the kids would be going, clarifying the situation for everyone. Drista insisted she had raised her hand, but Dream reiterated that she was still going to class. Drista protested, stating that she didn't want to go, which only frustrated Dream further. He reminded her that as a child she had to attend. Drista huffed but ceased her argument. Dream concluded the meeting, informing everyone that class would start in 1 hour. Tubbo began preparing snacks and drinks for the kids, filling the baby bag before placing it in the stroller along with both children, who protested loudly about being put in the stroller instead of being carried. Michael cried out, pulling at the straps. Tubbo bent down to ask what was wrong, and when Michael leaned over to reach him, Tubbo assured him it would be a quick walk and he might enjoy the stroller. Michael only cried louder, bouncing in his seat. Tubbo then retrieved a chicken plushie from the bag and waved it in front of the child. Michael noticed it and grabbed it happily, calming down as Foolish offered Junior a pacifier. As they entered the classroom, Drista and Tubbo walked in first. Ida immediately jumped up, scolding them. She reminded Tubbo that this was a classroom, not a daycare, and insisted that Drista, who had just arrived, needed to wear pants. Drista leaned over to Tubbo, confused about why Ida was yelling at him. Tubbo explained that Ida liked being annoying. When Ida demanded Mr. Aizawa take action, Aizawa, wrapped in his sleeping bag, sighed and stated that Nizu had permitted the kids to stay as long as they wanted, but pants were still required. Drista lifted her green sweater to show her shorts, and Aizawa deemed it good enough, settling back down. Michael and Foolish Jr. began to get restless in the stroller, prompting Tubbo to let them walk around until the playpen was ready. He carefully placed them on the floor, reminding them to watch their feet. Foolish Jr. quickly crawled toward Ojiro's tail, and Ghostbur warned him just as Jr. reached it. Before anyone could intervene, Jr. grabbed Ojiro's tail, causing his pacifier to fall. Kirishima swiftly picked up Foolish Jr. to prevent any trouble. Jr., unhappy about being restrained, attempted to bite Kirishima, who hardened his skin just in time. Kirishima sweetly remarked on Jr.'s manly teeth and asked for his name. Tubbo introduced Foolish Jr. and Michael, who was happily exploring and trying to take things from others' bags. When he approached Mina, she picked him up in surprise, nearly dropping him when she saw his face. Horrified, she exclaimed about his appearance. The others gathered around, equally shocked. Todoroki, holding back anger, questioned who had harmed the child. Tubbo, taken aback by their reactions, was unable to respond, so Puffy stepped in, explaining that Michael was a baby zombie pigman and that his appearance was normal for his kind. Denki joked about Techno's taste in girls, while Siro added that Michael had a face only a mother could love. The members of the SMP laughed, and Techno clarified that Michael was not his child, leaving Class 1A confused since Techno was the only pigman present. Tubbo then explained that he and Ranbu had found Michael when he was just half a year old. ACI politely questioned if Tubbo and Ranbu were too young to be raising a baby. Tubbo acknowledged the challenges but expressed their love for Michael, who was happily playing with toys in the playpen. Drista scanned the classroom and noticed Mineta staring at her, recalling the warnings from Nikki and Puffy. She decided to have some fun and asked Dream if she could boil him. Tommy struggled to contain his laughter, while the girls from Class 1A looked at Mineta, knowing he deserved it. Dream, maintaining a serious tone, firmly told Drista that she could not boil him. Mineta was told not to stare at Drista, who was the sister of one of his classmates. He couldn't help but admire her beauty, which led to a flustered reaction from Drista. She seemed intrigued by his compliments, prompting him to elaborate on what he found beautiful about her. He described her voice as heavenly and her hair as golden threads, which made Drista blush and smile. Mina, however, was not pleased with Mineta's behavior and warned Drista that he was being inappropriate. Mineta, feeling encouraged, decided to take a risk and compliment Drista further, which shocked everyone around them. Just as he was about to make another bold statement, Drista expressed her gratitude for his kind words and asked for a hug. Mineta jumped at the chance, feeling elated that someone saw him differently. Suddenly, Drista revealed her age, and Mineta's excitement turned to confusion. In a surprising turn of events, she playfully struck him with a bat, sending him flying through the window. The classroom fell silent, shocked by the unexpected incident. Drista dismissed Mineta's behavior as inappropriate, and Aizawa, their teacher, addressed the situation, acknowledging that while Mineta deserved some reprimand, Drista's actions were also excessive. Drista then used her powers to magically repair the broken window, impressing everyone in the room. Aizawa instructed her to sit down, and as the class resumed, he received a call about Mineta's condition. He confirmed that Mineta had been thrown out of the window for his inappropriate comments and decided it was time to start the lesson. Later, Mineta returned to class, bandaged up from his earlier encounter. As Aizawa continued the history lesson, another student, Tubbo, was called to the counselor's office. Tubbo's departure left a moment of silence, which was soon interrupted by the antics of a child named Michael, who was causing a ruckus in the classroom. Techno, another student, attempted to calm Michael down, but the child ended up throwing a snack at him, resulting in a minor injury. Momo stepped in to soothe Michael, who quickly fell asleep in her arms. Mineta watched with envy, feeling frustrated by the attention Momo was giving to the baby. Meanwhile, another student named Junior wanted to be held too, leading to Bakugo reluctantly picking him up despite his annoyance. As lunch approached, Tubbo happily fed Michael while Techno took care of Junior. Drista questioned why they stayed at school for lunch instead of going home, to which Techno explained that the food was exceptional. Just then, a new student named Monoma approached, making a comment about Drista that caused Tubbo's jaw to drop. Monoma's disdain for Michael led to a confrontation, and in a swift turn of events, Tubbo reacted fiercely, sending Monoma flying through the window and into a nearby tree. The chaos drew the attention of other students, who were horrified by Tubbo's actions as he defended Michael, showcasing the intensity of emotions and friendships within the classroom. "What happened?" Puffy asked. Drista explained that they were at their table, minding their own business while feeding the kids, when Monoma, the blonde kid, approached them covered in something alarming and called Michael diseased. Dream expressed his disgust, commenting on how messed up it was to call a baby diseased. Tommy remarked that it sounded like Monoma was getting what he deserved while sipping his soda. Ghostbur wondered if they should intervene before things escalated further. Techno reassured them that someone had called for Aizawa, who would handle the situation. Just then, Aizawa, Vlade King, Midnight, and Hound Dog rushed out to address the commotion. King shouted angrily at Monoma. Aizawa quickly used his scarf to restrain Tubbo, allowing Monoma a chance to escape. However, Tubbo broke free, wielding a fire aspect sword that sliced through the scarf. He tackled Monoma to the ground, ready to confront him. But Tubbo had to pull back when he saw Midnight's whip coming toward him. Unfortunately, the whip caught his leg, causing a painful injury, but Tubbo was undeterred. Pulled out his crossbow and shot Monoma in the back of the leg, causing him to stumble and cry out in pain. Carl asked if they should help, but Charlie happily replied that they had it under control. King attempted to use his blood quirk to restrain Tubbo's legs, but Tubbo broke free, injuring himself further before getting on top of Monoma, who was trying to crawl away. Tubbo shouted angrily that he would make Monoma pay for calling his son diseased. Just as he raised his axe, Midnight struck Tubbo's back with her whip, causing him to freeze in pain. This gave Hound Dog the opportunity to grab Tubbo, pinning him to the ground and tossing the axe away. Tubbo protested, insisting that no one could insult his child and get away with it. Hound Dog urged Tubbo to stop, explaining that violence wouldn't solve anything and suggesting he should have talked to a teacher instead. Tubbo replied that talking was no longer an option after Monoma's insult. At that moment, Michael came running down the yard, his tiny legs moving as fast as they could. When he reached them, he began hitting Hound Dog with his tiny wooden sword, trying to get him to release his father. Tubbo spoke gently to Michael, telling him to return to Drista while he handled the situation. Hound Dog released Tubbo, allowing him to comfort his son. Tubbo reassured Michael, who wiped away his tears. Drista then teleported over, startling the teachers, and handed Tubbo a healing potion. However, noticing the attention from other students, Tubbo decided against drinking it. He suggested they take a hot bath and carried Michael back to the mansion as if nothing had happened. Hound Dog was about to speak, but Aizawa stopped him, indicating they would deal with Tubbo later and needed to focus on helping Monoma. After lunch, Tubbo returned with Michael in his arms, followed by Puns and Purple. He placed Michael down next to Foolish Jr. and pointed to Class 1A, where students were gathered. Tubbo handed Puns 20 diamonds and instructed him to punch the kid with the sling, pointing at Zero. Puns nodded and walked over to them. The other boys noticed the hooded figure approaching. Kirishima greeted him, but Puns ignored him and approached Zero. Just as Zero was about to speak, Puns punched him in the stomach, causing him to double over, gasping for breath. Puns then turned and walked away without a word, leaving the others rushing to Zero's side. Denki yelled in confusion, questioning why Zero was targeted. Tubbo shouted that it was for sending Ranbu to the hospital. Someone reminded Tubbo that he had already gotten his revenge, but Tubbo insisted that the first incident was for hurting Ranbu, while this time he intended to send Siro to the grave. Punz saw an opportunity to make more money and approached Denki. Denki, still upset, asked if Punz was there to punch him too. Punz offered to punch Tubbo instead, which surprised Denki. Punz explained his rates: 20 diamonds for a minor injury, 80 for a fight, and 200 for something more serious. The boys were taken aback by the prices, with Denki exclaiming that no one had that many diamonds. Tokyami reminded them that diamonds were their currency. Denki then pulled out $20, trying to hand it to Punz, and asked him to kick Tubbo instead. Punz held up his hands, stating he only accepted diamonds and that kicking someone in the ball would cost extra. Denki suggested an IOU, but Punz declined, stating he only did things for payment. He walked away as Aizawa and Recovery Girl arrived to set up one-on-one battles, starting with Punz against Jiro. As they took their positions on the field, Punz carefully analyzed Jiro, noting her quirk. He received a message from Dream about her abilities and realized he needed to act quickly to avoid her powerful sound waves. With a swift movement, he stabbed himself with an arrow of swiftness, unnoticed by anyone. Aizawa reminded everyone that this was a training exercise and not to seriously harm anyone before signaling the start of the match. Punz dashed forward, positioning himself behind Jiro and holding a sword to her neck. Jiro thought to herself that he was faster than she expected and prepared to counterattack. Punz dropped his sword, wrapped his arms around Jiro, and executed a German suplex, knocking her out completely and ending the fight. Just after healing, Recovery Girl rushed over to Punz and struck his knee with her cane, causing him to stumble in pain. She expressed her frustration, emphasizing that Jiro could have been seriously harmed. Punz, still holding his knee, dismissed her concerns, claiming he had done it many times before. Recovery Girl pointed out that the students were much more fragile than the troublemakers he was used to dealing with. Punz apologized, promising not to suplex any more students for free. Before Aizawa could announce the next match, Michael jumped up, waving his tiny wooden sword and shouting excitedly. Aizawa, annoyed, called for Tubbo to retrieve his son. Tubbo encouraged Michael to fight, suggesting it would be an easy win. This gave Michael the chance to demonstrate his strength by grabbing Ojiro's tail. Ojiro, amused, smiled at the toddler's efforts until Michael unexpectedly threw him onto his back. The crowd erupted in laughter as Michael continued to toss Ojiro back and forth, leaving Class 1A in shock. Siro questioned Tubbo about what he was feeding Michael, while Denki expressed disbelief at the situation. Uraraka and Sato wondered if they should help Ojiro, who was clearly struggling. Puffy called out to Michael, who then dropped Ojiro and climbed onto his back, triumphantly declaring his victory. Tubbo picked up his son, praising him for the win, while Class 1A felt defeated, realizing they were outmatched. Bakugo, however, was determined to prove himself and stepped onto the field, calling out to Techno for a rematch. Techno, surprised, confirmed Bakugo's challenge. He smirked, teasing Bakugo about his reputation. Bakugo, unfazed, insisted he was not an orphan, which confused Techno. The tension escalated as Techno asked for Bakugo's parents' address, prompting laughter from the crowd. However, the mood shifted when Dream unintentionally hurt Tommy, causing Techno to rush to his side. He confronted Dream about his treatment of Tommy, who had been harmed repeatedly. Dream argued that Tommy had betrayed Techno multiple times, questioning whether Techno wanted to repeat past mistakes. The atmosphere grew tense as Techno considered his words. Tommy, hopeful for forgiveness, reached out to Techno, but their moment was interrupted by Bakugo's impatience. Tommy stepped back, allowing Dream to pull him away. Techno approached Bakugo, ready to engage in battle, determined to prove himself in the face of the challenge. However, by then, he had gone quiet, only staring at the ground without speaking. Back at the mansion after class, Tubbo expressed his excitement about their recent performance, taking the kids out of the stroller. Punz inquired about how long they had been scripting their lines, to which Dream clarified that it wasn't scripted at all. Techno added that they simply went with whatever came to mind. Tommy shared his appreciation for the references to Greek mythology, which Dream acknowledged, mentioning he had been reading about it recently. Techno playfully pointed out that Dream had finally read the book he had suggested countless times. Drista expressed her surprise at the weakness of the kids, questioning how they could be expected to become heroes if they were so easily overpowered. Techno joked that they were just too great for the kids to handle. Ghostbur chimed in with a theory, suggesting that their physical strength was a factor. Techno clapped sarcastically, complimenting Wilbur's intelligence and suggesting they should call him Einstein. Wilbur insisted he was serious, pointing out that none of the kids had shown any signs of building or mining activities that heroes should be capable of. Filza interjected, explaining that the kids already had a home and that mining wasn't necessary. Wilbur argued that if the kids were to become heroes, they needed to be stronger. He proposed that Techno should approach Aizawa with a plan to help them. Techno questioned why he should be the one, but Wilbur insisted it was because he was the strongest. Techno reminded them that his character no longer trained heroes and had a disdain for them. Dream then announced he had a plan, and everyone gathered around to hear his idea, which was certainly ambitious. That night at Jaku General Hospital, the heart monitor was the only indication that the young man on the bed was alive. Ranbu lay alone, as All Might had gone home but planned to return the next day. The soft moonlight did little to ease the somber atmosphere. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a short, round man entered, quickly closing the door behind him. The man examined Ranbu, noting his unique anatomy, including a tail and unusual skin color, and remarked on his extreme allergy to water. He also pointed out that the chart indicated Ranbu could teleport. Pulling out a small tube and needle from his coat, the man prepared to take a sample of Ranbu's blood, believing it would help him replicate the boy's quirk. As he wrapped a rubber band around Ranbu's arm and found a vein, he commented on the extraordinary nature of the boy's blood. Once the tube was filled, he removed the needle and left the room, a smile on his face as he carried the vial with him. The next morning, Dream walked into the classroom and approached Aizawa's desk. He playfully criticized Aizawa's teaching skills, which sparked a lively response from Class 1A. Dream proposed a competition where he and Techno would divide the class into two groups to see who could build a simple house faster. Bakugo eagerly accepted the challenge, while Techno, who had been reading, expressed his surprise at being included. Dream asked Drista to create a box filled with numbers for the students to draw from, but Aizawa interrupted, stating he hadn't given permission for the competition yet. Dream suggested that Aizawa might agree since he wouldn't have to teach, and after some thought, Aizawa reluctantly allowed it, provided no one got hurt. Techno drew a number and announced he had a 2, while Dream revealed he had a 1. Each student took turns drawing a number to determine their teams. Bakugo demanded a trade with Izuku, not wanting to work with a certain student. Shoto then asked if anyone had seen Tommy that day, raising concerns about his well-being. The group began to speculate that something might have happened to him, and Shoto proposed that the competition could be their opportunity to save him. Uraraka praised Shoto's idea, which caught the attention of others, leading to a gathering of students to discuss their plan. Techno and Dream observed as the class huddled together, and Techno used his enhanced hearing to eavesdrop, confirming they were discussing a plan to save Tommy. Dream expressed his anticipation for the day ahead. Kirishima sought clarification on whether they were expected to lose the competition to help Tommy, and Shoto confirmed the plan. Just then, Dream approached, causing everyone to jump in surprise. He asked what they were discussing, but they quickly denied it. Dream then instructed the class to head outside, and they followed him and Techno, along with other members of the SMP and Aizawa, who kept a watchful eye to ensure safety. They stepped outside and saw Tommy diligently working on setting up the arena. He had constructed a small mock house and arranged trees and chests filled with basic iron tools for the students. Dream called Tommy over with a playful whistle, and Tommy responded with a mockingly pathetic tone, which was not part of the original plan but added to the fun of teasing the students. Dream complimented Tommy on his work and offered him a steak, which Tommy gratefully accepted and began to eat. Dream then instructed everyone on his team to gather to the left, while Techno directed his team to the right. Once the groups were formed, Techno explained the rules. He informed them that there were iron axes, crafting tables, oak logs, and other materials in the chests, and their task was to replicate the house Tommy had built, which he believed would be straightforward. Momo inquired about the prize for winning, to which Dream shrugged and said he would refrain from speaking negatively about their teacher again. Ida, however, found that prize insufficient and insisted they needed something more substantial. When Deku demanded Tommy as the prize, Dream calmly refused, leading to a standoff where Momo declared they wouldn't participate without a better incentive. Techno, unwilling to concede without a challenge, insisted they choose something else. Eventually, Techno agreed to give up Tommy if they lost, and Dream countered that if he won, he would take Deku. Tommy protested loudly, declaring he was not a prize to be given away, but Techno told him to be quiet as the adults discussed matters. Tubbo, growing impatient, urged everyone to start building, announcing they had 4 hours to complete the house. With that, he set a timer. The students opened the chest to find wood and other supplies. Kirishima grabbed an iron axe while Bakugo and the others began pulling out logs. Kirishima attempted to strip the bark from the logs, but Dream quickly intervened, showing them the correct way to make planks using the crafting table. The group caught on quickly and began working, asking Dream for assistance as needed. In contrast, Techno offered no help, insisting they figure things out on their own. Bakugo, noticing how far behind the other team was, shouted in frustration, demanding to know what was wrong with them. Waraka complained that Techno wasn't helping, prompting Bakugo to confront Techno directly. Techno simply stated that he didn't help heroes. This lack of support forced Team 1 to think creatively to help their classmates win. Mina had an idea and pulled out a piece of paper, jotting down crafting recipes and details about the house. She discreetly passed the information to Hagakure, who then relayed it to Momo while Dream was distracted. Momo shared the information with the group, but they quickly realized they had less than an hour and a half to finish their house, which was barely a block high, while Team 1 was already working on the roof. Shoto decided to take action and threw a fireball, igniting the other house. Team 1 reacted with feigned anger, fully aware that this was a necessary step to save Tommy. Dream intervened, raising his voice to get their attention. He sighed and asked Drista to reset the field. As she did so, Dream paused the timer. He instructed everyone to avoid any further sabotage as they returned to building. At Jaku General Hospital, All Might sat beside Ranbu's bed in his muscular form, reading a book on teaching. Soon, Ranbu opened his eyes and panicked at the tube in his throat, attempting to pull it out. All Might quickly restrained him, reassuring him that it was a breathing tube and that he would get someone to remove it. Ranbu nodded, understanding, and waited as All Might left the room to find assistance. He soon returned with a nurse who replaced the breathing tube with a nasal cannula since Ranbu was still having minor breathing difficulties. All Might asked how Ranbu was feeling, to which Ranbu replied that everything hurt. All Might promised to ask the nurse for painkillers when she returned and asked if Ranbu wanted to talk to Tubbo. Ranbu agreed. All Might pulled out his phone and FaceTimed Aizawa, who took a moment to answer. Upon hearing the news that Ranbu had woken up, Aizawa called Tubbo over, who rushed to see what was happening. All Might turned the phone toward Ranbu, who waved at Tubbo. Tubbo expressed his joy at seeing Ranbu and asked when he would come home. Ranbu explained that he had just woken up less than an hour ago. Tubbo commented on Ranbu's rough voice but promised he had something to cheer him up. Ranbu started to express his happiness at seeing Tubbo when he noticed their son, Michael, come into view, causing a big smile to spread across his face. Michael reached out excitedly toward the phone. Ranbu asked when Michael had arrived, and Tubbo explained that he had come the day Ranbu went to the hospital, along with a few others. He added that Phil's crows had returned as well. Ranbu expressed his regret at missing the moment but was interrupted by a coughing fit. All Might turned the phone back to him, stating that he would call back later since Ranbu needed rest. As All Might hung up the phone, he remarked that he hadn't known Ranbu had a son. Ranbu explained that he and Tubbo preferred not to discuss Michael to avoid worrying about his safety. He then laid back down, feeling exhausted. "What's your last name?" All Might asked. Ranbu smiled brightly as he replied that it was Mybloved, a name given to him by Tubbo since he couldn't remember his original last name. All Might couldn't help but smile back, happy to see Ranbu in good spirits after waking from a long coma. Dream yelled in frustration as the alarm signaled his loss. Techno's team had fully constructed their house while Dream's team barely had 4 walls. Kirishima expressed their exhaustion, and Bakugo added that if Dream had set the rules properly, they might have won the first round. Team 2 was celebrating, and Uraka excitedly told Tommy that they had won and he was free now. Tommy, annoyed, pulled his hand away and insisted he could have freed himself at any time. The others were taken aback by his attitude after everything they had risked. Bakugo was ready to confront Tommy, but he hesitated when Tommy quietly thanked them for their help. Uraka responded warmly, and Tommy taunted Dream, declaring that he couldn't do anything to him. Dream attempted to respond, but Tommy interrupted, mocking him about running back to George to complain about losing. It became clear to everyone that Tommy was enjoying the moment, and when Dream snapped in frustration, Tommy flinched but continued to provoke him. Dream then lifted his mask, calmly warning them that they had no idea what they had done. Shoto questioned if it was a threat, but Dream simply pulled his mask down and walked away, leaving the students uneasy. Momo approached Tommy, suggesting he stay with them for a few nights. When he asked why, Mina explained that Dream seemed to be planning something. Tommy thought for a moment before looking at Tubbo, who was playing with the kids. He declined their offer, stating he had something he wanted to do later. Momo assured him that if he ever felt unsafe, he was welcome to stay at their dorms. Mina then approached Techno, who was reading a book. She asked for a favor, and without hearing her out, he eagerly agreed. When she clarified that she hadn't even told him yet, he guessed she wanted help with something drastic. She simply asked him to protect Tommy, expressing her concern that Dream might do something to him. Techno hesitated, recalling a past incident, but eventually agreed after Mina's persistent pleading. Later that night, Mina shared her unease about the day while they ate dinner together. Azui asked for clarification, and Mina reiterated that something felt off. Deku noted that Techno usually didn't lose without a fight, yet he hadn't helped with the house. Aoyama suggested the events felt staged, prompting Denki to voice his anxiety about the day's occurrences. Kirishima dismissed the idea that Dream could have planned everything from the start, but Tokoyami pointed out Dream's quick thinking in the past. Shoto reminded them of Dream's ability to manipulate situations to his advantage, which angered Bakugo. Momo speculated that if Dream had a backup plan, it meant something more sinister was at play. Mina concluded that Techno and Dream must be working together. The group fell silent before quickly gathering their shoes and racing to the mansion. They didn't bother knocking. Instead, Kirishima broke down the door, startling Foolish, who was working on a chandelier. Zero urgently asked Foolish where Tommy was, and he directed them upstairs. As they rushed up, they stopped in shock when they saw Dream dragging Tommy out of his room. Both were covered in blood, and Tommy had a noticeable injury on his head. The class stood horrified, unable to speak. Earlier, Tommy had expressed his frustration about filling blood bags in Dream's room, questioning why they couldn't use separate spaces. Dream explained that George disliked the smell. Tommy, in a moment of clumsiness, knocked over a bucket of blood, causing a mess. Dream assured him he would clean it up, but when Tommy slipped and fell, the situation escalated. Dream laughed at the absurdity of it all, but when Tommy didn't get up, he checked on him, relieved to find he was fine. Dream remarked on Tommy's knack for getting into trouble. He then bent down and lifted Tommy, dragging him across the floor. He needed to get him cleaned up. Dream exited the room, leaving a small trail behind him. When he turned his head, he noticed all of Class 1A staring at him. After a moment of silence, he spoke, insisting it wasn't what it looked like. Ida rushed to get Mr. Aizawa, while Deku decided to inform the others. The rest of the students were tasked with ensuring Dream didn't escape. As the two students ran off, Dream nervously typed behind his back, trying to warn the others about the situation, which led him to laugh anxiously, unsure of what to say. Bakugo, confused, questioned what was so funny. This sparked an idea in Dream's mind. He thought about how the others were clever enough to figure out his plan but still too late to intervene. He coldly remarked that if they had arrived just a few minutes earlier, Tommy might still be alive. Mineta, frightened, asked if Tommy was really dead. Dream confirmed it, explaining that when they lost their final life, their bodies didn't disappear but became lifeless. He then picked up Tommy's body and began to dance around with it, lamenting the time spent making Tommy his obedient servant, now wasted. He dropped Tommy, and his body hit the floor with a dull thud, leaving a mark where Dream had stepped. He taunted the students, suggesting that if they had minded their own business, Tommy wouldn't be in this state. Shoto, filled with anger, confronted Dream about the abuse. Dream tilted his head, questioning whether he was the one abusing Tommy or if it was the other way around. He recounted how Tommy had been a menace to society, just like his brother Wilbur, and insisted he wouldn't let Tommy get as far as Wilbur had. Dream then began walking toward the students, asking them if they believed in a higher power. Bakugo attempted to punch Dream, but Dream caught his fist effortlessly, which unsettled the students further. Sam rushed past the others to check on Tommy, his voice shaky as he asked Dream what he had done. Dream chuckled, acknowledging that they both knew what had happened. Meanwhile, Aizawa was in his room when Ida burst through the door, bringing urgent news about Dream and Tommy. Aizawa dismissed it, stating that it wasn't his concern until school hours. Ida insisted that Tommy was seriously injured, but Aizawa remained annoyed, telling him to go to Recovery Girl. Before Ida could respond, his phone rang. He answered to find Uraraka on the line, asking if he was with Aizawa. When she learned Aizawa wasn't interested, she fell silent, and Ida could hear her sniffle. Concerned, he listened closely before hanging up and turning back to Aizawa, who noticed the tears on Ida's face and realized the situation was worse than he thought. Ida delivered the devastating news that Tommy had died. Aizawa immediately jumped up, grabbed his scarf, and ran out of the room, horrified to find his students and some SMP members in the main area, a mix of crying and quiet despair. Momo rushed up to him, directing him upstairs where Tommy lay motionless, with Tubbo and Puffy nearby. Philza, Sam, and Quackity stood around a blanket covering a human-shaped lump. Aizawa approached them calmly, asking what had happened. Sam explained that he believed Dream had attacked Tommy while he was alone. He had heard glass breaking but hadn't thought much of it. Aizawa pulled back the blanket to reveal Tommy's pale body, and after checking for a pulse and finding none, he covered him back up. Aizawa pulled out his phone to call Nizu, who answered, concerned about the late call. Aizawa informed him of the incident, confirming that Dream had killed Tommy. Nizu asked about Dream's whereabouts, and Aizawa replied that he had already been captured. Nizu instructed him to place Dream in the holding cells and said he would call Recovery Girl. Aizawa turned to Dream, forcing him to his feet and commanding him to walk. Sam quickly intervened, asking where Aizawa was taking him. Aizawa explained that he was taking Dream to the school holding cells while Nizu contacted the police. He insisted that this was his business now and warned Sam to ensure no one touched anything if they wanted Dream to be properly prosecuted. Reluctantly, Sam stepped back, agreeing but requesting that Aizawa tell his students to leave, fearing they could become targets. Aizawa led Dream down the stairs, where Class 1A stared at him with a mix of anger and fear. He commanded them to return to their dorm rooms and wait for his return, and they obeyed without question. Once the door shut behind the departing students, Schlatt counted to 10 in his head before shouting that they were gone. Tubbo panicked, exclaiming that they had taken Dream and questioning what they would do now. Quackity tried to calm him down, assuring him that he would take over while Dream was gone and already had a plan. He called for Drista and Wilbur, who quickly arrived. Quackity instructed them to go into Tommy's room and remove the machine while Drista smashed glass bottles, limiting it to 6. They all agreed to meet in the living room afterward. Drista accepted this. Without question, and she and Ghostbur quickly dismantled the machine before breaking some glass bottles. They returned to the living room, where Quackity was directing everyone on what to do next. Sam was instructed to relay the same information to the others that he had shared with Aizawa, nothing more. Techno was told that the kids likely thought he and Dream were friends, so he had to play along. Techno chuckled, wondering if he was supposed to have been acting dumb the whole time, which made Quackity groan in response. Quackity then turned to Tubbo, asking him to put Michael to bed. When questions arose, Tubbo needed to appear more upset than someone who had just discovered infidelity. Tubbo jokingly promised to cry until his eyes were bleeding. Quackity emphasized the importance of Philza's role, insisting that under no circumstances should they allow anyone to take Tommy. The potion would only keep Tommy in a state of suspended animation until morning, and if they took his body and he woke up, they would be in serious trouble. Philza agreed to this task. Quackity instructed those who had been present when Deku arrived to simply state what they were doing, while everyone else could claim they were engaged in random activities. Tubbo asked Quackity what he would say if anyone inquired about him. Quackity replied that he would say he was upstairs taking a shower after Schat had an unfortunate incident. Schat jokingly suggested he could make himself vomit to save Quackity from lying, but Quackity firmly rejected the idea. With urgency, Quackity urged everyone to take their positions before they were caught, emphasizing how much effort they had put into maintaining their facade. A police car pulled up to the school, and a man with short black hair, dressed in a beige long coat and matching hat, stepped out. He approached Aizawa and Nizu, who were waiting for him. The detective greeted Aizawa, who thanked him for coming on such short notice. The detective noted that Aizawa had mentioned a murder over the phone and had requested he come alone. Aizawa explained the situation regarding the sudden appearance of an SMP member with powers different from Quirk's, leading to the events involving Tommy and Dream. The detective took detailed notes, particularly on the child abuse aspects. Detective Tsukachi expressed the need to speak with the visitors. Aizawa and Nizu led him to the mansion, where he noticed a large barn. Curious, he asked about it, and Aizawa explained that it had been built about a week ago, but he preferred not to dwell on it. Nizu added that they had stopped questioning things a long time ago. Upon entering the mansion, they found Foolish working on a device. Nizu asked if it was all right for Detective Tsukachi to ask Foolish some questions, to which Foolish agreed as long as he could continue his work. The detective inquired if Foolish had seen or heard anything around 8 p.m. Foolish mentioned hearing some screaming and the sound of glass shattering but assumed it was just Techno breaking a window since he hadn't been feeling well. When asked about Tommy, Foolish expressed his regret, stating that Tommy had been good despite having once mugged him. He wished he had acted sooner but felt it was too late now. The detective then asked about Dream, to which Foolish replied that they had never really spoken, but he had heard Dream was involved in many of the main conflicts. After thanking Foolish, Detective Tsukachi moved on. As he ascended the stairs, he encountered Sam and Philza standing next to Tommy's body. The detective lifted the blanket, revealing the young boy's form, shaking his head at the tragic sight. He turned to Philza, expressing his condolences. Philza calmly acknowledged the situation, stating he had anticipated something like this would occur. Before the detective could speak further, Sam confronted Philza, questioning why he hadn't intervened if he knew something like this could happen. Philza explained that Tommy was stubborn and preferred to save himself, believing that intervening would undermine Tommy's confidence. Sam retorted, criticizing Philza for his past actions that had contributed to the current crisis. Tensions escalated when Philza drew his sword, challenging Sam to repeat his accusation. The detective intervened, urging them to calm down before the situation spiraled out of control. He merely wanted to know if either had seen or heard anything relevant. Sam reiterated that he had only heard glass breaking, while Philza mentioned he had been outside with his crows and only realized something was wrong when he heard Tubbo scream. The detective inquired about Tubbo's relationship with Tommy, to which Philza confirmed they were best friends. When asked about Tubbo's whereabouts, Philza indicated that Tubbo was likely putting Michael to bed or was already asleep nearby. Detective Tsukachi gently informed Philza that, due to the incident occurring on school property and being part of an open murder case, they would need to take Tommy's body. Philza's demeanor shifted as he firmly stated that they had a tradition of burying a person at sunrise, no sooner or later. The detective explained the importance of the body to the investigation, but Philza insisted that if Tommy's body was not laid to rest at sunrise, his soul would return, referencing a previous incident involving Wilbur. Just then, Ghostbur appeared, carrying a shovel and asking where Philza wanted him to dig. Philza directed him to the potato patch. His deceased son then vanished down the stairs. Detective Tsukachi stared for a moment before turning back to Phil, who nodded in agreement when Tsukachi requested to take pictures. Tsukachi handed his camera to Aizawa, asking him to capture images while he spoke to Tubbo. Aizawa accepted the camera and walked away. Tsukachi soon reached a door marked with the names Tubbo and Ranbu. He opened it to find a young goat gently humming to a small child on his lap. Tsukachi inquired if Tubbo was present, and Tubbo looked up, acknowledging the detective. Tsukachi introduced himself and asked Tubbo about what he had witnessed. Tubbo, with a shaky breath, mentioned that he had seen the body. Tsukachi expressed his condolences, and Tubbo quickly blamed himself for the tragedy. He regretted exiling his friend and allowing Dream to manipulate him. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented the loss of his best friend, recalling how the week had turned into a nightmare. His tears fell onto the sleeping child's head, stirring him. Awake. Michael opened his eyes and looked at his father, confused. He reached out to touch Tubbo's cheeks. Tubbo apologized for waking him, wiping away his tears. Michael hugged Tubbo, trying to lift his spirits. Tubbo appreciated the gesture, remarking that his child was the only thing keeping him from acting out in anger. Detective Tsukachi chose to overlook the comment about anger and proceeded with his investigation, asking Tubbo about Dream. Tubbo coldly expressed his disdain for Dream, wishing ill upon him. Tsukachi thanked Tubbo for his time and quickly exited the room. Continuing his inquiries, Detective Tsukachi spoke to others but found no new information, only learning that Dream had a reputation for cruelty and that Tommy was often seen as bothersome. He then approached Class 1A, but they had little to share beyond having seen Dream with Tommy's lifeless body. Mina rushed into the girls' changing room, nearly breaking the door down in the process. Momo looked up, curious about the commotion. Mina insisted that everyone needed to see a picture she had taken. The girls gathered around her phone, their expressions shifting from shock to anger as they processed the image. Momo gasped, recognizing the situation. Mina confirmed the shocking news that Sapnap was cheating on Carl with Quackity. Dream sat in a small room, feeling weary as he settled into a chair. He had been given a change of clothes, swapping out his blood-stained sweater and pants for a black shirt and blue jeans. Aizawa, Nizu, and Detective Tsukachi entered, the detective carrying a tape recorder. Tsukachi took a seat at the table across from Dream, while Aizawa and Nizu remained in the corner. Detective Tsukachi introduced himself and stated that he would be interviewing Dream about a murder. Dream remained silent, staring at the three men. After a moment of silence, the detective urged him to cooperate, suggesting it would make things easier in court. Dream chuckled, unfazed by the detective's words. The detective pressed on, questioning why Dream had killed Tommy. Dream remained quiet for a moment before responding coldly, questioning what one should do with someone who refuses to follow rules. He then challenged the detective, asking why he cared about Tommy when he didn't know him. Tsukachi reminded Dream that as a detective, it was his job to care, especially in the face of a murder. Dream continued to challenge Aizawa, questioning why he hadn't intervened. Aizawa felt the weight of his inaction but struggled to respond. Dream maintained eye contact, pointing out that it was easier for Aizawa to look the other way. Aizawa defended his role as a hero, claiming it was his duty to intervene. Dream laughed, revealing his sharp fangs, and dismissed Aizawa's claim of heroism. He argued that Aizawa had failed to save anyone, making him no different from Dream himself. Tsukachi insisted that Aizawa was a hero, while Dream questioned the very definition of a villain. Nizu explained that a villain is someone who goes against the law, to which Dream countered that by that standard, Tommy was also a villain. Aizawa was taken aback by this assertion. Dream pointed out that Tommy had killed him twice, questioning whether that made Tommy a greater villain. He argued that despite Tommy's actions, he was still viewed as a victim. Dream emphasized that he had never harmed anyone, suggesting that if Aizawa had acted sooner, Tommy might still be alive. Dream made a gesture as if to indicate a fatal action, highlighting the difference between heroes and villains. He explained that villains are unafraid to get their hands dirty, while heroes pretend that everything is black and white, ignoring the complexities of reality. Aizawa, feeling frustrated, declared that they were getting nowhere and suggested it was time to leave. Tsukachi and Nizu agreed, leaving Dream alone in the room with just a desk and a bed. Once they were gone, Dream covered his face with his hands and let out a frustrated scream, regretting his earlier actions. At Jaku General Hospital, Ranbu snuggled under a blanket, ready to sleep. However, he was startled awake when he heard the door to his room open and close. He kept his eyes shut, sensing the presence of someone approaching his bed. A gloved hand touched his, followed by a sharp prick as a needle entered his skin. Despite the discomfort, he remained still. The stranger spoke, revealing that Rambo's blood donations were benefiting his Nomu in remarkable ways. He expressed a desire to keep Ranbu around before removing the needle. Relieved that the man was leaving, Ranbu heard him rummaging through a metal cabinet before exiting the room. Once he was sure the coast was clear, Ranbu sat up, rubbing his sore hand. He noticed that his memory book had been stolen, lamenting the loss and the need to start anew. An uneasy feeling washed over him, prompting thoughts of going home. However, he remembered that he was still connected to several machines. With a sigh, he settled back into bed, hoping that All Might would visit in the morning to help him return home. A few hours later, Dream lay on the cell bed when he noticed someone using an invisibility potion to cut open the glass from the small window. He quickly caught the falling piece of glass before it could hit the floor. The intruder threw a potion of invisibility and an ender pearl. Now invisible, Dream used the ender pearl to escape his cell and made his way back to the mansion without drawing any attention. An hour before sunrise, Techno and Philza hurriedly dressed Tommy in a suit as he began to wake up. Confused, Tommy realized he was half-dressed and exclaimed in surprise. Techno quickly covered Tommy's mouth, urging him to listen. He explained that Tommy had knocked himself out with a bucket, and Class 1A believed Dream had harmed him. They needed to hold a funeral before sunrise, and Techno was determined to make it a real event. Philza stepped in, brushing white paint onto Tommy's face and urging him to hurry so they could finish getting him ready. As they made their way downstairs, Tommy saw Sam, Foolish, and Ant putting the final touches on the casket. Sam greeted Tommy with concern, asking if he was okay. Tommy mentioned his head and face hurt, and Ant reminded him that Dream had stood on the side of his face. Angrily, Tommy demanded to know where Dream was, vowing to confront him. Just then, they heard a knock on the door. Sam quickly hid Tommy in the casket, instructing him to stay quiet before shutting it. They entered, smiling at the others until he noticed the casket, causing him to jump back. Ant assured him it was still empty and that they were just finishing up. Deku nervously asked if he and the others could attend the funeral, to which Ant agreed to check with Philza. Ant rushed to find Philza, who was dressed in an all-black suit. After confirming that it was fine for Deku and the others to join, Ant returned to tell them. Once the door closed, Tommy burst out of the casket, frustrated that they were actually going to have a funeral. Philza scolded Tommy to keep his voice down and explained that he, Tubbo, Techno, and Ghostbur would say a few words before Tommy would be buried. Tommy huffed but accepted that it would be over soon. Class 1A arrived at the makeshift funeral area set up by the SMP members. Some students were seated while others stood around the casket, paying their respects. Philza's crows watched the proceedings. As the students formed a line to offer their condolences, Philza began to speak. He thanked everyone for coming to mourn his adopted son, Thomas Gilbert Careful Danger Kraken in it. Tommy wished he could protest the silly middle name but remained silent. Philza reflected on the day he found Tommy and Tubbo abandoned, sharing how raising Tommy had been challenging but rewarding. After Philza finished, he passed the stage to Techno, who admitted that he had found Tommy annoying at first but had grown to forgive him despite their past conflicts. Tubbo then stepped up, his eyes red and puffy, revealing that he had been cutting onions. He spoke of Tommy as more than a friend, calling him a brother and expressing his deep sorrow. Overcome with emotion, Tubbo broke down, vowing that Tommy's adversary would pay for what had happened. Techno gently pulled Tubbo back to his seat as he continued to cry. Ghostbur then took the stage with his guitar, sharing that even though he had lost many memories, the ones he had with Tommy were filled with joy. He began to play a song that Tommy had helped write, and as Sam and Foolish closed the casket, others joined in, creating a heartfelt group song that echoed through the gathering. Class 1A watched with tears in their eyes as they heard the beautiful song for the first time, the sun rising over the horizon and brightening the once dark sky. Tommy could even hear them singing while he was being lowered into the hole, and he began to mouth the words along with them. Mile Manberg, Mile Manberg, Mile Manberg. For freedom and for liberty, the nation sought to build on these ideals, striving for victory for all under the banner of freedom. Challenges arose and eventually faded as they constructed their walls and witnessed them crumble. From every corner, they looked toward a future filled with hope. Everyone fell silent once more before rising and quietly dispersing. Class 1A was taken aback that everyone could simply leave after such a moving moment. Mina, wiping away her tears, expressed her feelings about the experience. Bakugo, turning away to hide the traces of his own tears, remarked that it was just all right. The members of Class 1A continued to chat softly among themselves while Sam and Foolish filled the hole with dirt. Filza approached them, asking if they were going to get ready for class. Azui inquired whether they still intended to attend, suggesting that they might want to take the day to fully mourn or rest. Filza, with his usual calming smile, reassured them that while everyone was heading off to bed, life would continue, and they would face the world again tomorrow. With that, he walked away, ready to rest. As time passed, the atmosphere shifted, and the group reflected on their experiences. They understood the importance of taking care of themselves, knowing that life could be unpredictable. A few minutes after the funeral, once Tommy felt confident that no one would hear him, he pressed the hidden button inside the casket. This opened the bottom of the casket and the ground beneath, allowing him to fall into a giant puddle of water. When he surfaced, he found himself in an underground bunker with Dream, who was sitting on the couch reading a book. Dream greeted Tommy with excitement, asking how his funeral was. Tommy shared that it went well, mentioning that Techno, Filza, and Tubbo made speeches while Wilbur got everyone to sing the Manberg anthem. He then brought up what Sam had told him about Dream's actions after he was knocked out. Dream noticed the determined fire in Tommy's eyes and nervously defended himself, claiming it was all for the bit. Tommy responded by cracking his knuckles, signaling that he was ready for action. Tubbo walked into his room, feeling exhausted, and collapsed onto his bed. His son, Michael, pulled on his ear, demanding attention. Tubbo softly told Michael he was tired and tried to push him away, but Michael was persistent, pulling out his small wooden sword and playfully hitting Tubbo with it. Eventually, Tubbo sat up and asked what Michael needed. The toddler rubbed his stomach, prompting Tubbo to realize he had forgotten to feed him. He picked up Michael and headed to the kitchen. In the living room, Foolish was already there, feeding his son. He greeted Tubbo, surprised to see him awake. Tubbo explained that Michael had woken him up for food. As Tubbo prepared eggs and bacon for Michael, his Discord notification rang. He opened it to find Ranbu calling. Ranbu, sounding frantic, informed Tubbo that someone had entered his room the previous night and stolen his blood. Tubbo was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ranbu mentioned he would try to get home that night and would explain everything then before hanging up. Foolish expressed concern about Ranbu's message and Tubbo, feeling tired, closed his Discord. He let out a loud yawn, which prompted Foolish to do the same. Tubbo lamented his exhaustion and expressed his desire to return to bed. Foolish reminded him that he couldn't rest, as the chandelier was almost finished and they still needed to plan for the upcoming party. Tubbo pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration before serving the food. Foolish Jr. pointed at his stroller, wanting to go out. Tubbo apologized, explaining that they were too tired to take him out. However, he suggested leaving the kids with 1A, which Foolish dismissed as a terrible idea. Tubbo insisted that neither of them was in a state to watch over the children, and Foolish stared at him, contemplating the suggestion. Class 1A sat quietly listening to their teacher explain the lesson, when Tubbo opened the door and pushed the stroller with the two young children into the room. He informed the class he would return at 6 and left, leaving everyone stunned. Denki questioned if Tubbo had just left his kids, while Foolish and Michael looked at the students, crying and wanting to be let out of the stroller. Uraka stood up and took the children out, suggesting they set up the playpen. Bakugo complained about being turned into babysitters, but Kirishima reminded him that Tubbo had just lost his best friend and needed time to rest. As they worked, Aizawa's phone rang, and he stepped out to answer it. All Might informed him that Ranbu was coming home that day. Aizawa was surprised, recalling that Ranbu had just woken up the day before. All Might explained that Ranbu missed Tubbo and his son. Aizawa then revealed that something terrible had happened. Tommy had died and already been buried. All Might began to ask questions, but Aizawa insisted that only Ranbu should be informed, promising to explain everything else when he returned. After the call, Aizawa returned to the classroom, but before he could close the door, an announcement echoed over the speaker, calling him to Nizu's office. He sighed, instructing the students to study Chapter 3 until he returned. Uraka placed the children in the playpen, telling them to stay while they worked. However, Michael and Foolish Jr. began to cry, pulling on the playpen walls. Uraka, concerned, wondered why they were upset. Momo suggested they might want their toys, and she found some hand-carved wooden toys in the diaper bag. She placed the toys in the play area, instantly calming the children, who began to play quietly. The students resumed their studies, following their teacher's instructions. After a while, the students noticed a bad smell, which was quickly followed by Foolish Jr. crying. They exchanged glances, each saying, "Not it," one by one. However, Mineta, who had been asleep, was nudged awake by Ciro, who told him he needed to change the kid's diaper. Mineta groggily processed the request and, realizing he had not said, "Not it," reluctantly got up, picked up Foolish Jr. along with the diaper bag, and walked out of the classroom, annoyed. Chapter end. In Nizu's office, Aizawa entered and acknowledged the hybrid rat. Nizu, pouring himself some tea, invited Aizawa to join him, but Aizawa declined and took a seat. Nizu then shared that he had checked on their troublesome student, only to discover that he had escaped. Aizawa expressed his surprise, and Nizu explained that the security footage offered no clues about the escape. He speculated that someone with an invisibility quirk had sneaked in and released the student without opening the door. As Aizawa observed the footage, he noted the presence of an ender pearl and the sound of glass breaking. He clarified that it wasn't a quirk but a potion that their guests could create. Aizawa recalled that during a training session, some had used potions to gain advantages in their fights, one of which rendered a person invisible. He also mentioned a small round object he couldn't identify. Nizu took a moment to sip his tea, acknowledging that this information helped narrow down their suspects but still left them uncertain about who was responsible. Aizawa had a few individuals in mind and began to share his thoughts. He noted that Dream had previously been friends with George and Sapnap, making it likely they would assist him. He mentioned Drista, Dream's sister, who might not act quietly, suggesting that any plans involving her would require careful consideration. Aizawa also mentioned Techno, who owed Dream a favor, but he lacked concrete links to the others. Nizu offered Aizawa the day to interview the suspects, but Aizawa preferred to focus on teaching his students without the distraction of potential conflicts. Nizu expressed his appreciation for Aizawa's dedication to education and allowed him to leave. As Aizawa walked down the hallway, Mineta approached him, holding Foolish Jr. Mineta requested Aizawa to take the baby back to class, explaining that he had been soaked and needed to change. Aizawa took Foolish Jr. and the diaper bag, sternly reminding Mineta to return to class within 2 hours or face expulsion. At Jaku General Hospital, Ranbu sat on the bed, lost in thought and unaware of All Might calling for him. He was startled when he felt a hand on his arm and turned to see All Might looking at him with concern. Ranbu assured him he was fine but wanted to get the test over with. All Might reassured him that the doctor only needed to perform a few scans, which wouldn't take long. A nurse appeared at the doorway, announcing that Dr. Tsubasa was ready to perform the test. Ranbu stood up and walked out with All Might following closely. However, the nurse informed All Might that only Ranbu could enter the room, though he was welcome to stay nearby. All Might nodded, reminding Ranbu to speak up if he felt uncomfortable during the test. Ranbu followed the nurse down the hall, anxiety building with each step, feeling as if he were being led to an uncertain fate. The nurse guided him to a red door adorned with strange symbols. She instructed him to enter and sit down, opening the door for him. Ranbu stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind him. Back at UA hours later, Azui and Momo pushed a stroller toward the mansion, while Michael and Foolish Jr. happily liked powdered sugar and cake batter off their hands and clothes. Momo remarked on how tricky the kids were and wondered how Tubbo managed. Azui pointed out that they had warned against turning their backs on the children, knowing it was only a matter of time before chaos ensued. Just then, Aizawa and Tubbo appeared around the corner simultaneously, and Tubbo immediately shifted into caregiver mode upon seeing his son in a messy state. He asked what had happened, and Momo explained that Denki and Kirishima had thought it would be fun to bake a cake with the kids. Aizawa questioned why they hadn't cleaned them up, to which Azui held up a paint-covered diaper bag, stating they didn't want to ruin the diapers inside. Tubbo reassured them that Ranbu would gladly give their son a bath after Foolish cleaned him up. He placed Michael back in the stroller and reminded the kids not to cause any trouble. Azui and Momo continued toward the mansion while Tubbo and Aizawa walked to the front gate. Tubbo expressed his excitement to see Ranbu, feeling as if it had been ages since he was last. Aizawa pointed out that it had only been a couple of days and mentioned that Ranbu should have stayed longer, considering his recent health scare. Aizawa then checked his vibrating phone, revealing that All Might had texted about their arrival at the gate. Tubbo eagerly ran toward the gate just in time to see the taxi pull up. Ranbu emerged from the car and walked toward the open gate, where Tubbo joyfully jumped into his husband's arms, exclaiming his name. Ranbu looked at Tubbo for a moment before responding, needing a moment to recall his name. Tubbo, a bit worried, asked if Ranbu was okay. Ranbu assured him he was just tired from the test, smiling at his husband. Tubbo accepted this and led Ranbu back to the mansion, excited for their reunion. Tubbo and Ranbu entered the house, greeted by Foolish, who had just finished washing the kids. He handed over Michael, the zombie pig child, wrapped in a towel. Ranbu took the child and smiled at him, gently asking if he missed his father. Michael looked at Ranbu and let out a loud scream, thrashing around in his arms. This caused Ranbu to lose his grip, and Tubbo barely managed to catch their child before he fell. Surprised by Ranbu's lack of reaction, Tubbo expressed his concern. Ranbu apologized, explaining that Michael wouldn't stop moving. Tubbo suggested that Ranbu should rest while he dressed Michael for his nap. Ranbu nodded and followed Tubbo upstairs. Foolish shook his head at Ranbu's unusual behavior but attributed it to not having seen him in a while. As Ranbu wandered upstairs looking for their shared bedroom, he encountered Techno, who walked past without saying anything. Techno turned around, surprised that his brother-in-law had not acknowledged him. He asked if Ranbu had just returned from the hospital. Ranbu shyly confirmed that he had and mentioned that he was feeling better but was tired and planned to lay down. Techno, with a calm demeanor, spoke in a cryptic manner, leaving Ranbu confused. When Techno encouraged him to rest, he walked away, acting as if nothing was amiss. In the hallway, Techno spotted Filza outside, tending to his crows, and decided to approach him. Filza was exasperated, trying to prevent the crows from causing chaos. Techno greeted Filza, who quickly turned around, concerned for his son's well-being. Techno reassured him that he was fine but had concerns about Ranbu. Filza recalled seeing Ranbu enter the house with Tubbo and questioned what could have happened. Techno clarified that he believed Ranbu had been replaced by a clone. Filza laughed off the idea, suggesting that Techno might be influenced by the voices he sometimes heard. Techno insisted that the person in their house was not the real Ranbu. Filza attempted to calm him, explaining that Tubbo had been with Ranbu the entire time, making it impossible for anyone to have replaced him. Techno speculated about the possibility of someone using vampire powers to mimic Ranbu's appearance. Filza chuckled at the notion, pointing out the dangers of Enderman blood, which was toxic and explosive. Techno recognized Filza's logic but remained uneasy. Meanwhile, the crows sensed Techno's distress and began pecking at Filza's legs, prompting Filza to dodge their antics, which made Techno laugh. After the crows settled down, Filza, out of breath, promised to talk to Ranbu after dinner. Techno agreed and left Filza to deal with the birds. Once alone, Filza scolded the crows for their behavior, realizing they had flown through his open bedroom window. Techno made his way to the basement, entering a small room where Dream was reading on the couch while Tommy was chained to the wall in the corner. Tommy called out for help, but Techno ignored him, focusing on Dream instead. Techno expressed his concerns about Ranbu, stating that something felt off. Dream listened intently, while Tommy suggested that Techno might just be confused. Techno insisted he wasn't being paranoid and that he needed to keep an eye on Ranbu. Dream proposed that they act normal, as any clone would eventually reveal cracks in their facade. He planned to notify the others while Techno would observe Ranboo and report anything unusual. Techno worried about Tubbo's tendency to overlook red flags, but Dream reassured him that it was only a matter of time before the truth would come to light. Chapter End. Dinner. Everyone except Dream and Tommy sat at the table, chatting away as usual. Tubbo happily fed Michael his mashed potatoes with gold nuggets, while Foolish served Junior some beef stew. The others enjoyed steaks and carrots. Bad asked Ranboo how his time at the hospital was, curious if he had seen anything interesting. Ranboo responded nervously, indicating that nothing significant had happened. Concerned, Bad inquired if something was bothering him. Ranboo remained quiet, focusing on his food and avoiding eye contact. The others exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to address his odd behavior, especially after Techno's warning to tread lightly. Tubbo, attempting to lighten the mood, asked Ranboo about something he had wanted to discuss earlier, mentioning a doctor taking his blood while he was asleep. Ranboo dismissed it as nothing more than medication making him paranoid. Purple chimed in, noting that medication shouldn't affect his blood or body in that way. Ranboo, confused, asked for clarification. Sam raised an eyebrow, questioning if Ranboo's memory had worsened and if he remembered what Ponk had told him. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone fell silent, their expressions reflecting concern. Schlatt bluntly asked what was going on with Ranboo. Tubbo, frustrated, slammed his hands on the table, declaring that they all knew Ranboo had memory issues and that they were unfairly pressuring him. He then suggested they put Michael to bed, picking up their son. Ranboo followed Tubbo upstairs to their son's room, where Michael played with his toys. Tubbo smiled at Ranboo, expressing how much he had missed him. Ranboo returned the sentiment, admitting that the hospital had been lonely. However, as Tubbo gazed into Ranboo's eyes, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were looking into the eyes of someone else. Shaking off the feeling, he leaned against Ranboo, watching their son play. Later that night, Nizu walked down the dimly lit hallway, exhausted from working late. He noticed Tommy following puns into the SMP mansion and chuckled to himself, wondering if they would be interested in some of his ideas. The next morning, Dream commented to Tommy that he didn't think he had dirtied himself enough. Tommy protested, explaining that he had been buried in a coffin and shouldn't be that dirty. Dream warned him to be quiet before someone overheard, just as Nizu walked by, sipping tea and advising them not to traumatize Class 1A too much. Tommy and Dream exchanged glances before continuing to their classroom. In the classroom, Tubbo, Ranboo, Eret, Techno, Drista, and Purple engaged in cheerful conversation with Class 1A while the others prepared for the upcoming party at the mansion. Deku asked Ranboo how he was feeling, to which Ranboo cheerfully replied that he felt better now that he was back with Tubbo, giving him a hug. Mina, wanting to capture the moment, pulled out her phone to take a picture. Tubbo quickly suggested they wait until the party that night. Kirishima recalled that they had planned a party, and Eret mentioned that Foolish had just finished the candelabra that morning while Nikki and Puffy were busy preparing desserts. Azui raised a thoughtful point about the appropriateness of having a party while mourning a friend. Tubbo's smile faded as he acknowledged the sentiment but insisted that Tommy would have wanted them to carry on. Techno reminisced about Tommy's carefree nature, recalling a time he had punched him for barging into his room unannounced. Drista held up a book titled, How to See 3, noting that now she could read it since Tommy had told her not to. Mineta reached for the book, but Drista swiftly made it disappear and brandished a golf club, playfully pushing him away. Tubbo reflected on how he could still hear Tommy's voice, recalling how much he loved to cause a ruckus when suddenly, the classroom door flew off its hinges, hitting the wall. Everyone gasped as Tommy burst in, covered in dirt, his hair now a mix of blonde and white. He grabbed Tubbo, speaking so quickly that no one could understand him. Tubbo, startled, asked him to repeat himself. Techno urged Tommy to take a breath. Tommy, still distressed, demanded to know where Ghostbur was. Tubbo informed him that Ghostbur was back at the mansion and questioned how Tommy was alive. Tommy insisted there was no time to explain and urged them to get to the house before Dream could intervene. As he turned to leave, he noticed Dream standing at the front of the class, looking innocently curious. Dream remarked that Tommy had run off so quickly he hadn't had a chance to admire his handiwork. Class 1A quickly positioned themselves between Tommy and Dream, with Kirishima declaring that they wouldn't let Dream harm him. Ida added that they wouldn't allow him to disrupt the natural order of life by bringing the dead back. Dream chuckled, challenging them to come and kill him, warning that if they didn't, he would keep bringing Tommy back to life. Ida insisted they would turn Dream over to the authorities, while Bakugo declared he would bury him deep underground. Just as Dream prepared to draw his diamond swords, Aizawa intervened, wrapping him in his scarf and announcing he was taking him to Nizu's office, instructing the rest of the class to sit down and remain quiet. Aizawa stood next to Dream in front of Principal Nizu. Nizu thanked Aizawa for bringing Dream to him while sipping on his tea. Aizawa nodded and stepped out, leaving Dream and Nizu in silence until Nizu broke it by asking if Dream had really brought Tommy back to life. Dream confirmed this, and Nizu, with a mischievous smile, remarked that Tommy seemed quite alive that morning when he passed by them. Dream stuttered in response, and Nizu laughed, assuring him that he wouldn't expose his secret but requested that Dream refrain from harming students and notify him next time to avoid wasting police resources. Dream expressed his gratitude, and Nizu told him he could leave, assuring him he would handle everything with the police. As Dream exited, Aizawa caught him again with his scarf, suspecting he was trying to escape. Dream insisted that Nizu had given him permission to return to class, but Aizawa remained skeptical and went into Nizu's office himself, keeping Dream wrapped up. In Class 1A, Denki asked Tommy what it was like to be dead. Tommy gazed into the distance, recounting a terrifying experience where Wilbur spoke of revenge against those who wronged him, filled with anger that was even more intense than before his death. He warned that they could not allow Wilbur to be resurrected under any circumstances. Momo reassured Tommy that they would watch over Ghostbur when the others couldn't, but Tommy cautioned that Dream was very clever and could escape any situation. Ida chimed in, stating that the school had strict rules against breaking the law on campus and that Dream was likely facing the appropriate consequences. Kaminari questioned which law was being enforced, causing confusion among the students. Bakugo complained about Kaminari's riddles, and Zero speculated that Dream would be punished for murder rather than for breaking the natural order by bringing Tommy back to life. Tokoyami explained that the idea of resurrection was unheard of, making Tommy quite the anomaly. Tommy protested loudly, declaring he was not an abomination, but his outburst went unnoticed. Uraraka turned to Drista, who was hanging upside down from the ceiling, asking if she was a god. Drista happily confirmed her title as the god of chaos, prompting the class to lean in closer. They eagerly awaited her answer when asked if Dream was also a god. Drista chuckled and stated that Dream was not a god at that moment, leading Tokoyami to express horror at the implication that Dream might have been a god at some point. Suddenly, Drista claimed she had to leave and vanished. The SMP members were then bombarded with questions from the class. Purple explained that the term god had a broad meaning in their world, while Tubbo mentioned that Techno was called the blood god despite lacking real powers. Techno humorously claimed he could make someone cry just by being near them, which led to Momo asking who that person was. Techno pointed out Quackity, whose face bore a deep scar, and the students were horrified at the thought of Techno being capable of such an act. Just then the door opened, and Dream walked in, shocking the students even further. Tommy yelled in surprise as Aizawa entered the room, looking more displeased than usual. The students began to voice their concerns about Dream's presence, but Aizawa silenced them with his stern expression. He explained that, although he was not happy about Dream's presence, Nizu had given permission for him to stay, but he had to